Good morning and welcome. Welcome to the Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite at Lake Okeechobee. Second stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. And we have got a lot to take in today. Live coverage presented by Yamaha. And when I say a lot to take in, there's a big part of it here. The second largest lake contained within the borders of the United States. 730 square miles of Lake Okeechobee. So great to have you with us on this morning. The takeoff took place here in the city of Okeechobee in Florida about an hour ago. The weather looks good today, and the outlook is good for this entire week. The lead up to it weather-wise has been pretty darn good as well. Of course, this is our second stop. Had a great event last week at the St. Johns River. It was tough conditions at the St. Johns River. And we have got a lot to go through today. And Ronnie Moore, I think all that cold weather, some of that touched down here, but the setup has been perfect.
Yeah, even though we're only 3 hours or so apart, Tommy, it is a different world in South Florida. And with the warming temperatures here and lack of wind, maybe some of the areas clear up water-wise, but also it is a great Florida day. Highs in the 70s to 80s, a little bit of wind, plenty of suntans to go around this week for the camera guys and the anglers alike.
There it is. Huge, bold, natural lake here down in South Florida. It's said by some to be the original home of sport fishing for bass, and it certainly is a premier destination among all the places you can go fish for bass around the world. Well, we got 7 hours of coverage, live coverage here on Bassmaster Live coming up for you today, and we're looking forward to it. Looking forward to welcoming our special guest analyst today, Peter Miller. You know Peter Miller from great shows like Bass to Billfish and Uncharted Waters, the Sport Fishing Championships in recent years here. And Peter, you're a South Florida guy. That's another important reason we have you here today.
Thanks so much, Tom. Yeah, you know, this is one of the places I've fished many times. You know, we used to throw football jigs there. We do some topwater. We do some frogging. It's a great place. It's the lifeblood of the state of Florida. This is an amazing lake. Right now, they had a drawdown. It was from 15 feet down to 13 feet. So there's not going to be a lot of that deeper fishing. It's going to be a lot of that topwater stuff. But I'm really excited to see how it all goes down. Great anglers at this event. Really happy to be here, and let's get it going.
All right, well, let's get it going. A lot of business to take care of today. An important part of business is one of the favorites, obviously, leading up to this, based on his performance here and years of living down here. Scott Martin, his performance at the Open down here, the St. Croix Bassmaster Open, shattered the record book, largest three-day catch, just 90 pounds plus for 3 days of fishing. But in advance of this tournament, Scott Martin has been disqualified for violating the information law, the practice and competition law concerning the receipt of information to gain a competitive advantage from a non-competitor. He has turned himself in, admitted to receiving that information. I want to read the statement that Scott Martin made. This is his official statement here. Unintentionally and inadvertently, I received information that violated the no information rule. I was rigging my boat at the arena, was engaged in a conversation with an angler, and simply did not shut it down quickly enough. This really hurts, as this lake is special to me. I was really looking forward to the event. That said, the integrity of our sport is paramount, and I have to deal with the consequences. It's a situation that can happen to any angler in the elite field, and in today's world, we have to be vigilant and simply do things differently. Well, that certainly casts a new light on how this tournament is going to shake out. Everybody's going to have their eyes on Scott Martin. He put on such a tremendous performance, but that is the rules, and the rules are enforced. And he self-reported his violation, and he is out. And we will miss him here. We will have an interview with Scott Martin later on today at our halftime show starting at 11 a.m. Eastern time. So we look forward to hearing from Scott. I think Roland will be there as well. So this is a story that's kind of a bombshell in our world.
Yeah, and no one wants to DQ an angler. That is not Bassmaster's goal, to DQ an angler, especially an angler that is beloved at this lake and this state like Scott Martin is. But that's just the nature of what we do. If you want completely honest and integrity there, you're going to have either people get caught with polygraphs or self-report violations. That is what Scott Martin did, and that was the news that kind of hit the studio yesterday, Tommy, that something big was going to happen and that it was in the works, and that's something that we did not want to see happen.
Suge?
Yeah, it's funny. I had spoken with Roland Martin about the time the no information rule came out. He said that's what anglers do. They talk about their fishing. And the people who get to meet somebody like Scott Martin want to tell him about their fishing. The rule is the rule, and you got to follow it. But it's a rough rough deal for Scott Martin on his home water where he set a record last year. It's really tough for him. We'll see how hard it is. I mean, we'll see him this afternoon.
Well, it's something else. He is definitely the ultimate hometown favorite here. And Peter, you talked to him. You're a South Florida guy. You've known Scott for years, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's right, Tommy. I've been up there many times. I've fished with Scott. He's been great every time I've been up there. I mean, Lake Okeechobee is synonymous with the Roland Martin family and Scott Martin. The fishing's incredible. It's their backyard. I mean, they step out of their bed onto the dock, onto the boat, and they're out bass fishing since they were little. And it's an amazing place. It's kind of a sad occurrence. But yeah, it was coming up with and making these comments and making a statement like that shows a lot of couth. It shows a lot of I don't know what you call chutzpah, as they say in Yiddish. I'm from New York. They used to use that term. But yeah, he's it's one of those things. He's following the rules, and it's a great fishery. And hopefully we can see a lot of fish caught today, and we'll get past this.
All right. Well, we get the game going anyway. We're one of our big favorites is out of it now, but we have got a big day ahead. The first of 4 days of fishing, our full field out there today. We'll be in the boat with 6 of them during the course of this whole day here. Let's hear from first Drew Cook.
So we had the perfect storm for Florida, in my opinion. It got really cold last week. It was cold down here. Lows in the high 30s a couple mornings and low 40s, and highs in the 60s. And then we've been steadily on this warming trend. That's kind of what you want here in Florida. You want it to get cold and then warm back up, and because it's always spring down here, if that makes sense. It's been spring since December, November. They just need that snap to push up there, and we kind of got that. But the first 2 days of practice, we had a lot of wind. Even had a good bit of wind yesterday. I think the wind's supposed to start dying down, and sun's going to be up. It's going to really warm things up. The water temp right now is 73. Somebody's going to bust them big. Somebody doesn't even know it right now, and they're going to really land on them. They're going to swim in there and catch a big bag. I think it'll take over 30 to lead today, if I had to guess, and hopefully I'm that guy.
Okay, let's get out on the water with Drew Cook live. Be with him all day. Rookie of the Year from 2019. Has had a great career with the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Edge of the dollar pads and the field grass, and that's where they're going. That's where a lot of the beds are. I had a bite.
Drew had a pretty good St. Johns River event to start the season, but had an uncharacteristically tough day 3. Only one fish dropped him to 50.
Yeah.
We always talk about the classic is made by good performances, but it really is made on day 3. Those 15, 20 points you lose randomly by having a bad day. You can't fall too far, but him falling to 50th was a tough way to end a good event at the St. Johns.
Well, the man who had the best week of all of them, we're in the boat with him all day as well. The great Bill Lowen picked up his second Bassmaster Elite Series victory, and Bill couldn't wait to continue the momentum down here in Florida. We talked to him a little earlier today.
Well, it has not been the Lake Okeechobee that I'm used to. I went to all my areas in practice that I've ever caught one, and water quality just isn't great. So it's been a really tough grind for me. I got one little area that the first day of practice I got, 8 or 10 bites in. So we're just gonna go do the Bill Lowen thing. We're just gonna grind. We're gonna put our head down. We're gonna stay focused all day. I know I'm in an area that traditionally has some big fish in it, but we'll see. It's like I said, practice has felt like a whirlwind from the win last week. Big shout out to all my family, friends, fans. It's been overwhelming, and I feel like I spent more time on the phone this week than I did actually practicing. So with that being said, we're just going to go out, we're going to grind, we're going to have fun, and whatever happens, happens.
Bill Lowen, what a week he had last week. Bill Lowen has built a brand through the years. If conditions are tough, if things are tough, here's the guy who can dig in and, as he said, grind it out and get the job done. And we certainly witnessed that last week at the St. Johns River, the toughest St. Johns River for a 4-day event we've seen amongst all the 10 appearances by the Elite Series down there.
Yeah. He may talk to us.
I got a limit, but it's tiny, 7 pounds. Thought I was going to catch them swimming a jig in here, but I mean, it's early. I ain't freaking out yet, but just haven't had a swim. I just had a big one hump up on it, never get it. Yeah, we're just going to keep grinding around in here and see if we can make it happen.
You mentioned it, Tommy.
It's
He
fun
doesn't
to get some bites, but everything I got in there's got to go.
He does not just survive on places that are really tough, small fish places. It's when good fisheries are fishing tough and still have big fish, he is still one to think about. Pickwick Lake, the major flood, he wins that event this week, or last week at the St. John's. Cold front, tough conditions, does something a little bit different than everyone else, and is able to really thrive. Caught the right amount of fish every single day to get him through, it seems.
Picked a deep creek downstream from Palatka, Florida, which is kind of unusual per the averages for most tournaments there. A deep creek that he just worked to perfection. Working the tide, timing the tide perfectly. He knew when he was going to get bit and bit big time, and he started to stress when it would come a little later during the course of each day, but he hangs in there and takes the victory there. 73? Yeah, 77.3. Lowest ever for a 4-day event. For the Elite Series on the St. John's, no matter. That's a blue trophy either way.
One thing that I love is we've been to the St. John's a ton, Tommy. It was yet another area that was won that hadn't been won previously. There's about 6 or 7 areas for the 9 events we've been there, but got to talk to Christy this morning before he got it to South Bay.
You know, it's one of those things, some of my best tournaments here have been after terrible practices because you don't run around, you just fish. You know, and some of the better practices, I actually had a practice here once where, I mean, I was like, there's no doubt I'm not going to win this event. And I zeroed the first day. So that's how that's how much they move. You get tunnel vision. So we don't have tunnel vision today. We're going to go get in the area, put the trolling motor down. We're going to swim a jig. We're going to flip a little bit. That's probably about it.
Jason Christie, 36th place last week, the St. John's River, after a tough season last year for him.
Pretty hard to flip.
Uncharacteristically missing the
Or
classic.
it's going to make it hard just to get close. With it, they're spooky. So we're going to swim a jig for a while. That's what we caught the first one on. Swim a jig and see if they'll chase the first bite. I mean, he acted like he would have ran across the county to get it. So we just need we need some more to do the same. But it's a nice day. It's the first day that's actually good Okeechobee fishing. We've had wind and we've had storms and we've had rain. We've had everything but this. I don't have a lot of experience down here, but the experience I do have is when it gets like this, they catch them. So sometime during the day, I'm not real crazy about the watercolor, but ain't nothing I can do about it. Just gonna fish.
Jason Christie making a big run down south this morning. That may be one of the reasons we did not see many boats in the background. We'll be seeing many boats in the background with most all of our anglers during the course of today. But right now, let's get back up again into the river. And Trey McKinney hooked up, last year's Rookie of the Year.
Fry garters never really usually get it good. Yeah, you don't have it very good. Oh, I got him on that bad. Got him hooked funny is why. One hook. Come on. There we go. Number one. Not bad. Not what I was just coming here to look for, but it is one. Little fry garter up there. I said, I got him. Had worse. 2-pounder. 2-pounder. Definitely had worse. Put some fresh water into there. Clear. Clear. Clear.
Tough start for Trey McKinney last week up at the St. Johns River, 89th place. Big contrast to his start last year, his rookie year of the Bassmaster Elite Series, where he almost set some records there with his win as a 19-year-old on Lake Fork, 130 pounds over 4 days of fishing. Well, we're just getting started here. Big lake to cover and a big event. Second stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, and we'll be right back to Okeechobee.
Okeechobee's size is what makes it one of the fishing destinations. I mean, I don't even know the square footage or square miles, but it is one of the larger lakes I've ever fished.
I think it's going to be a good time. You're going to see some big weights. There's a lot of vegetation. There's a lot of rocks as I bent my props. I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there. A lot of different keys to catching them. A lot of different ways to catch them. Everybody can fish their own strong suits. A lot of places here. So it's going to be interesting to see what anglers come to the top 10 after the first day.
I think you'll see more off the wall things than normal, but you'll still see some of that original Florida, patterns working too.
Greetings to everyone from Okeechobee, the city of Okeechobee, a fantastic host city here as we get underway. This day one competition with the full field out there today. Look at those weather conditions. It's just about perfect at the Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite here on this vaunted lake. So much bass fishing history in this place. There's the river. There's our TH Marine Weather Watch. 82 degrees today, down in the 50s each and every night predicted for this tournament, and up near the 80s or above for each day. So I don't know how you could set up better than that. And as Drew Cook told us at the start of the show, we even had that little cold that we experienced up at the St. John's last week, sort of serving to set the thing up. Stops those fish down a little bit, and then they really want to push because they've been delayed a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to Scott Martin months ago about how Okeechobee, how crazy it is that they start spawning in Thanksgiving time period through Christmas, and then they still spawn all the way through May.
How about a Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert Matty Wong, 7-pound 4-ouncer. Way under what we had last year. We had Brandon Cobb with an 8-12 to win our Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the event. And then in the Open last year is even bigger. Randall Tharp had a 10-3. So let's see if we can get a couple of lows in there. But good start for Matty Wong, who was 103rd last week. He can't finish that poorly this week for sure now.
And that is a significant bounce back right there. Matty Wong with a giant in the boat. Let's go up the river a little bit and talk to the angler who was third place here back in 2023, Brandon Cobb.
Kind of describe to us the area we're in we started with today.
Yeah, so later today I'm going to do kind of the typical Okeechobee thing and go fish, the typical flats of grass like everybody sees. But the wind blew pretty hard yesterday afternoon, so this morning I had a few bites in one of these deeper canals. The water's more stable in these canals just because, number one, it's steeper and deeper, and number two, the wind doesn't really affect the clarity. And the main area that I wanted to fish got wind blown yesterday afternoon, so I think it's going to clear up some this afternoon. I didn't want to go early. So I was kind of just trying to hope to catch an extra fish or two, and I missed one so far, but it I had a rock there. But I'm just trying to get basically a couple fish here. This is just a kind of a community hole area a little bit, but just a deeper canal. So these are just stable. Usually don't catch that 30-pound bag. I guess you could. Has been done, but usually don't catch that in these canals. It's more out in the lake and the grassy areas, but if I can get a couple decent fish in the morning, it'd be nice before I go to do that.
'66 at the St. John's last week was Brandon Cobb. Get back over to Bill Lowen and Jason Christie. Bill Lowen off to a pretty decent start, very early on, but he's in the top 5 as it stands right now.
A small limit is a limit nonetheless, Tommy. We joked about the 8 and 12 and 1 8-ounce, 12-ounce, and 1-pound fish he caught at the St. John's. Those 3 small ones are the reason he won on that final day. He might catch that 7-pounder, but winning by 4 ounces, you need every single one of them. So you never know on a day 1 how he does the rest of the week, and one of these 1-pounders he catches early could be a crucial fish.
An ounce is an ounce.
You know, you got to feel good when you have 5 fish in the well, and you know you've got that bag right off the bat. Like you said, 4 ounces is difference of winning and losing at times, and you know that's really important. And this fishery here is so different. Every screen you look at, every angler you look at, you know, one's wide open, one's fishing like a canal bank, one's fishing, you know, one area, then they're fishing open water, they're fishing mats, weeds, lily pads. It is such a diverse fishery. But again, they drew down the lake a little bit, and the clarity is a big factor. When you have a south wind, it blows everything obviously towards the north, and you'll have that murky water. It stops, and then it'll come back the other way, so it kind of muddies up the water. So you want to kind of find your spots, and then you find your oasis. I mean, look at Bill Lowen. He went to a spot last week and just crushed him in a certain spot with some big fish to boot, and that's really what these guys need. I fished there before, and I went from 0 to hero towards the very end of the day. We couldn't locate any fish, and all of a sudden, we just got to a spot, and it was just one after another, and the tournament was over, and we had a fantastic time, but I didn't know I was going to have a fantastic time until it was over.
Well, these guys are going to fish hard all of their 8-hour fishing day, their allotted time on this day. Full field will fish again tomorrow, then we'll cut it to 50 for the weekend. We talk about this maze of canals and, of course, the Kissimmee River, the open water. And biggest, strictly speaking, lake we will fish during the course of the year, of course, by a long shot, 451,000 acres. Contrast that with Smith Lake, where we went last year, 21,000 acres. It's 20 times bigger than that. Yes, it's got a third of the amount of shoreline.
Yeah.
That is real. Maybe that's the key to why people are concentrated in a specific area.
Yeah, it's like Smith Lake might be perceived as smaller, but it fishes so much bigger, so many more areas to do. But when you look at Lake Okeechobee, Peter, you could take you're baking cookies, you could take a cookie cutter and put it right in the middle of the lake and chop out that circle portion, and you're not really chopping out many of the fishable water that these anglers would do. A lot of it on the west side, north side, south side. A lot of places have changed now that they don't have that outer edge of reed lines and protection, things like that. And then also, we talked about the water falling. That is actually good for the lake because it's going to allow some of that vegetation to get more sunlight and grow. Maybe we have some more natural cover come back, but it does make stuff shallower, so it makes a little area. It takes more time to get in and out of places, especially if you get stuck, and it brings some other obstacles in play. But that rim ditch and the canals, you've got those West Bank deals. Really, a lot of those areas, they'll get pounded, Tommy, with wind now, and so those places that used to stay clear get dirtier, and you have to wait for them to settle out, for them to be back on fire like we expect them to be. Those fish don't swim from the west side to the east side or vice versa, Peter, overnight. But they do go into a real non-biting state where they have just a small window they're going to bite today rather than biting all day.
Yeah, it's definitely feast or famine. And when we talk about those winds earlier, the south wind, the north wind, you know, this lake has a wind-driven type tide, where it's not an actual tide, but it's like a wind-driven tide, so it changes quite a bit. Whereas you have the St. John's, which has an actual tide coming from the south to the north, which is very, very unique, and you saw it can be an incredible fishery. But in a spot like this, again, like Ronnie was saying, you know, you can rule out a lot of spots in this lake. You're running wide open to get to your spots, and you can just crush it in a tiny little corner in the middle of nowhere. No one knows where you are, but it is shallower now. It's tough to get to some of these areas that a lot of the guys would want to fish. So it's a little different fishery, and you have to, you know, be able to adapt to each situation. And those are the guys that are going to rise to the top, and you're going to see them in the top 50 and ultimately the top 10.
I'm looking at the map, and we have clusters of anglers on those community holes, but seems to me there's a few more guys back in the canals. You see more anglers staying away from the melee.
Yeah, naturally will be clearer water, and those canals will naturally be a little bit deeper than some of the main areas.
And I found a little bit of clean water back here. And I had quite a few bites back here in practice. I like come in here and threw it a few things. I'm like, good enough for me. But now Now, I don't. Had one big follow, or he actually hit it. But there's so many trash fish in here, it's impossible to pick apart. You just gotta throw wherever the most dots are and then jerk it down and just pray one gets it. There was a lot of hyacinth, like right here, and that's a lot. I got a lot of my bites off that type of stuff. But now the hyacinths have completely went back there. I'm still seeing a few. And they don't have real good eyesight. Honestly, for them to see it, you gotta like stop it over them and then just let it sit there and soak, and then finally they'll react on it. Come on. I think most of them are up shallow on the bank right now.
Trey McKinney made his debut on the Bassmaster Elite Series last year. It was more than just a debut. It was something magnificent. Second event of the year. Start out with 2 events down in Texas. Did good at Toledo Bend. We go to Lake Fork. And this young man, just a few weeks after his 19th birthday, knocks out the win there. Not just a win there, Ronnie. Look at that weight, 130 pounds and 15 ounces.
Yeah, honestly, the last 30 minutes of this tournament, Tommy, we were saying it's possible. An 8-pounder, he could cull a pound and a half and break the all-time weight record. When you get within one normal cull of the all-time weight record, Tommy, something special has gone on, and that is incredible.
Champion in history, Trey McKinney.
Youngest ever to win on the Elite Series, as you heard Dave Mercer say right there, and went on to lead the Angler of the Year race pretty much more often than not for the next few events, getting all the way up to Smith Lake. Had a little trouble there. Wound up, though, with the Rookie of the Year title. But Tyler Rivette, the man who won here with the Elite Series back in 2023, is the man on top of our leaderboard right now, just under 10 pounds. How astonishing it would be to notch 2 wins in a row for an Elite Series angler on Lake Okeechobee. But there it is right there. John Cruz, also picked by a few people to do very well down here. We got plenty more on the way, and we will be right back.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Bassmaster Elite at Lake Okeechobee. Tyler Rivette, our winner from the last time the Elites visited here with 9 pounds and 8 ounces. He's our leader here today to get started here. So how about that for a turn of events right off the bat? But we got a long way to go. These anglers have got 7 more hours of fishing, a little less than 7 more hours fishing time left on this day. And I'm sure we are going to see a lot of folks expecting some big ones to pull up. And there'll be a lot of good anglers waiting on them. Among those, Brandon Cobb finished 3rd place back there in 2023. Brandon, in his 7th year with the Bassmaster Elite Series, started out with 2 victories as a rookie. Getting his rig going here. A lot of anglers want to try something a little deeper as they come here. These shallower community holes are got some big crowds.
That's one of my go-tos, Tommy, right there. That rig right there. That's what I'm usually using. I grew up using those mans, black plastics, and wacky rig, and now you see his rig there, and I'm doing it with Cinco's now. Love it.
I actually don't know if that's what it's called.
Sometimes that's the ticket.
It works.
Saw a little bit of that up at the St. John's last week as well, as you would well imagine.
God, I need to not throw this one for a minute more.
So let's go now. That was a couple of minutes ago. Now we're live with Brandon Cobb.
Not very big, but I got me one. We scored. He was not coming off either. He's a little bitty, but we gotta keep her. He is a 1 pound 8 ouncer, pound and a halfer. Number 1.
For Brandon Cobb out to Drew Cook. There's a different shot. That's our Lowrance bird's eye view. We'll be utilizing that a lot during the course of this day. It kind of clues you into the vastness of this place. This is one of these few lakes in North America where you can't see the other side.
Yeah, and you can sit there, Tommy, in the same spot all day long, and there'll be a small window of time where magic can happen. Like Brandon Cobb in 2023, sitting in a general spot, boom, in an hour catches 32 pounds. And he even said when he was in here for Clark's Hill earlier this year to help with commentary, he said, I could have probably caught 40 if I fished a little faster. You sometimes have to slow down in Florida, but when they roll into your area, when those packs of big ones roll through, you got to go. And sometimes he said, I could have probably caught 40 pounds right then. But you try to save fish, Peter. You try to make them last for multiple days, but sometimes those fish never show back up, or you don't know when they will. You got to catch them when they do show up, and maybe you have one of those historic days instead of just try to be consistent and play the smart game.
And you can leave them biting like they're going to do at the end of the day. You got to leave at some point, and you may be tempted to go back to that spot, or you most likely are going to go back to that spot. But sometimes they move like these. The fish are going to move out of there, and you're going to go there and get a 0, and then you have to kind of refigure it out and reconvene at another location.
Flipping around, trying to catch some of them females. We're going to do a lot of flipping today, and frogging. Maybe mix in some swim jig and chatterbait and stuff like that. But mostly going to be big line, short string stuff. I think if we can, I'm honestly surprised that the 2 bass that I caught were that small. Typically when you get bit doing this stuff, it's big. And that's what we're after today. We're after bigs. So we're gonna keep plinking around. There's bass around us. Seen one nice one get caught. Seen another nice one lost. So just waiting on the bite. I got a couple on bed. Got one on bed up here. We'll go see if we can't find it. Maybe this one's got a big old female with it now, but I'm hoping it's going to be the best day yet.
Drew Cook, one of the best bed fishermen. We saw that about 3 years ago on the Santee Cooper Lakes. Got himself a century belt up there with 105 pounds over a magical week there, to be sure. Looking for something like that to show up here at Okeechobee. Over to Caleb Sumrall from New Iberia, Louisiana.
Another little guy. Another 1.25 pounds.
Caleb made the cut last week at Palatka, 44th place. Had a rough go of it back in 23 here, so he's looking for a big upgrade this time around.
Yep. A little bit better.
A little upgrade there. Interesting dynamic, guys out in the open. It seems like the open ocean, I should say. And then you're fishing in that tight canal, and you've got, dogs and cats and people and landscapers and mowing and people drinking their coffee. What are you doing out here? Oh, just fishing the Bassmaster Elite. No big deal. Don't worry.
Don't tell me anything.
I don't want to hear anything. Earmuffs.
We'll save it for a big one. I ain't gonna leave you hanging.
Caleb going to be fishing Classic here in about less than 3 weeks. Lake Ray Roberts, Fort Worth, Texas. As will this young man, Trey McKinney, last year's Rookie of the Year.
Not a bad life, huh? 19 years old, setting records. Man, when I was 19, I can't imagine doing something like to this level.
It's actually a giant.
Always got a giant on sale.
Yep,
there we go.
giant.
His trajectory is looking good.
That's a big one. Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's a big one, boys. It's a big one. It's a big one, boys. Come on. There we go. Oh, okay. Now we're off to a start. He got a lot better than what I thought he did. Yes, sir. That is an Okeechobee good one. Not a giant, but I'll take it any day. Come on. Come on, boys. 4-pounder. Blue. That's what we come in here for. Let's go.
Well, that one looked all of 4 pounds to me.
It sure did.
My goodness. Nice one there for Trey McKinney. And he didn't have a fun time last week. He's looking to turn things around, and that's a good step in the right direction.
Incher. I love a jerk bait. On my favorite rod. It's actually the rod we caught him on at Fort. 6'8", medium, legend tournament. Money.
2 more to a limit, and one good one in the boat amongst them for Trey McKinney. Look at that bed right there. And that is not far from, that's in a kind of precarious place because Drew Cook is somewhere in the neighborhood of that one right there.
That means he is well aware that it exists, Tommy. No doubt about it.
I think he mentioned he's got a couple on bed, and that might be one of them.
He's got a sixth sense for knowing exactly where beds are if they're within the proximity of him.
He is supernatural at it. We'll be with him all day. Ditto Trey McKinney, who's now pulled himself up into 5th place as it stands right now behind Cody Huff, John Cruz, Greg DePalma, looking to do well down here, and Tyler Rivette, a defending champion from Okeechobee, still the man on top. Getting started and getting going, full steam.
Hey guys, this is Drew Cook. We're on the shores of Lake Okeechobee, and this week I hope to be using a 1 ounce weight with a dirty jigs, double Drewski punch skirt, black and blue, and a new Spro prototype crawl. Don't even have a name for it yet, but this is an awesome bait that me and Drew Benton have designed strictly for sight fishing really, but it works really good. Making this big profile, gonna be flipping this around, reed heads, flat reeds, round reeds, just looking for those big females that are on the bed and winch them in. Hopefully that's how it goes. It's definitely gonna have it on the deck. It's gonna be a player, gonna be pitching it around. If we can get some bites on this, it's gonna be a really fun week.
Bass Pro Shop's top lures with Drew Cook, North Florida guy, Tallahassee, Seminole, all those places up there. We are down in South Florida for this one though. One of the biggest lakes in America, second biggest lake entirely within the American boundaries. Lake Okeechobee, our live coverage, sponsored by Yamaha. We appreciate that. We're going to get some breathtaking views and an idea of the vastness of this place. And down there in the middle, that's Drew Cook, right in the center of your screen right there. We're focusing on him and
I think I see
six
him.
other anglers. I think that might be him.
I see him.
I'm just trusting. I'm taking that on faith that was Drew, but here he is for sure.
God, he had it. Get it again. Oh no, that one's 12 inches. Oh yeah. Bass. Right flavor, wrong size. And another half pounder. Working on a micro limit. But we're getting bit. And in Florida, when you get these, there's big ones around.
Another keeper in the box for Drew Cook. You talked about it, Tommy. He may say Georgia on his Elite Series name there where he's living currently, but he is a Floridian. As we're bringing in to the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, wanted to talk about a couple of the favorites that people have picked for their Rapala Bassmaster fantasy fishing team. Each bucket, there was pretty well distributed local favorites or anglers with great success here. It's hard to be consistent at Okeechobee. We've only had, this would be the 4th Elite Series event. There have been very few anglers who have fished all 4 of those Elite Series events. But Bucket A favorite, John Cox, great event, made the top 10 at the St. Johns River. A lot of people expect him to continue his Florida success this week. Tucker Smith, pretty much an easy pick for a lot of anglers just because, or a lot of fans, because of his success in the canals last year for the Bassmaster Open. Bucket C, it was really heavy for Scott Martin prior to his disqualification. So then the Drews took over as the 2 favorites. Drew Benton and Drew Cook both in Bucket C. Well distributed percentages there, but I think Benton beat out Cook for the highest percentage in Bucket C. And then Bucket D and E, Brandon Cobb got 3rd here last year. This does fit up with his style, even though he is a herring fisherman in the Carolinas. He has done well in the state of Florida. He does fish slow and patient, doesn't run around too much. I think he said to us, Tommy, a key to his success in the past in Florida is the less that you pull your trolling motor up during the day, the better you do. Normally it's good to go pick an area and stay there till you head to weigh in. He did that in 2023 and had a great event. And then Greg Hackney, other than a terrible St. Johns River event last week, which he has a great track record there, he has just as good a track record at Lake Okeechobee.
Oh, yeah. Very
Multiple
strong.
top 10s for him, and he would be one to consider very highly for your fantasy team, no matter what bucket's he in, but for sure Bucket E. So those were the fan votes, the fan favorites for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing this week.
No big surprises there. How many of those fan favorites in your lineup this week, Ronnie?
I think I went off a lot of the chalk.
Okay.
Just because the last time the lake was at this level for an elite event was when this lake had tons of vegetation everywhere.
Right.
It's just a different body of water.
Oh,
And the
yeah.
guys who did well in the Open last year, that was at 16 feet.
Yeah.
It's 13 3/4, 13. It's just a different body of water. So this week is truly a toss-up.
Trey McKinney, we saw him catch a good one. 4-pounder.
Oh my gosh.
A little bit ago. This could be fish number 4, keeper number 4. Looks like it will be if he can get
They're
it
all
in.
bass. All bass. They're just really smart.
That's patience. Taking that fish right to the bow of the boat. Every last crank. Nice.
Okay. Okay. He choked it. Gosh, that thing's ugly. I love you, but you're ugly. I guess it's not always prettiness that wins the contest.
Peter Miller's never heard that, Tommy. I've heard it a couple times.
Me too.
I love you, even though you're ugly.
Yeah.
So appreciate it.
He got it good, bro. We actually might be onto something. I think I found out what to do. Not a bad one. That dumb bump board, hopefully we don't need that. The other one's bigger. Green. 3-pounder. Golly.
Fifth fish. Fourth fish gets him over 10 pounds and into the top of the leaderboard.
Okay.
It's early.
It's early. This guy showed us last year he knows how to land in the right places, and he doesn't lose a lot of big fish. That was one of his
No matter if you agree or disagree
advantages.
with the antics of the fish
Right.
landing process,
No.
it works for him. It seems.
Yeah, it seems to.
Gonna hear a big fish story?
Yeah.
Greg De Palma, 8 pound, 11 ounces, one fish. He's up to third place now.
Okay.
He was 50th here 2 years ago. Just made the cut, last guy in.
A couple anglers talked about Drew Cook. Some other anglers talked about somebody's going to go off the beaten path, off the wall to try to win this event this week. And I'd be interested to see which area could produce it. You know.
You? Yeah? I don't get it. I thought you could catch like 15 pounds pretty easily. You know?
Everything this morning's like 14 inches.
Yeah, mine's like 1.5.
Yeah.
Every one I got.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll find out because I ain't got nowhere else to go.
Pink cherry.
I had more bites in here than anywhere.
Yeah, me too.
You know what?
Me too. Like I said, I seen some 3-pounders, so I don't know. You know they live here.
We're going to see a lot of that this week, boat-to-boat conversation, I think. They're going to be packed tightly in these.
And kind of
good
questioning
places.
what they're doing or what's the right thing, I think, as well, until we figure this completely out.
Lawrence, bird's eye view back over to Drew Cook in a bed-infested area, to be sure.
Bed bugs.
Yeah.
It looked like Trey McKinney's fish had a little
Well, we are working
rosy red tail. They're doing a little work on the beds there. Doing a little brushing.
Good sign.
Number 4 is number 4.
Yep. One away.
A little bigger there, out of the micro limit category for Drew Cook, so that's an upgrade. He's got all day to operate in this area, just full of beds, and he's a dangerous guy.
We talked about St. John's and the Florida limit, Tommy. We will see a lot of anglers show up to the weigh-in today with a Florida limit. 4 smaller 12 to 13-inch bass and a 6 or 7 pounder to anchor their bag. We will see that today. Whoever can catch multiple of those 6 is obviously going to be well prepared for the weekend.
Well, for the second year, the second event of the year has been pretty magic, at least so far, for Trey McKinney. He's our man on top with 10 pounds and 4 ounces and our defending champion in second place. How about that? Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite at Lake Okeechobee. Day 1 action of 4 days of fishing to find our champion at the second stop of the year for the Elite Series. First day's kind of hard for us. We can only cover 6 anglers all day long, and We have to do our best head scratching and figure out 6 to get in the boat with. We got 6 good ones, there's no doubt about that, but my goodness, rarely does it work out, and it has so far today. One of those 6 is the angler with the lead as we head into the 3rd hour of fishing here. Over 10 pounds, Trey McKinney in that canal and kind of getting the job done.
Yeah, with our Rookie of the Year from 2020, 4. We were with our Opens Angler of the Year in our AOY last week, Easton Fothergill and Chris Johnston to start the week.
Yeah.
So.
Biggin. I can feel his teeth, so he must be in the crushers. I just like that there's no boats. Come on, don't jump, don't jump, don't jump. Oh, shoot.
So patient, so calculated and precise, knowing what he's got there, and being a young guy like that, just he's got it really, he's put together very well. So impressive.
There we go. There we go. Right there, look at that. Bammed it. He got that thing.
A little wackaroo.
Yeah. Good way to fill out a limit.
Right, that's a good one. Yeah. So that puts us at. Yeah. Yeah, boy. 5. Let's see. Green. 3 pounder. Oh, what color was that? Yellow.
His fish always look about a pound or 2 more than he says they are. Every time I see him grab a fish, I'm like, oh, that looks like 4 1/4.
Part of that is he's not a huge guy.
Okay.
Right, so that, you have that perspective.
Yeah.
It's
Bambusa. Oh yeah. Right there, I got my little bambusa rigged up on a Nico style. I was just sitting there shaking it forever. That thing was just like, boom.
Patience.
His friend was bigger. His friend was a lot bigger. Dropping the anchor on his head. Now all he has to do is eat it if he's a good boy. Always nose down on it. Oh my gosh. He had it. That's a giant. Golly.
Just like we talked about.
Oh gosh. Oh my goodness. That thing is huge. I got a little secret for him.
Those little spots there, as the fish begets more fish, begets more fish, he breaks out a little garlic spray of some sort.
Still sitting there.
Give him a little flavor saver.
interesting.
This is how you know scent works if I catch this fish. Oh my goodness. Imagine. No. No. Fish is big. Real big. He looked, oh, I was like, oh my gosh.
Every now and then you got to, change it up a little bit. You got a little wacky rig going there, and you're getting your bites, and then you see that big one. You're thinking, okay, you almost bit it, but what's it going to take? Let me give it a little garlic.
Yeah, I don't know if it could be crawdad, it could be shad, it could be garlic, but if you have that black bang can in your boat, you know that you've been around an OG fisherman or you are an OG fisherman, because that can, you could have bought that in 1988 and it's still good today.
And you spray it on the one side of your boat where
Absolutely.
it just always goes to the one side. Some people spray it on a reg. I had a buddy that just sprayed it on the one side of his boat. It was just garlic town. Every time I got on his boat, I'm like, what are we having today? Italian subs? He said, nope, we got the garlic. That stuff does not come off, boy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, guys.
Ooh.
Come on.
It might be an Italian bass right there having
It
a
could
little.
be. Very, very well could be. Or
snowbirds.
Sicilian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you might stay here all day.
See, that's the nice of bass.
Hey, that's good taste for the fish.
Got a trick on. Dude, she's stripping. Oh gosh. Talk about a fish that never gives up. I should put it on my shorter spinning rod. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on. Oh, no. Don't get in the troll water. Don't get in the troll water. Ah, son, let's go. Right there, son. 6-inch bambusa. Right there. Let's get it. So I'm tricking them today. They're definitely not wanting to buy it, but literally every cast I haven't moved it off foot. Oh yeah.
Doesn't look like the deepest area, Tommy, based on his graph readout, but it's a little deeper than where everyone else is fishing.
Right, exactly.
He could have a group that's not going to move too much. They may stay still.
He said, if I catch this fish, it proves that scent works. So there, your scientific experiment is over. Proof with one experiment at least.
And the more scent he uses, the more scents he'll have later in his check, right?
We'll
Tommy?
see. Yes,
Dang.
that's right.
Enter that as another 3-pounder. He's got 16.6, maybe closer to 20 than 16.6.
Oh my gosh, what a start for Trey McKinney. Of course, he was looking for a good start here. Had a tough week last week, but his goal is to get where he almost got last year. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, ran into a little trouble, but he got Rookie of the Year instead.
You know, I would say anything with Angler of the Year is something that I cherish, because when you have AOI, Angler of the Year, that means you were the most consistent angler out there, or in your group, in your class. So to me, that's the thing with bass fishing, is it's not so much, I would never say get lucky. Like, there's always something, that's a bad word to use sometimes, but I will say, it's like when you say Angler of the Year, it's that man fished 9 tournaments or 6 tournaments, and he was the highest finishing over average. So to me, if anything that I would cherish the most, it would probably be any kind of Angler of the Year or Rookie of the Year. 3-pounder. Golly. God.
Back to magnificent Lake Okeechobee, just a bucket list place for bass anglers from around the world. We're here for the Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite, second stop out of 9 events this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series schedule, the top level of competition in this country. And we got 104 anglers out there working hard. There's a look at the 6 that we're in the boat with all day long and how they are distributed around this 734 square miles, this vast fishery. But one of them, more so than all the rest, has been on fire, especially for the last hour. That's last year's Rookie of the Year, Trey McKinney, getting a scent as part of the equation here. Called a shot.
Drag. Okay, I can't really see them. Like that one on the jerkbait that I actually caught, the 3-pounder, never saw it. The other one was falling. I was snap, snap, snap. And then one come from up the bottom. Literally, I could not even see it. And it went, doop. I don't know how big it is. Actually, it feels mighty large. I think it is mighty large. It is mighty large. Oh my goodness, how big is it? The head shakes feel huge. Oh my gosh. I haven't stopped her. The head shakes are too violent. I don't know what it is. If it's a bass, it's like a 7-pounder. Like actually a 7-pounder. It is a bass. It's not a 7-pounder though. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, never mind. I thought it's a lot bigger. What is going on, guys? Practice was terrible. I found this one spot. It's not even a spot, it's like a little area. Oh my goodness, look at her just stripping. Never stops. Look at that. Never stop pulling drag. How many fish are here that I can't see? Obviously, I'll get them out. Oh gosh, another 4-pounder. These fish are the meanest fish I've ever seen. They gotta fight for a living here. Come on, dude. Whew, come on, I wish I could just transport him in the boat. Come on. Gosh, about to just say get in the boat already. Oh, I can feel the crushers. I think. Look at that. Oh, come here. Oh, no, come here. Okay, we're good. Sorry about that, fish. I apologize for my rough hands. Come on, y'all. That's another big one. Dude. What's going on? We're just like casting and they're like, ah.
That's a 5. That's gotta be a 5.
Maybe. Okay, we got, well, I guess we're leaving here. Actually, I'm gonna catch one more.
I mean, he's decently over 20 pounds. You're not leaving an area on Okeechobee on day one unless you have over 20 pounds there. So yes.
Appropriate. He turned 20 years old on Tuesday, Ronnie.
I'm not lying. I thought
20
this was
on
gonna be
Tuesday.
like solid fish. I'm not lying. Hang on, let me make sure. Just in case, because it don't feel right. Okay. There's 19 and some change. Dude, come on. Let's go. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that music means something, Peter. It's going to be our power pole replay of the day, right?
It sure is. That is a good one.
Take it away, Peter.
Well, we've got Trey McKinney. He's doing that garlic spray, and he's got that wacky red worm, being really patient, and he seems to just be stacking and packing these nice-sized bass. They look really thick. They're solid. From 3 to 5 pounds. Seems like every other cast. Look at that one. When you can hold a bass like that and it folds over, you know you got a nice one. That's a 5-pounder right there. Not many fish out. Boof. That's what you want.
We're going to see if he's able to manage this spot, Tommy.
Yeah.
There are a couple areas on Okeechobee right now like this where it's kind of in the middle of it, a little in the deepest part of it. There's groups of fish hanging out, and you can get right in a hurry.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's a great early limit there for Trey McKinney, and now upgrading on that. I mean, we are seeing it going down out here. But you're right, and all of these community holes have got spots where the big ones can pull up and you get your work done in 20 minutes.
Absolutely, and with no one else being around Trey McKinney right now, one more fish for him, and he gets to that 21, 22-pound mark at least. It could be a time to move on and expand your deal, especially if no one sees you in there.
You don't try to catch everything you can out of one spot, Peter?
Well, Tommy, I tell you, it's important for everyone to realize that. Ronnie mentioned earlier, it's the fact that you can go to a spot and you can crush it with your power poles down and you can be done. And other guys are going to travel the entire circumference of the lake, 750 miles, and maybe see a couple pounders. So he's doing the right thing. He's using the right rig. He's found a little technique and a great spot.
All right, we got Peter Miller in the seat today. Where's Davey Height? Well, we're going to show you right now. Davey is on location. Let's get out on Lake Okeechobee and visit with our colleague, Davey Height. There he is. Hey, Davey. Looked like good weather down there. Davey, in advance of this tournament, everybody was saying, okay, is it going to be the community holes or is it going to be somebody doing something different as what happened in 23? It's the latter so far today.
Yeah, it really is, Tommy. And, we've been to Lake Okeechobee many times. We talked last week about being on the St. Johns River, how we've been there in the elites like 10 times, but every year it fishes differently. Well, this lake just looks differently, whether it fishes differently or not, and it usually does. But, man, Lake Okeechobee looks very different than it did just a few years ago.
Amongst those popular traditional community holes, as you look at the way things are laid out on the lake right now, which seems to be drawing the biggest number of anglers?
Well, the other side of the lake, I don't want to go into too much detail. It's a great question. Everybody wants to know that, but it being the first morning, but not here where we're launching from. A lot of the anglers seem to be on the other side of the lake, the majority of them this morning. But, hey, it's always that way. Sometimes we launch in Clewiston and everyone runs up north, and then sometimes when we launch here in Okeechobee, people seem to want to go down to the other end of the lake. I think it's just you always think go farther away, you're going to catch those bigger fish. But we'll see how things shake out. The great thing is we've got really good weather, calm conditions. Water quality, water clarity is always a big issue here, even more so this week than other times. So we'll see. It's real important to try to find a little cleaner water, and that's where those fish seem to be, the bigger ones especially.
Davey, obviously the lake is falling a couple inches every other day or so, and they're getting it to a great water level overall. But like we know, we want that vegetation, we want that water clarity. For somebody like Trey McKinney to find an area that no one else is in right now, at what point do you lay off? We talked about Brandon Cobb catching 32 pounds, and if he would have fished it harder in 2023, he could have caught 40. That's a different deal because that is a known, shallow community area. This is a little back-end deal by himself. Is it time for him to start saving?
Yeah, that's a great question, Ronnie, and different anglers have different ideas when it comes to that. Here's one thing I think I know, or at least would affect me if I were Trey McKinney right now. It's very unusual for him to have a bad tournament since he's been fishing Bassmaster, especially like last year. He was in the running for Angler of the Year and Rookie of the Year all season long. Very seldom has a bad tournament. But for Trey McKinney, last week was not a good tournament for him. So I would guess he's probably leaning on him a little more this today just because he didn't have a very good tournament last week. And then when he comes in and you see what the weights are, then you can really adjust on day 2, 3, and 4 and see if you do need to kind of lay off of those fish, what it might take to win. It's It's always unknown here, though, at Lake Okeechobee, because if you look up and down the leaderboard, it always takes a lot to win, but some years, and this might be one of them, it might not take a whole lot to make that 50 cut.
All right, Davey, good stuff. Great to have you on location at Lake Okeechobee, second stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Let's move from South Carolina's Davey Height to South Carolina's Brandon Cobb.
Tommy, Davey said it might not take a lot to make the cut. It took 25-10 here in 2012 for 2 days. It took 28 even in 2017, and then it took almost 30, 29-12, 2023 to make the cut. So it went from being about 13 pounds a day to almost 15 a day. Wow. Probably going to be more in that
on the hatchery
12 to 13 range, probably.
He might be 12 as well. A 12 incher is a really little bass. Oh yeah.
They got the length here. They got the length.
Never know. Might catch 2 7-pounders, and I'll be glad to have these little boogers.
Right. Just like that too.
Yeah. $14 ounces.
Brandon Cobb of South Carolina, been a top-tier guy out here. Pretty much, well, yes, the first year he came out here, he won 2 events. You can't do much better than that. Interesting part of his history. You know, we all have our role models, people who inspired us. Brandon Cobb's, well, his role model was fellow South Carolinian Davey Height.
So growing up, I obviously always wanted to be a professional fisherman, like from the time I was like 7 years old. And Davey Height was, at the time I was growing up, he was the top professional fisherman. And it was coincidental that he lives near me, you know, near my hometown. He lives in 96, I live in Greenwood. And 96 middle school or high school at the time did a drawing to fish with Davey Height. And I entered it just thinking, you know, or I think my mom actually entered me, thinking, you know, nothing would come of it. And sure enough, when I was 12 years old, I got to fish with Davey Height, who was one of my idols in the fishing world and still look up to a lot. He was one of the top pros to ever do it, and pretty cool to get to in the boat with him when I was 12 years old.
Champion Power Equipment, Bassmaster Elite. This is stop number 2. We got a 2-week vacation down here in Florida. A working vacation, to be sure, for these 104 anglers who are out there working so hard to get those points. I mean, the first tournament of the year is every bit as important as the second or the last when it comes right down to it. Your performance over the space of a year against the best in the business is what defines you. It's what keeps you going. And right now we're looking at the one going harder than anyone else. Early on, into the third, well, more than halfway through with the 3rd hour of fishing on this day, and that's second-year angler Trey McKinney. Got the lead, we figure, about 20 pounds.
Yeah, he says now, confessing that it's 19 and change, which I would probably say it's 21, maybe.
Yeah.
20 to 21. He doesn't have an overall giant, but has a lot of real solid fish.
The 3-pounders he put in look like healthy 3-pounders.
Oh my gosh, guys. Big rod, big glide bait. Get in the boat. There we go. Was that fun? That's what I live for, son. 7-11, big rod. I think it might Cole. You just like. It just crushed it.
I'll eat that.
Thank you very much. Great. Now we gotta leave. Great. 3.5. Pulling those already? Yeah.
Getting rid of a 3-pounder with that one right there, so you figure it's between 4 and 5, I would say. That'll be a decent upgrade, but man, you're get up over 20 pounds. What a pace. Can he keep that up all day? He's a man on the move, that's for sure.
Golly, that's a good one to throw back, Tom.
Okay, that was
Started.
my best
I mean,
bobcat.
I'd say if you started slow, we didn't see
was
much from
freaking
the first
awesome.
hour of the day, Tommy.
Yeah,
but
that's
I
true.
mean, you know,
Couple of small ones.
I'll sacrifice one bad hour, Tommy, for the rest of the day being great.
But he has no idea the guys fishing for bedding bass could have 2 6s, have 25 pounds. He could end up, if that opens up on the lake, he could end up 20th place with 20 pounds.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe he's got to go scouting for other areas, is what I'm saying,
Yeah.
if he's going to leave this spot.
And he's not afraid to change it up, as we've seen, you know?
Yeah. That's a big glide bait. Got that last one.
You just do not want to get caught up catching fish to the extent where you're burning yourself in future day, you know.
Right.
No one's ever won an Elite Series event in day one. No one has ever won. You
That's
know.
why I just boat flip them.
Made pretty good headway on day one.
Yeah, but
Okay.
it's just
We gotta leave.
15 more fish.
They're
Yeah,
not any
there
bigger
we go.
than-
That's what you need to hear from. We don't want to see that Tommy him leave, but that's, I mean.
'Cause I got 20 pounds, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you got to.
And Such, yes, you could think as an angler, we hyperbole and say there might be 20, 25, 20-pound bags. Historically,
Balance beam.
we've seen 30 to
Identical
40
twins.
bags over
3/8.
20 pounds for 4 days. So it's about 10 or 12
Oh,
a
yeah, that had
day.
a fish. Oh,
The last time we were here, a lot of guys got limits. 99 of 104 on day one, then 103. The fish size went up to 3 ounces average.
Yeah. And if you do your homework, you know, if you're Trey right now, I am guaranteed to be top 15. It's hard pressed that it's this good out on the lake everywhere else, and he knows that. Especially if you fished out in the lake during practice and knew how tough
big
it was.
mad. It's gonna be fun having them on a balance beam. Going crazy. Okay. Good thing we balance beam them. Now you always switch them, just in case. Just so you know, in case your balance beam's bent or something. See, now I don't know. Okay, pure tie.
Going to reweigh them all to make sure everything's looking right in the live well. It should. He's been at work. It was, as you mentioned, Ronnie, it wasn't a super fast start today. Got a couple of smaller ones to get things going.
Yeah, and Tommy, the deal with the way the lake has been fishing the last couple of weeks, it has been so good. Like you said, we needed a cool down a little bit, but the storms that came through that pushed all of the dirty water in, and it really hasn't settled out, and they're looking for clear water. These canals have been the haven.
Yep.
Fish like this live in these canals. They didn't just swim from the lake the whole time. I mean, they do at times, but a lot of these fish are more resident. And when the lake is dirty and it's not as productive, the canals start to shine. Not because the fish left the lake. These are just biting fish grouped up. And for him to be able to have a spot like this,
Bammed it.
maybe there's more canals that'll produce, but you could be beside the right canal. You could be halfway down the canal and still be so far away from the leading pack of fish.
Very, very similar to last year's winning effort by Tyler Rivette. And there's your Mercury move of the day, an early move. On day number one, just look at that collection of 3s, 4s, 5s right there. Trey McKinney could not ask for a better result through the first 3 hours plus of fishing during the course of this day. And you're right, Ryan, he knows he's going to be top 15.
Yeah, you know that you're in a good spot. Now you start to wonder, and the mind starts thinking, how do I make this last 4 days, or what do I now know I should go do? Like if you saw 8 fish there, Peter, and you can't really save them, you got to catch all of them. It's like, I need to do this today, and hopefully I can figure out something the rest of today for tomorrow.
Yeah, you've got to revisit it the following day after catching those. And to be able to call and throw back a 3.5 pounder, that is a good way to start the day, boy. Not even 10 o'clock in the morning.
Caleb Summerall, small keeper from a scene that could be out of last week's tournament, one of those smaller dug residential canals that played pretty big in the St. John's effort, not in the winning effort, but in the overall fish catching scene there. the biggest river in Florida, and we're on the biggest lake in Florida right now. Florida and all the southeast. Trey McKinney, the man from Illinois, on top of everything right now. Wes Logan of Alabama, as he did last week, making some noise. Back in the top 10 again, Tyler Rivette, Greg DePalma. Greg DePalma with one fish, 8 pounds and 11 ounces. We have got it going on. We're moving on Okeechobee. Well, we're getting ready to get into our 4th hour of fishing here at the Bassmaster Elite Series Champion Power Equipment Elite from Lake Okeechobee. Okeechobee City in Florida is our home spot here. Live coverage sponsored by Yamaha on this day, and it is a beautiful day for pictures in this unique part of the country.
Tommy, before we get back out on the water, wanted to bring you into the studio real quick. The Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, talking about a couple of the new fantasy games that we have in store for 2025. The TH Marine Pick'em. We've got 7 matchups each week, and you get one of 2 options. If you do not know the 104 Elite Series pros in the field and when to pick them for your other fantasy teams, this is straightforward. This or that, this guy or that guy. And here's your 7 matchups. The 2 Brandons, Cobb versus Polinick, Gussie versus Gallant. That's 2 Canadians. You got 2 Alabama anglers, Swindle versus Jordan Lee. 2 Titans, Clash of the Titans. This was Scott Martin and Greg Hackney. We have replaced Scott Martin in the game with Jason Christie this week for this matchup. So Christie and Hackney. Swim baiters, Steve Kennedy, Chris Zaldane. You've got Scopin versus Hopin was a category, and that was Tucker Smith versus Bill Lowen. And then Matt Robertson and Seth Fighter, 2 roommates. Make your picks for TH Marine Pick'em before the event. Obviously, it's locked right now. 7 options, and at the end of the year, you can win the top prize. Now, when we think about the other fantasy game, we talked about Rapala earlier, TH Marine right there. This is the Drain the Lake, Falcon Rods Drain the Lake. You have 8 anglers per team, 10 tournaments. You have 9 elites and the classic, 80 total anglers. Once you use them, Tommy, once, you lose them for the rest of the year. So picking them on a victory is huge. I believe 1.3% of people picked Bill Lowen last week, so that was a huge win for them. Get double points there. Here's a couple of the guys I chose this week. Guys that are either good fishing in Florida, fishing in crowds, have a good track record of being consistent, and some guys who just know who possibly could be in the top 10. Guys like Greg Hackney that I picked. I think Matt Aries so consistent. Guys like Hanselman and Combs and Gross, pretty decent at fishing a little off the bank. So keep that in mind. Brad Watley, great in the state of Florida. Brian New has a win in this state as well. So there's your couple game modes that you can choose from. We've talked about Rapala earlier. You can do TH Marine Pick'em this year. You can also do Falcon Rods Drain the Lake.
Let's get back out. Also in a deeper water environment is Bill Lowen, our winner from last week at the St. Johns River.
Well, I mean, I guess it was a good morning because I got a lot of bites, but problem is I don't have any size. You know, every bite is like 1.5 pounds, 1.4 pounds. I didn't think by no means I could come in here and catch 20-something pounds. I thought I could catch 15. I don't want to say pretty easily, but at least I'd have thought I'd have caught a 3-pounder by now. It's just not happened yet. But it's early. We got a long day. So I ain't stressing out yet. I just thought it would be a little easier to get a bite here this morning, and it hadn't been. So, like I said, I got a little limit. Caught a lot of fish early this morning on a prop bait. Just the size was just really small. Kind of like last week, the deal in here for me in practice was swimming a jig, and I just haven't even had any really commit to the jig this morning. It's just really been kind of a weird morning. I thought it was going to be a great low light deal this morning. I thought they'd eat that swim jig, and it has not happened yet. So maybe something will change here. Sun gets up a little higher, but we're just going to keep at it. That's all we can do. Practice was tough for me, so I really ain't got much places to run off to. I got one little grass patch down the lake that's got some fish in it, but we'll see. If we have to go down there here in a little while, we'll take off and head that way, but right now we're going to keep trying to grind it out in here.
Bill Lowen, that win, his second win with the Elite Series, I think just as popular as his first win back a few years ago on Pickwick Lake. One of the original guys from the Bassmaster
Well, we're
League
moving
Series.
around a little bit. Catch them where it was dirty, and I just can't get a bite there. I mean, it's dirty. And it's dirty here too, but at least I got them, you know, pinned against the bank, in hopes that I got them pinned against the bank, but just gonna keep moving and until we get a bite, and then once we get a bite and kind of hopefully settle in, we're gonna give this about another, I don't know, hour, and then I got 1-2 other areas that maybe stayed clear. I hope so anyway. Not clear, but at least fishable. They're just, the first day of practice whenever I was down in this area, I mean, there was just boats everywhere and a lot of people fishing. It's like everybody out there. Like everybody else knew more than me, so.
Jason Christie, who mentioned Ronnie replaced Scott Martin, who is now out of the roster in this tournament.
Yes.
In the
T.H. Marine Pick'em game.
Pick'em game. Over to Caleb Summerall.
So we come to my main area here in Taylor's, and we got our 5. There's no size yet, typical Florida fashion. 5 for like 7 pounds. But I'm not having trouble getting bit. I got more bites than what I already thought I would. When I came here in practice, I wasn't getting many bites, but I was getting some decent bites, some good bites. So my plan is just to stick it out. Keep grinding, fish with whatever's in front of me real slow, and hopefully if I keep dobbing around, chunking and winding in between, just really all I'm doing is just fishing what's in front of me. I'm just junk fishing. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. And you know, I'm really not trying to run around today. I know there's big fish in here. I just got to figure out, you know, the time of day, if that's a deal, or if it's just grinding until you get a bite, you know. A
lot of our anglers echoing what Caleb talked about, trying to not run around a lot. A place this big, you get to running around a lot, your day can disappear out from under you very quickly. Trey McKinney has been set down in a spot that has been very, very productive for him during the course of this day.
Yeah, I bet people did not expect to see this type of fishing when you come to Lake Okeechobee, but Tommy, the lack of vegetation on the main lake has caused what we're seeing right now.
Absolutely. We'll talk more about that during the course of the day. Got more fishing coming up.
Last year was unbelievable time. It was awesome. It had lots of ups and downs, and a dream come true. Ended just out of the top 10. So I was like, you know, this is good confidence booster. You know, the first tournament that I was going in against all these big name pros and people that I had looked up to, being able to place against those, it really gave me a confidence to strive harder and go harder. And that's when it kind of started to click. And at Fort, for example, that was an unbelievable tournament. Hopefully I can experience that again, but I'll tell you what, that's something I'm gonna keep with me for the rest of my life. It's just how, like, you know, you get it, you feel it in your, like, inside of you. It's weird, like, you do stuff or you make a cast that you'd never make, and then all of a sudden it starts working out, or you want to move over here, and I didn't even catch one over there in practice, and you go catch a 7-pounder. But last year overall was a great experience. I got to experience a lot of different waters, from New York to Texas, and even Florida. Hopefully you guys can tag along, see what happens, and hopefully we can catch a few.
Trey McKinney, average finish in 22nd place, plus a win thrown in. That spells a Rookie of the Year effort.
Average finish of 22nd, Tommy, and that was with a rules violation that caused him to finish 93rd in a tournament.
Added 10.
Would have been in the top 10.
I mean, yeah, he had one massive number there to deal with as well. There's our Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year standings as it stands right now. Evan Kung, one of our qualifiers in the TW Tackle Warehouse, EQs last year. In fact, this time last year, he was the leader in points early on in the year. Had a great tournament down at Okeechobee, backed it up with a good one at Lake Ouachita. Tucker Smith, second place right there in our Rookie of the Year standings. Surprising nobody. Emil Wagner, Paul Marks, two guys from Georgia, hooking up third and fourth. Bo Browning, Blake Capps, Easton Fothergill, and Andrew Lowberg rounding up our top 8.
You might be wondering, why is there only 8 anglers? Well, 2 of our qualifiers, Dakota Eber and Cody Meyer, aren't classified as rookies. They have made over the money threshold in their career. So they're first-year guys, not rookies.
But
And the other rookies thank them for that.
Paul Marks and Tucker Smith in our top 20 right now. Matty Wong just caught a couple of fish, moved up to second place with about 16 pounds. He's got our Phoenix Boats Big Bass 811 right now.
Are you just saying that because I picked him last week, Such, and he got
No,
last?
De Palma's got the 811. Wong has a 7-4.
Okay, good.
Jacob Fouts,
rubbing it in,
whose 12-event streak of making the cut ended last week, he's got a 6-pounder, but he's only on 1 fish right now. Trey McKinney has 4 of the top 10 largest fish caught today.
You have been saving these stats, Such.
I got
you're
a
letting
sweet stats,
a moment to
Such,
break in with you guys going
Such
and
is
going.
letting the stats spew now.
Who let the stats out?
All right.
Numerology. What were you guys talking about last Redfish Cup?
There's been a lot that's happened in the world of fishing since the Redfish Cup. Such. I erased everything.
Chatterbaits. There was a chatterbait bite.
There was.
I do remember
Okay,
that.
Wong moved up. He had the 7-4, 2 1-pounders, and a 7-0. 16 pounds, 4 ounces on Bass Track.
I think he's rubbing it in now that I picked him last week when Matty got last, and now, thank you.
Didn't pick him again?
No, it's one and done. Drain the lake. It's one and done.
Drain the lake.
That is interesting. Two of our top 10 are sitting on 1 fish. I mean, that's phenomenal.
Yeah.
8 plus pounds for those two. 8-11 and 8 what?
7-4 for Matty Wong. Yeah.
Oof.
They better get to work on a Florida limit.
Yeah, honestly. We saw a lot of big fish show up last week at the St. Johns River, and then the opposite end of it, there were guys competing neck and neck with guys who were catching giants and then really small ones. There was guys like Jay Shakir who were just right in the middle, or Shane LaHue, I should say, that were just consistent, and finally got their big bite and almost won the tournament.
Yeah, Shane LaHue just 4 ounces short, I guess. No, excuse me, Jay Shakir 4 ounces short. One ounce
Shane
back
was
of him.
way back, 5 ounces short.
Yeah, that's right.
I truly thought when I saw what Jay and Shane weighed in, I truly thought Lowen messed up and didn't get his limit and lost
Yeah,
the
you
tournament.
can't fish on that side of it.
He started with the 5-pound lead. That was the key thing.
5 over John Garrett, who had a 4-pound lead over Jay Shakir. So he had a 9-pound lead on Jay and only won by 4. It was very close. But that's why you work so hard to get the lead.
Right.
And when you have the chance to pour it on, you do. So that if you need it later, you lean on it, you know.
Our final Bass Track had Lowen with 4 for 9.5. He was a pound shy. Shakir 6 ounces back, 18.4. He had another pound or so. And LaHue 18.11. He had 20 pounds.
Yeah, I reminded Such on Tuesday, Tommy, that everyone says Bass Track's so far off. Everybody was about a pound light, but the standings were exactly.
The relationships were the same.
First, second, third. We had the order correct.
Yeah.
They're all just a little bit low. And if they're all low the same amount, Tommy, then it's status quo. We had 3 within a pound. That's what we ended up with.
Still, I didn't think Lowen was going to pull it off.
No, I didn't either.
At the weigh-in, which was...
He laughed and was like, wow, I got to put this one in here with the fish for a 1-pounder. That's the fish that
Davey
gave
Hyde. Remember Davey Hyde saying that could be the fish that wins it.
Absolutely.
Well, the 6'11" helps.
Yeah. Yeah, wasn't he leading by like 6 to 8 pounds on one of the days?
Yes.
Yeah, something like that.
He had 20 or so on day 1, and then 24, and then 18.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of pressure when you're in the lead like that to hold it down for that many days. Some people overthink it. The fish move, and you just have to be resilient, and you've got to, believe in yourself, and you got to believe in every single cast that you throw. And as soon as you don't, you got to make a change. I mean, is Trey listening to me right now?
You got to make a change.
Make a change.
We see that in Florida often, Tommy. We had Tyler Rivette didn't have the best of days to win at Okeechobee last time we were here.
Right.
He caught that one big one early that carried him the rest of the day. No one really made a move after that. Everyone was kind of surprised that no one made a move. And then in 2017, Timmy Horton winning here, he had like 11 pounds the final day, and everybody almost caught him. So it's one of those deals, like we said, day ones are important. You can't win the tournament on day one, but if you have one of those 30-pound days, you can protect it.
So valuable.
You can't ride it to victory, but you can protect it the next 3 days.
It's a security blanket of sorts,
Makes it so hard to leave them biting on a day like today.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to find her.
You just have to imagine if there's a spot right here so small where there's 8 to 10 good fish congregated, and you've got a 4-mile-long canal. There's got to be one more spot where maybe a group of fish, that's not.
Yeah.
Or there's going to be a good bank section and, those types of things.
Last year, Bernie Schultz had 2 8-pounders on day one, led with 28-11. He ended up 34th because day 2, half of that, a third of that almost, a little over 10 pounds. Day 3, only 3 fish.
He was a different scenario because he was around everyone else in the tournament, but yes.
His area was so pressured, and then he finally abandoned it.
Well, it's so many Okeechobee stories through the year that involve catching 5 good ones and then coming back same spot the next day, and you can't manage one. You can hardly manage one.
That was some dock talk this week. He may have 30 pounds one day. He may come back and not find any more left.
Oh, my
God.
God.
They've moved on.
Look at that cadence of that lure he's throwing. Bop, 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 bop. It's very, very erratic, and it's easy to just be cranking it in and just kind of rolling it in. But man, when you start finessing it and doing those little bumps and those stops and those pauses, and I mean those bites are just spectacular. And sometimes that's what it takes.
And Rick Clunn in the studio last week, and he was watching very carefully. He's a big jerkbait guy, big fan of the jerkbait. He was just making notes on cadences, stops and starts, and so forth like that.
And Bill talked about his cadence with a swim jig. We talk about how popular the Alabama shake has been, especially when you've got a short amount of shoreline. If you're in a real flat area, your strike zone's really wide. Yeah. When you're fishing a deep creek like he is, you've got such a small window. People tend to shake it to get action and keep it in that small window as long as you can. Bill said, I had to slow wind my swim jig, and I had, the Ultra Vibe speed crawl or super speed crawl with the big flappers on there to not only weigh it down and slow it down, but also allow me to fish it slower and keep it in the zone.
Let's go break.
Even with a swim jig, it's just slight.
We'll get back at it here soon, I think.
Different than conventional wisdom. And this week he might have to shake it. It might not be a wind.
As a kid, you learn a lot about how these bass feed from fishing canals, not having a boat, not having any money to have a boat, and fishing canals and banks and culverts, and you watch the slower movements and the twitching and how they start honing in on it, and they look at it, and normally had you not seen that, you would just crank it right through or do something different, and you watch them, and sometimes it's a minute, it's 2 minutes, and your glasses are fogging up, and you're waiting, and they start plowing down on it, and all of a sudden that vacuum comes, they suck it up, you're like, oh my gosh. It took a long time to learn those little things about how they feed, but obviously these guys have it down, and that's why they're here.
Well, happy to spend time with Bill Lowen today. He certainly delighted the bass fishing world with his second Elite Series victory on the St. Johns River, not fishing upstream toward Lake George, but choosing instead found a deep creek downstream from Palatka, not too far from Palatka. Really sort of figured out the tide schedule there. Knew when he was going to get bit with big ones.
The farther south you go, the farther up river you go at the St. Johns River, the less that the tide matters, and a lot of his nearest competitors weren't even worried about tide. It wasn't really fluctuating in their area much, but for him, Tommy, it was so crucial. And on that final day, you got 1 hour each day farther away from it, and his window was when he needed to be checking in.
Well, that puts him the man on top after one event, which means that as of right now, he is most definitely the top of the list for a progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. There he is, Bill Lowen, and just the exact order of finish after 4 days of fishing at the St. Johns River. That's our lineup of the top 10. Jay Shakurich, Shane LaHue, John Garrett, Corey Johnston, the defending champion.
Look at that top 10 from last week. That's a who's who, not only longevity-wise, it's also the best of the best young anglers, and then you've got the best Florida guys consistently in there. Like, it was just, that was a great top 10 last week.
John Cox, big favorite coming down here, of course. Gerald Swindle, great tournament for him there. Patrick Walters, another one of the big favorites coming in here. I would think, Ronnie. We didn't make the top fan favorite, the list you threw up earlier, but
who didn't?
Patrick Walters.
Oh, Patrick Walters, yes.
But he's got to be considered.
Oh yeah, he was
huge.
high percentage as well in Bucket A. If John Cox wasn't in Bucket A, Patrick Walters would have been the favorite. But
yeah,
to see his track record on the St. John's, 6 elites, 5 top 10s. And he hasn't won there yet. It's like you're throwing right around the bullseye. You're going to hit the middle at some point.
Walters is tied for 10th right now with 7.5 pounds, 5 fish. Of course, he's probably got twice that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. As stated properly in the officially unofficial podcast about the sandbaggers. I think there was a consensus.
The TNZ podcast, I think, hit on that too.
Yeah, I think he made both of those shows for that reason.
He's admitted to me, yeah, I know I sandbag. I do it on purpose.
Oh, yeah. At this point, it's a fun game for him.
Yes, yes. Having fun with it.
They said, I've already gotten text this morning that Trey McKinney's on that edge of being a Patrick Walters sandbagger with, I got 16.
Oh,
nah,
you see that whole
it's
batch
actually
coming out of the water right
probably
there?
20.
I did have a bite on a frog up there.
In that billfish world, it's always like, yeah, I got a couple. We got a couple. They come in with 27 flags flying. You're like, ooh.
Oh, yeah.
You see Brandon Cobb fishing a new area. He's no longer along that narrow canal bank. He's changed his latitude.
Wind. We had rain, Tommy, on Monday. Wind as well,
Here
Monday
you're
and
talking
Tuesday.
about, yeah.
Yes, at Okeechobee. But the wind last night basically started to settle down today. Very low winds. There's just certain moments that it might come from it honestly just swirls at Okeechobee. If you just scroll it, all of a sudden it's coming from the north, east, south, and west at some point in the day. But none of the speeds are unfishable, basically.
Right, yeah. Plays in the hands of the...
With the low water, it may make some directions hard to navigate because you're like, I got to kind of go around this shallow area, but the wind's blowing me over here.
And also that wind is going to dictate a change in the barometric pressure as it's circling around because you're going from a cold fronts back to heating up. And then that's what we have this time of year down in Florida. And that's a big deal. You know, the barometric change, whether it's, high or low, usually gets them biting.
But will some waters clear up this week with lower winds?
That's your hope, or the winds that we get. If you're wanting to fish the west bank, you blow. The wind blows from the west. Maybe it clears and pushes some of the stuff out. But Tommy, you obviously know it pushes water out as well, and it gets a lot shallower in places.
We're going to work our way through the day here. We're getting closer and closer to the midway point of our day. And Trey McKinney, last year's Rookie of the Year, the man on top, Matty Wong, apparently has now gotten off the one fish situation. He's moved up into second place. He's got an 8-pounder plus in the boat as well. Wes Logan, Tyler Rivette, last year's 2023 champion, I should say, and all the rest. It's moving now. Things are changing. Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite. Lake Okeechobee, Florida is sponsored by Toyota. By Nitro Boats. By Dakota Lithium. And by Humminbird. Great to have you with us as we move through the day here. Pretty quickly, it's going by fast. A lot of our anglers have yet to get engaged with some big bass, but they have great expectations for this day. You would love to build a good weight to get this tournament started. Kind of help ensure that you're going to make the cut after tomorrow when we cut the field from 104 down to 50. Aw, doggone it. We've got friends down here on the bank as well.
I'll just say it looked like Trey McKinney might have hit something right there once he got clear of that boat.
Well, let's hope not.
It looked like he checked up for something.
Got a couple of hybrid dogs there. That looks like a little mix. They're cute little fellas.
Yeah, friendly looking fellas, aren't they?
Yeah. Who's a good boy?
Exactly half of our 102 anglers are on Bass Track with a fish. We do have 30 or so people without Bass Track today.
You're mine. I got a little trick for him.
He's got one scoped out. You can see him working off the point.
No, Tommy, this is the one time he's not scoping.
Yeah, well, that's right.
He's not scoping.
See, I got to watch my language, I guess.
Okay, power pull down.
That's a quick release.
Yeah, he's...
Eating all these little fry. It really was. That first one actually was not bad. Like he just pulled on it.
Trey McKinney, after putting 20 pounds plus in the boat, as you can see now, has changed, made a change to a different location. Gonna let those fish alone for a little bit.
Really only looking for 5+ pounders, Tommy.
Yeah.
It's, you know.
Losing my...
Almost to the point where that's the only thing's going to help.
Literally
We
bass
let him
jumping
upgrade.
everywhere.
It's going to be scary for other anglers who are around when they see Trey show up to an area after he's been gone all morning, and he's just throwing back 3-pounders when he catches them real quick.
That's
Doesn't
not
even
pretty
check
small.
them. They'll know.
I haven't seen one
That's a little disheartening. It'll make you rethink what you're doing, make you overthink what you're doing, so you really don't even want to see that. You've got to wear headphones, blinders, drive the boats.
Don't outthink yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Fun to slank him though.
But you can see it's like a feeding frenzy over there. You see bass jumping while he's already got
See,
the
that's
lure
not
in the
like
boat, and then you see birds picking off the surface, so you know there's a lot going on there. There's a lot of activity, fry, bait fish, yeah. That looks like a pretty hot spot right there.
I'm gonna catch him. Don't worry. You're mine. I got a little trick for him. They're just feeding on them little bitty fry. Look at them busting out even out there.
Tommy, how many fry do you think get eaten by their protector?
Birds diving on.
When you know what I'm saying, when you swim your bait through there and they come in aggressively attack, they gotta get some of their fry at the same time.
Yeah, maybe
You're pausing
60.
a jerk bait in them. I mean, yeah, like
yeah.
Kind of like those humpback whales eat in the Menhaden, or when they eat the bunker, and sometimes they eat a kayaker.
Saw that on TV.
Seen
yeah.
that? So they'll spit the kayaker out. So I'm thinking they're going to spit the fry out. Then this isn't right. You know, let me just eat the lure.
I've rushed to
Yeah.
protect.
Yeah,
I've
you
rushed to
really
protect
grabbed
my
it.
family and knocked my girls over at the same time doing that, Tommy. So it's the same thing. I'm just trying to protect you, Fry. Get out of the way.
George Costanza. Yeah, when he was playing, when he was at that birthday party and they had a fire, he pushed everyone down, knocked an old lady over with a walker, and ran out the front door.
Got me my hush
Some kids
frog.
over. That's not good. Not good technique.
What's weird was about the kayaker who got momentarily swallowed by the whale. His name was Jonah.
No.
Yes.
No, it wasn't. Suture.
That's what they said.
Suture.
He was in a bigger boat than a kayak.
Look at him walking that spook, walking that little puppy.
It's crazy they're that keyed in.
We used to whittle those things out of wood and paint them exactly
That real small bait.
the way we'd see them in the store, and it was incredible. Those things work so well.
We're gonna swim a jig around everything that way. Shallower the better, honestly. I have been getting quite a few bites, honestly. Really good.
I said whittle.
Sometimes
Not
you
little.
gotta flip to
We're
get
using
them.
a knife,
Sometimes you gotta
whittling
swim
wood.
jig. But these are the strongest cattails or whatever they are I've ever had in my life, though.
And the best move getting hung up on a cattail is working fast.
Fish here are putting a
Don't try to
hurting
slow
on that
roll it
little
past it. You got to just go fast once
Those
you hang on
clumps
it.
like that should be.
Oh.
Playing with me, little guys. Nothing better than just setting the hook. Feel like you break a rib. Let's see. Caught a couple fives doing this. We're right at it. It's so fun. They just come up and. I haven't thrown a swim jig in forever. Gosh, I gotta get a heavier weed guard. I gotta glue my weed guard. Make it stiffer. Can't be getting hung on everything. I don't have any super glue though. Yeah, fishy, 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 fishy. Gosh, we should get bit. It's gonna be fun.
Tommy, looks like he's hooked up. Not gonna help him.
Gosh, that's bad. I gotta quit setting the hook so hard. I clear them out of the water before they even got a chance.
Tommy, the weather is looking great. Even if you're not in a canal or off the beaten path out on the main lake, it looks good today as we're bringing it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. Going to take a look at the Deep Dive app. We talked about it last week at the St. Johns River, incorporating the tide charts along with wind in their new algorithm, being able to predict how strong or how weak the tide will be. No tides this week, Tommy, so the big deal at Lake Okeechobee is the weather and wind direction with a lot less outer edge cover like reed heads and cattails and things like that. That protection of those bays, those really popular areas used to have a big outer wall of different things. Not the case anymore, so a lot more winds affect a lot more areas. This is looking back at this time on Tuesday, so second day of practice. You can see strong winds, and you look down here on the Deep Dive app, you can see 10:30 a.m. Tuesday, northwest winds 13 miles an hour, gusts in that 13 to 15 range, and you can see as you scroll time by time how much it changes or doesn't change. It was pretty sustained all day, it looks, and you can see by the really red shorelines is where it was really pounded by the wind. Now let's go to Wednesday. Wednesday midday during practice, you can see that wind comes from the northwest, and as I scroll throughout the day, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, the wind started to lighten up and started coming from the northeast and the east. Wednesday evening, though, like I said, final day of practice, as we're retying at the end of the day, strong east winds blew into these main areas of the west bank that a lot of the anglers will fish throughout today. Those are the community holes. I'll show you some mapping later and shows you how how quick it drops off over here on the east side, but how shallow it is on the west side. There's a lot more fishable water over here. Now we get to today, relatively no wind. It's kind of rotates from the west and the east. No real wind this morning. As we go throughout the day, a little bit more from the west, starts to get a little bit more from the north, and the next couple days we'll start to track how the weather's going. Friday, I think the wind will stay from the north almost all day, and it'll be in that 4 to 10, 4 to 11. So nothing crazy gusts-wise that could really ruin some areas, but we've saw Jason Christie down in South Bay. Today, wind's not going to affect him. If he goes back tomorrow, it will be blowing right into South Bay. And you can check all of that out. Accurate weather forecast, wind as well, the banks that'll be impacted on the Deep Dive app for Lake Okeechobee. Click the map. You can look back 2 days, and you can go multiple days in the future as well.
Pretty handy little tool right there.
Satellite imaging as well.
Yeah,
so we'll get into some mapping in a little bit about really some depth zones and some areas that are vastly different. We'll show you.
Trey McKinney hanging in there on top, still a healthy lead ahead of Matty Wong, who's got a giant. In his live well, Wes Logan moved up about an hour and a half ago into the top 10, hanging in there. Tyler Rivette, defending champ. Marks Canterbury, De Palma, Downey, Cruz, and Patrick Walters round out our top 10. Great to be here at the Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite at Lake Okeechobee. I want to say a big vote of thanks to our local host, the Okeechobee County Tourist Development Council. They do so much work to make this a friendly place for bass tournaments and, of course, for bass anglers from all over the world who descend on this place and have done so for 100 years. This is kind of where sport fishing for bass really got its big start here in South Florida. Getting close to the halfway point in our day here. Gone by very quickly. Great to have you with us here on Bassmaster Live. We got a lot more coming. Very important day here. Ronnie Moore, I'm Tommy Sanders. Great Peter Miller is joining us this week. Peter Miller, you know, from Bass to Build Fish, Uncharted Waters, the Sport Fishing Championships and all that, Peter, and you're a South Florida guy. So great to have you with us. We appreciate your perspective.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Yeah, this is an incredible fishery over here. Lake Okeechobee, it's like a world of its own. 750 miles of shoreline. It's a gigantic body of water. It's the lifeblood of South Florida, or Florida in general. And there's a lot of fish to be caught. And Ronnie mentioned earlier, you know, you could be in one place, put down the power poles and catch 5 fish, and you got to get out of there. You might have 20, 25 pounds and move on and go to a new spot and leave those fish for another day. And we have seen a little bit of that. There's been some big fish caught, and it's really exciting to watch these guys finesse, change it up, and adapt all into situations that's in front of them. You know, you got canals, you got wide open, you're fishing brush, you're fishing corners, you're fishing big weed mats. You're doing a little bit of everything, and it's really cool to see.
Yeah, and we're very lucky to have the leader on camera. You know, this is kind of crapshoot on day number 1.
Yeah.
We got to pick somebody, but someone is not in this field today who would have been someone we would have picked, and that is the ultimate local favorite. That's Scott Martin on Okeechobee this week. Scott Martin was disqualified for this tournament. He broke the no information rule. He self-reported, I believe it was yesterday, and the decision was made he would not get to fish this tournament. So one of the favorites is definitely out of the running on this day. He pretty much rewrote the record book for St. Croix Bassmaster Opens last year in the Open that we started the season off with.
Yeah, Tommy, it's not the best and easiest situation, obviously, for Scott or for B.A.S.S, but trying to uphold rules is something that organizations have to try to do these days. You have to try to do it by the book as best as you can. And so it's one of those deals where whether it was caught by a polygraph later in the week or later on, weeks down the road, whatever the case may be, or a self-reported violation, it is still a rules infraction, and the tournament crew had that tough task of figuring out what to do based on the situation. And so it's one of those deals, in theory, Peter, for lack of a better analogy, you can't just steal something from a shop and come back later and give it back because you realized you did something wrong and not get penalized for it. There's still probably penalties out there in the real world for it. And so in fishing, bad situation for the local hero to many, and the guy that we expected to be on camera, we expected to really teach us about the lake, and somebody who this lake means a whole lot to him. And so it is tragic that it happens this way, but it's one of those things where whether it's a guy who lives 1,000 miles away from here or a guy who lives 15 miles away from here, it's got to be the same. And whether it's been the same in the past or not, going forward, it's got to be the same.
And Peter, you talked to Scott, right?
Yeah, I talked to Scott the other day, and you know, we've been talking for many years. You know, doing TV shows and fishing up on Okeechobee. He's hosted me a few times, and you know, we're friendly. Our wives are friendly. Talking about going sail fishing together. He does a lot of sail fishing. I do a lot of bass fishing, but you know, in our own rights, he's the bass guy, I'm the sailfish guy. But we both combine our efforts. He's a class act. This is in his backyard. A lot of people, you know, really rooting for him because he is a class act, and this is kind of his home. This is his house. So, you know, to self-report, that's class right there. And you know, it's a shame, but it's something that had to be done. And we're going to move on. We're going to catch some fish, and we're going to have a good time. And he'll be back.
All right. You know, look now at a representation of all of our 104 anglers, how they are distributed around Lake Okeechobee, this massive lake, 700 plus square miles, but only 150 something miles of shoreline. You know, formerly, now a lot of guys would say through the years, well, we also use these reed lines as part of the shoreline too, which makes it a lot more.
Makes the
There's
middle
less of that
yes,
now. There's
absolutely.
the bulrushes, the reeds, the tules, whatever you want to call them, cattails. There's just not as much because of high water situations through the past years. But there's some hope. It seems to be a little better now.
Yes, and the big deal, and I've talked to Scott about this with Lake Okeechobee, the water has been high for too long. That 16-foot mark that we've seen is, and I'll show that at the screen as well this week. It's been at that level for so long. It doesn't allow the sun penetration on emergent grass, you know, the grass that we want in the lake, so it doesn't thrive or grow. Maybe it doesn't die, but it doesn't get better until that water drops down some. Pair that with spraying and all the other things, it has absolutely hurt the cover on this lake.
I saw it, and I turned to you, I was like, right there, and we only had 3 or 4 bites already. Like this stuff, we got a whole bunch more of it up here. It just looks right. But it's super shallow. A lot of times I just can't get to the stuff I want to fish. I know this or something right down here is going to hold the bite. I just don't know how big. That's the only thing I couldn't find. I know how to get bit on it. I just don't know how to catch a better size. Like right now, the only thing I got going is just get as many bites as possible, and I might catch a 5-pounder. So. Or a 7, an 8, a 9, a 10, a 12. I don't know, but it does look right. I just don't like that grass right there. I haven't caught jack around that. Nothing. That up there though looks good. Put on a 23 pitch prop today so I can get on pad. I don't have to idle as far. Because I mean, heck, you go into a place like this, you might have to idle 30 minutes to get out of it. All I know is I love when my ribs hurt.
What we're seeing on the right, of course, is highlights from Trey McKinney's morning today.
A spawner or something out here off one of these.
20.5
honestly,
pounds
I couldn't
at
tell
least.
Why they're out here or what they're doing, but.
2 anglers who finished in the 90s last week just jumped in the top 10. Corey Fujita, the limit of 12.5, and Blake Capps, our nation angler, 11 pounds and change.
Wow.
I love finding islands. I don't know why I love islands. Like fishing anywhere in the country, I like islands. You know, they just hold big ones.
Yeah, those islands sure are great ambush points.
The gar have been terrible. That's why in practice I couldn't shake off that many because gar, bass. Bass, gar. Like it was just terrible. And they actually thump it just like a bass, just thump, and start swimming off. Water clarity is about 3 inches, about right. They can't see it, they can feel it. I like dirty water though, because when I come by one, sometimes it's just a reaction, it just pounces on it. I probably won't fish into the stretches I've got bit in, honestly. I'm just gonna go try to find new stuff. Might have a better finish later on instead of just a one-day hoorah, then be out of it.
Hanging with the leader there, Trey McKinney. First half of the day, he has been the man on Lake Okeechobee, over 20 pounds. We think probably over 21 when you get right down to it. So we will stay with him. He has moved off his main spot where he caught the bulk, or actually all of his 5-fish limit, the weight that's in the box. So we'll be back to check on him and the others momentarily. The Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite at Lake Okeechobee is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Rolling up on the halfway point in this 8 hours of fishing for the full field of 104 fishing here. Massive Lake Okeechobee, another case of a giant body of water. But the concentration of anglers in specific smaller areas is a big reality here. Not every place is equal on this, as is true in so many giant. We go to Kentucky Lake, we go to Lake Ontario, it's the same way. You know, a lot of concentration in smaller places.
And I think that we get distracted oftentimes with the things that we see, whether we're looking at our electronics and we see fish and we just fish for the same fish for hours, or it's the actual visible cover. When you see a lot of anglers fishing Lake Okeechobee last year in the open time, you had all those anglers in the region. Scott Martin on the edge of them, because the water levels were so high, those reed clumps that have died off and broken off, instead of them being right at the surface of the water, they were 2 or 3 feet deeper. He's fishing off of them a little bit more and was able to catch those fish. Now that water level is 2.5 feet lower than it was, then a lot of that cover's coming into play that was deeper is now in the right zone. And it just doesn't look as good as it used to. It's not as green, it's not as plentiful. It doesn't protect those areas from getting dirty water inflow, and definitely not as good of a filter as it once was.
Yeah, finding clean water has been an issue for these guys from the minute they got on site here. They knew it would be. So it's
got a big fish from Scott Canterbury.
I saw that.
He jumped up to second place. He's got a 715. Got a 310 in there, a couple smalls.
Scott got off to a good start on the St. John's. It just couldn't sustain it through to the 4th day.
There have been an incredible amount of 9 plus pounders, 10 pounders, 11 pounders caught at Okeechobee over the last month. Whether it's the moon was right and the weather was warm.
Had a college event down here.
Yeah, whether it fell, that water level was at 16 to start the year. 15, high 15s, low 16s. And as it's fallen a few inches a week, there are going to be that 10-day window, Peter, where it comes into a perfect depth zone and it continues to drop out. And then those fish now have to probably take a day or two to change. It's now dropped out of 14.5 and I need to now go, and this next piece of cover is where I'm moving to. You may see a low weights or no weights, and then all of a sudden when they get repositioned back up, maybe it's Friday, maybe it's Sunday, you start to see big ones show up again. There have been huge ones this year.
And you combine that with, the cold fronts and the warming trends and how they set up. So they're moving, they're setting up, they're moving again, setting up. Some of them are, pre-spawn, post-spawn. So you might get a really long fish that's kind of thin, and the guy next to you might get one that's loaded, a female. It's a scent of a woman. I think that's the spray that Trey McKinney was using. Scent of a woman. He's
Just
looking
to catch
for the big
all
girls.
females?
Makes sense.
Ooh, There's a couple guys that have, 5 bass limits for 6 or 7 pounds, Tommy. They probably have scent of a man, I guess, because they're just catching a bunch of buck bass.
You're getting too deep into
That
this.
doesn't make any sense.
I mean, Peter,
I do like it. I do.
Peter opened that up.
Well, listen, we got to have fun, man. Fishing's about fun and catching big girls and leaving a scent.
Trey McKinney fishing fast. I mean, everybody talks, I got to fish slow this weekend. And Cole, that's what we watched Scott Martin do last year, fishing very, very slow. But right now, not the time to fish slow for Trey McKinney. He's kind of having fun now. He's done his work for the day.
I think some of that might be fish slow to catch your limit, fish fast
to find
when
something.
You're trying to find the next group that you're trying to key in on. You know, he sat there and chilled when he saw the activity, but now until, you know, he's going to move till he sees what he wants to see, maybe.
Yeah. Prospect.
But guys like Bill, who have a smaller limit, may still fish small until they get that first kicker.
That's a very astute observation.
Thank you. It's just a guess.
Someone's rolling up on Bill Lowen. I can hear him.
Yeah. The pressure is year-round here, right, Peter?
Oh, yeah. You can catch him year-round. I've caught him there in the heat of the summer. You're just baking, and then I've also caught him when it's cold. You know, you're wearing jackets and gloves and hats, and, you know, you're punching through those weed mats.
Normally, Tommy, we see prop bait catches at the St. John's, but we didn't see. We get to save them for here.
Yeah, we didn't see them at the St. John's, did we?
It would probably be a great week to throw them this week.
Yeah,
but we're south of there.
Not so much last week, no. That one might be some help for Bill Lowen.
I think Scott, a few years ago, talked about throwing a prop bait in the state of Florida. You always think that because it's a slow-moving, stationary topwater compared to others, that when you have a cold evening of 40s or low 50s, that's when you need to throw it. And he said it's oftentimes opposite. When there's a 60-degree evening, everybody wants to wake up and fish fast. He said that's when he gets the clue in.
Yeah, and on the St. John's, it's often an imitator of the pinfish, which is a big food source for those fish in that particular body of water. So.
Less about cadence and slowness, more about imitating actual bait fish there.
Yeah. We are just about on at the midpoint of our fishing day here. It goes by very, very quickly. Time for us to go ahead and switch our operations to On Location, Okeechobee, Florida. Dave Mercer and the gang getting ready for our halftime show. Kyle, Jesse, Dave, take it away.
Thanks a lot, gang. Lots going on, and welcome into the Bassmaster halftime show presented by Bass Cat Boats. The hits keep getting bigger, obviously joined by Kyle Jesse as always. Davey Height joins the mix, but Trey McKinney putting on a show here on day number 1. We're going to cover that. We're going to talk about all the on-the-water happenings. Buying or selling, Kyle Jesse? What's that all about?
Yeah, got a chance to talk to some of the elite guys right after practice, get their take on things. We got some quotes from them, and I'm going to ask you guys if you're buying or selling that quote. Some predictions. It's going to be a lot of fun.
As if it wasn't exciting enough to have Davey Height with us, we got 2 special guests, Roland Martin and Scott Martin, joining the show. Lots to unpack and lots to talk about there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We're super excited to have both of them here. What a wealth of knowledge of this fishery. All fisheries all over the country, but when you talk about Lake Okeechobee, you can't help but think about Roland Scott Martin.
Okeechobee, what does it mean? Anyone know?
I do not.
Big bass.
Foolish. Let me throw out a little Tommy Sanders for you. From the Seminole word oka, meaning large, Chobe, meaning water. So it is large water, and we will be back from it right here. Bassmaster halftime show presented by Bass Cat Boats. Let's unpack it all. Bassmaster Midday Report. No, we're not right there. It is the halftime show. But we will get into our Midday Report in beautiful sunny Florida. That's right. For the second week in a row, the Bassmaster Elite Series is in sunny Florida. The Big O, a lake made famous by the one and only Roland Martin, who will be joining us shortly. And that is our playing field. What a fabled fishery Lake O is, the second stop of the 2025 Bassmaster Elite Series. I was excited to get things going, guys, but let's get things going right now with our Yamaha Midday Report and see what's been going on the water. We got cameras with some of our leaders. I mean, I don't know how we did that, but we got cameras with some of our leaders, and we're going to have a look at them right now. Yamaha Midday Report.
Yeah, this is always really exciting, especially on day one because we don't know what to expect. But we're going to start off with Caleb Summerall. Got a camera with him. He loves to fish shallow water vegetation, flipping and punching and those sort of things. I talked to him this morning. He said he's going into a canal and fish for sight fishing. I'm like, oh, really? But maybe when he gets a good limit. Right now he's only got 7-8, but maybe when he gets a solid limit, he'll go out and do some of that other stuff. The big thing for Caleb is it's difficult to find a lot of good clean mats where he likes to flip and pitch around. But I expect to see better things from him. And Bill Owen, last week's winner, no doubt about it. He is on the road. You got to have a camera with the winner from just last week. His second victory in 20 years on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Everybody's always pulling for Dollar Bill Owen, no doubt about it. Kept a swim jig and a flipping jig in his hand all 4 days last week. Let's mix it up a little bit of top water, but a lot of the same black-blue jig. You see here, that is one on top water. But expect to see a lot more of the black-blue swim jig, the flipping jig, Bill Owen series, 3/8 in the flipping jig, 5/16 swim jig, same thing this week. He's just a few miles down the road, hoping he can catch some of those 6-pounders like he did last week.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? I mean,
That's right.
I'm sure he probably kept some of the same baits on same rods, and like you said early on, getting some topwater action too.
Absolutely. And Trey McKinney, speaking of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. For the last week for Trey McKinney, from what we saw from him on his rookie season, it was broke. Okay, we just had to be honest. Absolutely knew 100%. Ronnie Moore said Trey McKinney will not have 2 bad tournaments in a row. Got a camera with him, luckily, and boy, what a show he put on this morning. He backed off of him early on. I mean, he's away from where he started, and I haven't seen any boats around him when I've been able to watch a little bit. So watch out for Trey McKinney, not only today, but tomorrow, day 3 and day 4. Got a little canal there. It seems to be kind of, like I said, to itself, some cleaner water. So Trey McKinney right back where we saw him so often last year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he just looks in sync, right? I mean, he left that area obviously off to a great start. Looked like he was fishing on a different lake. If you looked at Bass Track early on this morning, moves to another area, fishing shallow, flipping reeds, and starts catching them immediately doing that. And there's a lot to be said for, getting in a groove, getting in a rhythm. And so far this morning, it certainly seems like Trey McKinney is back to his Trey McKinney ways.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it seems like about the only thing that can stop Trey McKinney is a penalty box, and we'll get into that in a minute, but lots of drama, and the weirdest thing is you go online and it seems like some people think, oh, Bass is loving this drama. Trust me, as somebody who works for Bass, we would like the drama to go away, but we have to address certain things. We had an angler disqualified from last week's event. Obviously, it's out there. Matt Herron, Rule C3. I mean, basically had several polygraphs, failed 3 of them, or 4 of them, and passed the 5th one when a couple of situations were revealed, then ended up passing it. I don't think it was intentional. It's not my job to even decide what I think it was, but unfortunately, Matt Herron is not in the. It was disqualified from this tournament and has decided not to be part of the Bassmaster Elite Series anymore. He's taking his ball and going home.
Yeah, I mean, we hate to see that. Matt Herron actually started fishing B.A.S. tournaments the same year I started, a very long time ago. I think he went over fishing another league for a while and came back. But here's what I can tell you. Being in the angler meetings, with the folks at Bass and the anglers, they ask for more polygraphs, and I don't know any other way to put it, more difficult, longer-lasting polygraphs is exactly what they asked for in the offseason, and that's exactly what B.A.S. went and did, and they've got consistent testers coming to each event. Costs a lot more. Before, they could get different people, but now they really are thriving for consistency, and testing 5 people each week versus 2 or 3 like in the past. So they're doing exactly what the anglers asked for. And I don't think it should be a surprise to anyone to see some people get DQ'd when you have more and more, let's say, strenuous polygraphs.
It's doing its job, literally.
Yeah.
A couple of guys that didn't get to do their job right away. We called them last week on the show the violators because, I mean, these are penalties, but obviously a lot less of a penalty than Matt Herron had to deal with being disqualified from the event. But we're going to talk about 3 anglers, and you see them right there. Shane LaHue, Trey McKinney, our tournament leader, and John Garrett found themselves in the penalty box after running a speed zone. Yeah. All of them, that happens to every angler. If you say you have fished a tournament and you haven't, and I don't mean blasting through it, I mean sometimes you're just 10 feet on the wrong side of it, but if you're 10 feet on the wrong side of a stop sign, you're still past the stop sign. But Trey McKinney is the shocking one to me. He said he was reading all off season. I believe he lied to me.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that, but I will say I think it's notable that every other sport that I know of has penalties, and they have consequences for not doing things. It doesn't mean you're trying to get away with something. Oftentimes it's a mistake. You have an offsides penalty, this 5-yard penalty. You might have a pass interference and it ends up being a 50-yard penalty. There's different penalties and there's different results and fines or consequences for those penalties. And this is just something, I fished the St. John River a lot. And when you leave Palatka and head south, there are no wake zones, there's minimum wake zones, there's speed limit areas, and there's run wide open areas that you think, man, can I really run wide open here? I mean, it is confusing, but I will say this. The anglers, Lisa Talmadge, the tournament department, goes to great lengths to show them these areas, and it's up to them to study them. I think they just made honest mistakes, and that's it.
Honest mistakes obviously hurt. If we're going to keep reporting on these, I'm all for bringing Trip Weldon in via satellite. Gene, what's
Gene Steratore?
Gene Steratore of the
what
NFL.
You got, Gene?
Trip Weldon would be awesome at that. One of the tough ones this week, Scott Martin, going to be joining us to talk about his disqualification, but he self-reported himself, Davey Height.
Yeah, so with this deal, I was a Bassmaster full-time fisherman for 24 years. We came to my home lake, Lake Murray, South Carolina. I can see where this could happen to Scott. It could have happened to Davey Hyde at Lake Murray. It could happen to anyone. You're at home. You feel comfortable. You're talking to your friends. And you've been doing it for, in my case, 40 years. In Scott's case, less than that. But, it's so easy to make the mistake it appears that Scott made. And kudos to him for saying, hey, I think I made a mistake. And, he wasn't. He doesn't need to know from any of his buddies, and I don't mean this bad. I don't even know who he was talking to or, what had happened. I don't know exactly who it was, but he doesn't need to get any information. I don't think he was trying to gain an advantage, but per the rules, he got information. And it's unfortunate. This is one tournament. One tournament does not decide anyone's legacy in this sport, and Scott has already built his, and this is not going to damage it, not one bit. And, hats off to him for reporting himself.
Yeah, kudos to him for reporting himself, and we'll get it right from him in just a few minutes' time. Got lots going on here from the Bassmaster halftime show, and breaking down the rule breaking. That seems to be our specialty now. But we will give you the story on everything going on. We got top lures coming up next, and after that, joined by Scott Martin, Roland Martin, all sorts of goodness coming from the Bassmaster halftime show presented by Bass Cat Boats. Welcome into the Bassmaster halftime show presented by Bass Cat Boats. I'm Dave Mercer, joined by Kyle Jesse and the legendary Mr. Davey Height. But Kyle Jesse, you got one of my favorite parts of the show, and that is the Bass Pro Shop's top lures. What do you have for us this time?
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously a little less to draw from than the St. Johns River. Obviously a place we've been to a lot in the last decade in the Elite Series. But we're drawing from the last Open here that was last year, and then the previous 2 Elites. And we're taking a look at the percentages of the Bass Pro Shop's top lures. We've got a graphic up. We're going to look at that, just break it down, one bait, at a time, and basically start it off here with a Texas rig creature bait. Obviously, staple anytime you're flipping shallow water. At number one, 40% of guys have shown some variation of a Texas rig creature bait. Davey, this is flipping country, right?
It absolutely is. And the reason so many anglers use that, it moves water, is very weedless. A lot of times, the jig bite can be better, but there's so many times that the jig just won't get in the cover, the thicker vegetation like that creature bait will, Texas rig. So you'll see that rigged a lot. And this one here, this particular one, has a bigger profile. So it wouldn't be ideal to try to pitch in mats because it's not going to penetrate through that stuff. But because it has that bigger profile, it's moving more water, it's making more noise in the water. Super, super good choice to be not only Lake Okeechobee, but anywhere in the South.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, whether you're punching mats or just plinking around, obviously a Texas rig is going to be a major player. Moving down the list, number 2, we talked about it already in the open, a swim jig. I saw Bill Lowen get his win number 2 last week at the St. Johns River on the swim jig. I've already seen some anglers throwing it here. Kyle Welcher explains it basically as the 4x4, your off-road vehicle, so to speak. It's good for that, right, David?
That's a great way to describe it, and that's what makes it so versatile. That might even be the one that Bill Owen used last week, isn't it?
Very similar, very similar.
Okay, so the color, black, blue, a little purple on this one is certainly a staple when you're in Florida. But it does a lot of things. Number one, you can cast it almost anywhere and get it through there, just like you were saying, Kyle said, a 4x4. But the other thing, it's got a good profile. It's got a lot of action. I mean, you can pause it and let it go down in the water column, or you can keep it right up on the top. That's a big key with a swim jig in my experience in the past. You have to figure out if those fish want it moving faster up on the surface or down lower. And then not only that, the lighter swim jig will come through the cover better.
Sure.
But then the speed that you have to reel that bait if you want it down in the water column. So there's a big thing that you need to figure out what head size for the cover you're using and where you want that bait in the water column.
And then even Bill Lowen last week, talked a lot about trailer selection, versus, Alabama twitch basically, or a cast and retrieve type deal. Dave and I talked about it last week. We never saw it. We really hope we get to see it this week. Number 3, a frog at 27%. Kind of the same deal, Davey, right? I mean, you can literally throw it through anything.
Yeah, the swim jig comes through most things, but a frog comes through everything. A couple things about a frog. Everyone likes to see that. I love to fish a frog. I don't know anyone. I was just talking to Roland. I mean, that's ultimate top water lure right there. Everyone likes to see. But oftentimes a bigger fish has a whole different attitude with a frog rather than like a devil's horse. So often a devil horse, that fish will just roll up and nip it. When they hit that frog, so many times it's an explosion. It's really, really good. My problem with the frog, I enjoy just fishing it. I'll forget I'm in a tournament, and I come in with no fish, but boy, I had fun looking at a frog all day.
Yeah, absolutely. Who could forget last time we were here, Steve Kennedy's giant catch? I was on the water. I hope somebody out there gets another chance at a photo sequence like I got last year. That was a lot of fun. Number 4, the Florida staple. Dave and I talked about it a lot last week, a Texas rig stickworm. This is kind of your lifeline here in Florida, right, Dave?
It really is. I mean, anyone, any time of the year can come to Lake Okeechobee, really almost any lake in the country, and tie on a Cinco like that, Texas rig or weightless, and you're going to catch fish. And it's so effective in Florida because these lakes get pressured 365 days a year. They see everything, and they're cautious. That's a very subtle bait. It doesn't make a lot of noise. It doesn't move a lot of water. When those fish get shy, boat shy, and that sort of thing, a lot of tournaments going on, that subtle action, and like I say, it's so versatile. You can fish it wacky rig. You can put, that looks like about a 3/8 ounce sinker on it. Do so many things with it. A very subtle action and something that every angler should have tied on when they're fishing Lake Okeechobee.
It's weird, too. One thing that stands out to me, it's almost half of what it was last week in the St. Johns River. So you say it's a Florida staple, but not as big a player here, weirdly enough.
So I do have a stat on that. So if you combine Texas rig stickbait and a wacky rig, it would be closer to like 43%. So obviously you fish them differently. So
you're cooking the numbers.
I separated them up because I feel like obviously you fish them differently enough to where they're kind of two different things.
Digging into numbers a little more, that sounds
43%, nearly half. I mean, that's more what we would expect. And last but not least, obviously we've seen this play on the Bassmaster Elite Series just about everywhere. It seems like a vibrating jig, great for covering water.
So the vibrating jig has been around a very long time, but in my opinion, it got put on the map here at Lake Okeechobee. About 20 years ago or so, tournament started being one, guy started using it, and now I don't think you'll look in a single angler's boat that's here fishing the Elite Series that will not have this bait tied on. It's really versatile. It comes through vegetation good. It doesn't come through wood as well, but you mainly are fishing vegetation when you're in Florida. So a great bait, cover a lot of water, and it'll catch a big one, no doubt.
Yeah, you'll definitely flex some hooks out on using it in wood. That is for sure. But we teased it earlier. Top lures, a lot of times
Wait, hooked up live right now, Brandon Cobb. Let's get out in the water. The C-O-double-B. He is not hooked up live, guys.
Here we go.
I told you it's going to happen. Call me Miss Cleo.
Quit, you big sucker.
I didn't see the fish, but I saw the plate. Oh, there it is. Big one.
That is a big one. Gah. I don't know how big, but we'll find out because I want to know. That is number 5
Wow.
for sure. 8.5.
Maybe the big ones are chewing. We heard unofficially Scott Canterbury recently just caught like a 713, and that. How big is that, Davey Hyde?
I don't know. I mean, it's an 8-pounder. It looks like, but it's just so hard to tell. I mean, when he says I don't know how big it is, and we've seen him on live land a 11-pounder, so we'll just wait and see. But it's one of the ones you like.
Right on cue, too. I mean, we were just talking about a vibrating jig, and then Brandon Cobb hooks up with a giant on a vibrating jig.
Absolutely.
I don't know. It's like every single bass I've ever seen Roland Martin catch on TV. They're all that big.
That's right.
A great fish, and the big ones might be chewing. As we said, unofficially, we've heard reports on the water. Scott Canterbury just recently got a big one right there from Brandon Cobb. So the big ones might be starting to chew. And now we got a new segment called Buying or Selling. Tell me about it.
That's exactly right. We're going to go through 3 quotes that we heard from yesterday. As soon as the anglers get off the water, we do a photo gallery on Bassmaster.com called Doc Talk. They just tell us what they think that, winning weights might be, what it's going to take. And we got 3 quotes, and I'm going to ask you guys, are you buying it or are you selling it? Okay. And we'll start out with number 1 from Corey Johnston. Corey Johnston asked, winning weight will be in the 80-pound range. Are you buying that or selling it? Davey Hyde.
80-pound range is a big range. I'm going to say it'll take a little. I think it's between 75 and 80 pounds. I'll be a little more specific than Corey was.
Dave?
I learned a long time ago to listen to Davey Hyde on all things fishing, so I'm riding right his bumper. I will play this like Price is Right. I will go $1 over. Okay. Is that how it works?
Sure.
Buying or selling? Yeah, we both bought. Sold.
Sold.
It's in. Yeah, I mean it's in the 80-pound range.
Next up, we have from Joey Cifuentes. All right, he's saying you're going to have to be in a community hole to win this tournament. Dave, I'm going to make you answer this one first, so you can't just agree with what Davey's saying.
I'm all in. This is going to be a community hole tournament. We saw it last time we were here. We've seen that increasingly more in the recent history here. Literally, the only guy I remember being by himself last tournament was Tyler Rivette, and that's because he was surrounded by crappie anglers. But that is no longer the case. So I am all in. I'm buying, and I think he is correct.
I'm gonna say I'm selling.
Come on.
That is not the norm. You would be right most of the time, but this tournament has a little different feel to it. And it depends on what you call a community hole. I don't think there will be 20 boats in the area right around the winner.
What was Trey McKinney doing?
I think he was by himself somewhere, wasn't
Was he?
Okay.
Are you predicting an early win already for Trey McKinney?
No, not for him necessarily. But I just don't think, from what I've heard and what little bit I've been on, and I have been on the water this week, I don't see that one area that's just got everything going for it right now, like you normally do.
All right, let's move on. From Greg Hackney, many guys are going to be scoping in canals. Didn't have that so much the last time we were here. And I'll give you some context. So we were asking him what the winning weight would be, and he said it's hard to predict because you don't know what caliber we can catch, guys can catch from, maybe scoping in the canals. Yeah. So far, we've definitely seen that. Are you buying or are you selling? We're going to see guys, let's say in the top 10, doing the scope and deal in the canals.
I'm buying. I don't think we'll ever see a bass tournament without it. They're going to find a way to scope. I mean, last week is probably the closest we'll get to a tournament without it. They'll find a way to scope. They're addicted to the scope. They're on the scope, and that's what they're going to do.
Yeah. So I'm buying that for two reasons. The lake is not its normal self. When the lake is in good shape and the water level's up, you're not going to win in a canal, versus the lake itself. And when you got hydrilla out in that lake, and when you got it in the Monkey Box and Harney Pond area, I don't think it could be done. But I think you'll see it also because, these anglers are just getting better and better with the scope. We saw so many anglers last week back in these canals, and they really uncovered another page in the forward-facing era that we're in. They were targeting bass fry that were out 5, 6, 7 feet deep, and they could see the little glowing light, and that was the male guarding those. So I think a lot of guys will be doing that here this week, and we haven't seen that in the past. But really last week is when it was really uncovered and exposed. We saw Shane LaHue, Jay Scurrett, secure it, and I think we'll be seeing that from now on. Like you say, they're hooked on the scope.
Swim towards the light, Carol Ann. This is a fun tournament. Our tournament leader, Trey McKinney, right atop the leaderboard right now with 20 pounds and 7 ounces. Scott Canterbury, we said it was unofficial. Well, the Bass Track showing it as official. Scott Canterbury in second place. Matty Wong had a big bite. Florida is ruled by the big bite, and we're seeing that once again. Our top 3 all with a big bite. Brandon Cobb, another big bite, which we saw moments ago. That's what our top 10 looks like right now, and we have teased it. But it's actually going to happen when we come back. Going to be joined by Scott Martin and Roland Martin, and going to have an interesting chat and some good times. Always good times with the Martins. Bassmaster halftime show presented by Bass Cat Boats. Welcome into beautiful sunny Florida, and it is living up to its nickname here this week, the Sunshine State. Not a lot of it last week, but perfect weather here for the second stop of the 2025 Bassmaster Elite Series. But the big story, and one of the big stories, unfortunately a bunch of big stories circling around, but maybe the biggest story, especially when you come to Lake Okeechobee, somebody that everybody was looking forward to watch compete, standing right beside me, Scott Martin. I know this is not how you visualized this day going. What happened from your standpoint?
Well, first of all, it's tough to stand here, to be honest with you. I don't know if it's all quite set in. This morning I woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I could hear Matt Airy and Canterbury. I could hear Matt Airy and Canterbury, rustling around, and I got up with them this morning, and to watch them pull out of the driveway was tough. But you said it earlier. The anglers asked for more stringent policies. There's rules to enforce, and I think things got a little out of hand the last few years. Perception, of course, with that. But for me, I did an unintentional rule violation. And what I mean by unintentional, I didn't go out and solicit information. I didn't call a friend up and ask them anything. I didn't text anybody. It wasn't I didn't go out seeking information. I literally was at my marina in the shop bay rigging my boat for the tournament season. And it was a Saturday, and there was a lot of people around and a lot of shop talk. People just kind of coming in. And several times throughout the day, I had to say to people, hey, don't say anything. I can't receive any information, and nobody's coming to me to say anything specific. It's just everybody's excited talking about fishing. You've been around the shop. When there's not a tournament going on, that's how we talk, Oh, you caught 20 pounds, good job. Oh, they're crushing a frog, whatever. And it was not anything that, of course I shut it all down, but I did unintentionally, just out of reaction, ask a friend that was in that group, how'd the water look? It was just a question. And that's the rule violation. And in my mind, it wasn't a rule. In my mind, I wasn't even thinking like for the tournament. It was just it's a question you ask all the time living here. It's just one of those things. And so that was my main issue. And then another guy came up later in the day and was just chatting, again, unprovoked. And I didn't shut the conversation down quick enough, and he said just some very vague things, nothing real specific, but I didn't shut the conversation down, and that put me in jeopardy of the rule violation. And basically that's what happened. Again, it was unintentional. It wasn't anything. In my mind, I don't even remember the conversation. Like, I had to be kind of reminded of the conversation. It was nothing that I thought of or, acted on or anything like that. It's tough living here. where you're around your friends and you're around fans, and at the marina you have people coming in all the time. And again, the people that were around that day weren't even like my buddies. They're not people that I talk to on a regular basis, just people passing through. You know, the shop doors are open and people are just talking, and you know, I've got to be more careful. And it's a lesson to everyone, every bass fisherman that are under these type of rules, that we've got to do it differently. We got to be careful. And I'm paranoid, to be honest with you, at this point. And, you know, it is what it is. You know, like I said, I think things got a little out of hand the last couple of years, and we've got to kind of get things back in order. I wish I wouldn't have been disqualified. Because in my mind, I didn't do anything wrong, and in my mind, I wasn't acting on anything. But it is what it is, and I have to abide by the rules, and I signed up for this, and we're going to move on past it.
Well, that's awesome. I mean, hats off to you for coming in. I know it's not easy. It can't be easy for you, but to just admit you're human, made a mistake, you didn't mean to, you didn't, you know, it was nothing intentional. I totally believe you, and I think your fans appreciate the heck out of you just saying, hey, I didn't mean anything. You know, it just is what it is. But being man enough to stand here, you know, basically in your hometown with all your fans, your dad close by and all that stuff, it means a lot. It shows the man that you are.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I appreciate that. Hopefully there's some good come out of it. You know, that's how I look at it. I'm a man of God, and you know, there was a reason this happened, and that's just the way we're going to go with it. You know, and it stings for sure. But again, we're playing by a different set of rules now, and we asked for it, and that's just the way it's going to be. I'll take my medicine and move on to the next one.
Tough pill to swallow for sure. Tough for you, for everybody. I mean, we all wanted to see you compete here this week. I mean, because of many reasons. One of those reasons is the legend that has been built on this body of water, and I'd like to ask one of those legends to roll on in here and join us right now.
Come on in here.
Scott's dad, of course, Roland Martin, joining us, and tough week for the whole family.
Yeah, I'm just so distraught with Scott. He's such a gentleman. I would have said inappropriate things. I wouldn't have stood up as well. But back when we were fishing the Top 100 series, we had rules not quite as bad. We couldn't solicit information. But what happened to Scott would be an insignificant thing. It wouldn't have been a disqualification when we fished.
That's right.
So now it's gotten to a different level.
Yeah.
So I'm not used to that level.
Yeah, and I mentioned this. You're exactly right. And I had the honor to fish with, against both of you guys. I mean, the utmost respect. I grew up, you know, watching you. I mean, it was the highlight of my weekend so many times watching you on TV. But you're right, Scott. This is what the anglers asked for. Some things got a little out of hand. A lot of anglers saw it last year. As this goes on, maybe this is a little too stringent. Maybe they will, you know, make some provisions and that sort of thing. But, you know, it is what it is right now.
What Scott had brought to the table when we were just talking, wouldn't there be different levels of like a fine, like a day off, like a other kind of reactions other than just a total disqualification?
Yeah, there's different levels to it.
Right,
It is.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm hoping. Yeah.
Yeah, like you said, maybe after this year they reevaluate some things.
Yep.
Because, you know, a disqualification really affects a lot of things throughout the year.
Yeah. And, you know, it wouldn't surprise me, but you know, and you pointed it out. We were in those meetings and the angler said this is what they wanted. Oftentimes, not just anglers, but me as an individual, you might think you want one thing and then you realize, whoa, maybe I didn't quite want all of that.
Right.
So we'll see. Let's talk fishing.
Yeah. You guys are talking about levels. Well, one of the big players in this body of water, you told me it's all about the water level. Every time we've come here, it's been about high water the last number of years, and that's been hurting it. So you're saying this tough fishing actually is kind of a good thing. So there's good in the bad.
There's a reason for it. There's a reason for it. I don't want people to watch this tournament and say, oh, my gosh, there's no fish left in Lake Okeechobee. What happened is basically this level that we're at now at 1375 is about a half a foot or more lower than it was about a month ago when everybody was really catching them. So those fish for the last 6 or 8 months have lived up in that zone where that water was at 14.5. They were all snuggly and everything was great. Now it's dropped below that zone where they're not comfortable being up there anymore. Now they're having to reset a little bit. The problem is they haven't had time to reset. That water really fell just in the last 2 weeks. I've been watching it every day. It's fell off really quick. And that habitat out just off that in that 2 foot range where those fish are now, they're not spawning out there yet. So there'll be another wave that sets up after this tournament, and that's where everybody will start catching them. But we're in that in-between stage right now.
So my big question is, and this isn't something that happens often, but I'm sure you guys have seen it. If the water, you know, I assume those fish are waiting for the water to come back up so they can move there, but it's not going to do that.
No.
It doesn't. Will they spawn out off of that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, they'll spawn sometimes in open water entirely, away from the reeds. I mean, way out on the ridges and stuff.
You know how important clear water is, and these fish when they're spawning. This is the longest spawn This is the longest spawn in the country right here. And so these fish are seeking clarity that allows those beds to get sunlight to them. So now they'll reset out there in that 1.5 to 2 foot water. But where they were is only a foot deep now.
Wow. I actually heard some anglers, and you make it all make sense, but I heard some anglers saying, saw some fish wanting to get on the bed, but it was like 10 inches deep, and you could just tell they weren't comfortable.
Correct.
Exactly what you're describing.
That's exactly. And now what happened is the great thing is the grass is going to come back. Once this water keeps dropping, they're predicting to get down about 11.5 feet, which is about another 3 feet below where it is now.
Wow.
So all these places you see everybody fishing right now is going to be dry land come April or into May, and that will then allow the new cattails to regenerate, the vegetation to start to grow. Then when the water comes back up in the rainy season, we'll have some fresh habitat. So it's a good thing.
Didn't you speak to the Governor DeSantis, about some of that?
Yeah, sir. The South Florida Water Management Corps of Engineers, we've all been working on it pretty hard. Anglers for Lake Okeechobee, we've been fighting for habitat.
All right, great stuff. Good to see things are getting better. A silver lining with everything. Scott, thank you for joining us. I know you got a lot to deal with. We appreciate you being here, and kudos to you for owning up to it. And now, I got my money all on Roland. We're going to have a casting contest between Roland Martin and Davey Height.
That's something else. Oh heavens!
Here we go.
We used to compete side by side.
Absolutely. I'm looking for. I actually fished a team turn with Roland one time.
Let's get the rods and get her set up.
Okay.
I remember coming out with you and asking if I could fish near you.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes.
And you certainly didn't have to do that. Okay. This is new to me. I've been in studio.
I'll take this roll.
But
Where we going?
they got a rod here.
I got you.
Yeah.
There you go.
You don't win, you're driving.
Kyle, explain the rules. How is this working?
All right, so here's the deal. 1 minute, and you're going to be standing over here. Dave, get over here in position right on this side.
All right.
And we're going to have 1 minute, all right? And in that minute time, whoever hits the bell on Bowman's shield the most wins. And that's a perfect distance. That's about what we were last week.
You can pitch. You're Roland Martin. You can do whatever. You can run up there and punch that if you want.
Okay. I'm going to pitch.
Okay.
All right. So on my start. So 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh.
There we go. One. That's one.
He hit it on the way back. That's fine. He's Roland Martin. He's allowed to do that.
Right off the face
I
mask.
still
15
think Bowman's
seconds
point
in.
should be Bowman's face.
Roland, I thought we were friends.
Oh, just short. Very, very close on that one. Little readjustment. Just short. 30 seconds in.
Oh, he's so close.
That is incredibly close. Number
There you
two.
go, number two. Davey, are you getting nervous?
I'm getting nervous. I mean,
just barely.
You got to fish
I mean,
again.
it's Roland
3?
Martin. Right there.
Oh, Bowman's calling it 3. Bowman said that last one hit.
3. We're at 3. Davey didn't even see it. I distracted him. Here, Davey, let's walk over here. Let's
5,
walk over here.
4, 3, 2, 1.
So what's our official?
3? Got 3.
We're 3?
Official score is 3.
Don't be disappointed. I think, was it Greg Hackney?
Yeah.
He got 0. So
Greg Hackney also threatened me in the parking lot yesterday for giving him a rod that was messed up.
Oh,
so.
wow. Well, that was Bowman. He is the producer of this show. All mistakes and things that are not good are Bowman's fault.
Flip, pitch, however you want
I told
to.
you could flip.
Just get it
I
away
tried to
from
give
me.
you a hint. All right. Davey Height. I mean,
Davey's got to
you know
get
how
readjusted
TV
here.
works? We're running out of time, Davey.
You ready, Davey? All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Going with the flipping approach. This is one we've seen a few times. Very close.
I mean, after
very
rolling
close.
pitching, isn't that kind of like
best case scenario if you're not going to hit it?
I don't mind losing to Roland. In fact, I would definitely do that and just be able to hit Steve Bowman every single cast.
That is a strategy. We're not opposed to it here.
Roland, it's looking good. He's over so far.
Well, I thought he hit one.
30 seconds in. The target's moving. 30 seconds in.
He's got nothing, right? You are tied with Greg Hackney.
I'm good.
20 seconds left.
Wow, this is a long minute. Just
15
imagine
seconds.
the viewers.
How did you rise up like that?
Oh, no, I can do
Is that the problem? The height? Is that the problem?
10, 9,
Well, usually we're
8,
efficient.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time.
Wow.
Hit it one time.
No.
I swear he did.
No, he didn't even come close.
You guys are making me look good.
Well, whatever way, just take the W and look in that camera and tell them don't mess with Roland Martin.
He hit it one time. I know he did.
Okay, I hit it once.
You still beat him, Roland.
Luckily.
We're buddies.
Yeah. No, Davey and I have fished next to each other a lot of times and been on teams and fished together. It's been a lot of fun.
It's been a lot of fun having you on here. The legendary Roland Martin, thank you very much. Davey Height, you work on that casting game.
Hey, it's been a long time since I've been out there. Long time.
Forward-facing sonar, is that the problem?
Yeah, maybe. Sort of, kind of. Hey, I got the Mega Live 2, and wow.
Let's turn this into a sponsor plug. That's it for this segment, but don't go anywhere because we'll be back in just a few minutes' time with Bo Knows, breaking down all sorts of things right here from Lake Okeechobee, all sorts of things. We'll be back with the Bassmaster Halftime Show. Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. Welcome in, covering the action as it all goes down on the water. Lake Okeechobee, day number 1 of the second stop of 2025. And moments ago, we got this aerial footage of Chris Johnson on the water. He is your reigning Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. And it looks like got a pretty good one right there. Got eyes all over this playing field, whether it be from the boats, from the air. We got our anglers covered in that footage of Chris Johnson. But we'll take it out on the water right now with Drew Cook hooked up live.
Come here. Got her. Hey. It only took us 6 hours, and the hook fell out. How about that? That's more like it. Female bass. Well, we needed that one. Something serious. I bet this one weighs more than all the other 4 put together. Boy, it gets me fired up. Oh yeah, 4-pounder. Yep. We got us one of the right ones.
Looks like they're starting to chew out there. A welcome addition right there. Speaking of a welcome addition, we welcome in producer Bowman with Bo Knows. No, this Bo Knows is not a multi-sport generational athlete. It is producer
You don't know
Bowman. I think I do.
This is spelled B-O-W, not just B-O, right? Total different boat.
I work in the spoken word. I have no idea how it is spelled.
I know one thing that I was a boxer in the last, and I took a bunch of shots to the head. So
okay,
I know that.
Okay,
you're still standing.
Yeah,
you can take a blow.
Standing, I can take a shot. So.
What does Bo know this week?
Bo knows, number one, that this is the top 5 bass fishing location for Bassmaster Pro level events, and that behind Sam Raven, Gunnersville, St. Lawrence, and St. John's. So, but number 2 is that more than half of these events that make up this total, it used to be number 1, occurred during the early parts of the Bassmaster history, from 1980 to 2001. More than half, and we kind of went away from Okeechobee, but we've been slowly easing back in. And number 3 is we're seeing some things. You know, we had this like in number 2, it was such a popular destination, and Davey, this is about the time that you started coming in. It was the first event of the 1986 Bassmaster season and the next to last event of the Bassmaster 1986 season. So they fished here
We came
in
here
March.
twice in 1 year?
In 1 year.
Wow. And people complain about our schedule nowadays. Could you imagine that? We're just going to rip there twice in a season.
Right. So number 3 is it's not always been about big fish. Come on. And here's what I'm going to tell you. The average daily winning weights for pre-Elite Series events, Bassmaster events, is 17.9 pounds a day. It's pretty good average, right? Since the Elites in the 3 events and Scott Martin's deal, the average is 23 pounds. It's actually higher than 23 pounds because I didn't average Scott's in there, but it's 23 pounds for an Elite event, the 3 Elite events that we've had. You got to keep in mind that all those early events, and Davey, you remember some of this, they were 7 fish limits, not 5 fish limits. So with a 5 fish limit, we're producing heavier weights than they did back in the day.
Wow.
The legendary status of Okeechobee was built by Roland Martin.
Ooh, son.
And the idea that you could come down here and catch a lot of fish. So, and number 4, which totally throws all that out the window, right?
Perfect.
I knew the plan.
The largest stringer ever weighed during a Bassmaster event was in 1982, and that was 36 pounds, 36.5 pounds by Ron Shearer. Many of you may remember Ron Shearer on ESPN, and he's credited with starting the Redman Tour, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of history here, but it's not the big fish history that we originally think when we come down here. That's what Bo knows.
I know that if I were Bo, I wouldn't be saying that while you got Roland Martin eyeballing.
He's the legend.
Come on. It's
Yeah,
all
but
about
he
big
created
fish.
it.
He did.
He did.
He did. Thank you very much, Steve Bowman. I'll let you go do what producer Bowman does when
Thank you.
You're not regaling us with such greatness. We're going to look at Bassmaster head-to-head fantasy pick'em. Kyle Jesse, talk to me about it.
Yeah, absolutely. We went over some picks last week. I'm pretty sure it didn't go well for me. Pretty sure I only won one of the 3 matchups that we had.
As it should be.
That said, I mean, we're talking about some skewed results here. Dave gets to pick his first, and then I just get to pick whatever's left.
Okay.
So, that's kind of unfair in my
You get
regards.
to pick the actual brackets. What do you mean I get to pick first? Nobody picks before the guy that actually picks the brackets.
But I don't get to pick the winner until afterwards.
Come on. Don't.
So, moving on to week number 2 of the TH Marine Bassmaster Pick'em Challenge. Matchup number 1, we've got Jeff Gustafson and Cooper Gallant. And the idea here is we know if we give Mercer one Canadian, he's always going to pick him.
Correct.
You got to pick between 2 Canadians now. Dave Mercer, who do you got in that matchup?
First of all, before I answer, you can never, ever tell either of them. Okay? It's got to be our little secret. But taking the tariff into account and all, I'm going. I can't pick against Gussie, but I'm going to do it. I'm going Cooper Gallant.
Oh.
It's like picking against the Eastern
Broken. The nicest Canadian in Canada.
Not that either of them.
And you're going to pick against
Yeah, not that either of them are not friendly and not nice, but I'm going Jeff Gustafson in that. Obviously has had more experience here over the years over Cooper, so I'm going Jeff Gustafson. In matchup number 2, Battle of the Brandons. Brandon Polnick and Brandon Cobb. Cobb on camera today. Mercer, who do you have in that matchup?
I went Polnick. I think Polnick's Cobb is the obvious choice. He's got a great track record here, but I think Polnick is on a rampage this year. It is a comeback season for him after his very first tough season. I'm all in with Brandon Polnick.
It's a tough one to pick from because they're both so consistent. I feel like they've both built their careers over being extremely versatile. But like you said, last year, Brandon Cobb bringing in that massive, 32-pound stringer on I want to say it was day 2 of the event.
1 or 2. I think it was 2.
I just think we might see some more of that. Obviously, Brandon Cobb has a strength of being able to fish slow, maximize areas. That's what it's all about, especially when you're on the lake. So I'm going Brandon Cobb in that matchup. for our third matchup. This was the fan vote. We teased it a little bit last week. We gave the fans on social media a choice of 4 different matchups, and the one that won the voting was Seth Feider and Matt Robertson. You think matchup, which if you know on that one. There's obviously the hysterical video that's been going around on social media, and I encourage you to watch that if you haven't. Mercer, who do you have in that matchup?
I really wanted to go for Matt on this. For whatever reason, my gut told me Matt, but I obviously put all the cards in on Feider as my AOY pick. Gutsy AOY pick, I will say. I mean, you can throw out a lob ball. That is not one. So I'm sticking with Feider. All in for the Feider, man.
You have to. I mean, you got to ride with him the rest of the season at that point. But I got the chance to cover Matt Robertson on the water here 2 years ago and just seemed comfortable. And anytime Matt Robertson gets around those big fisheries, tends to excel. I like Matt Robertson in that matchup. We'll have some more clarity of how these matchups look tomorrow, or today rather, after the weigh-in. But last week we saw some switches during the middle of the tournament. I was leading a matchup, and then you would end up winning it, or vice versa. Mostly me losing the matchups because that's the way it played out. It's seemingly 2 out of the 3 at least. So we're going to keep track of this throughout the season. It's going to be a lot of fun, and encourage all of you to join the game and have some fun with it.
Matt Robertson likes to be comfortable, and so do I. And what makes me comfortable is having both you guys as part of the halftime show. We're going to be doing this all week long. It was an emotional roller coaster, guys. I mean, we had some highs. I loved watching Roland Martin cave your skull and Davey Ite. We had some lows. I hated hearing the woes of Scott Martin and some of the penalty infractions, but we definitely had a halftime show.
We definitely had. Great to be with you guys.
Well, don't go anywhere, because the crew back in Little Rock, Arkansas, are going to be continuing the action. But one last look at our leaderboard. Trey McKinney is leading this event after a tough tournament last week. 20 pounds, 7 ounces. Scott Canterbury trying to chase him down, fishing with Scott Martin on his mind, I imagine. Matty Wong kicked it off with a big bite. Look at that leaderboard. It'll continue to change. Don't go anywhere. The folks at Little Rock will continue the coverage all day long.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Bassmaster Live pushing on into the afternoon of the 2025 Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite at Lake Okeechobee. There's about 3 hours of fishing time left for the first flighters who are out there. Full field of 104, though, is going at it today and tomorrow in order to make it to the weekend and fish on. Trey McKinney, last year's Rookie of the Year, leading the pack with 20 pounds and 7 ounces. We think it might be more than that. Scott Canterbury has rocketed up the leaderboard in the past hour. Matty Wong started out with a giant today, but sat on one fish for a long time. Now let's take a look. Speaking of Scott Canterbury, that's nice. 7 pounds and 15 ounces. That'll put you up close to the top, especially if you've got a limit otherwise. Might be a Florida limit, Ronnie.
Thank you to Mr. McCoy, cameraman extraordinaire for Bassmaster Elite Series Pros. Took that photo and sent it in to our crew there. And Scott, I mean, 7:15, doesn't matter if you're on them or not, Peter. At least today, you have survived with a big bite.
It was a good picture. Absolutely a good picture.
Whether you can do it tomorrow or not is another deal. I was looking, Tommy, on our private version of the map to see if anyone has rolled in during the halftime since Trey left. Matty Wong was in that same general region from this morning. But they wouldn't have seen each other. We'll see.
Last week's champion, Bill Lowen.
All right, well, things still ain't going the way we was hoping. You know, I didn't think, like I said by any means earlier, that I was going to wreck them, but I thought I could catch 15 pounds not pretty easily, but at least have an opportunity at 15 with maybe just a little bit better, and then I'm going to get out of here and head to the lake. But just really hard to get a bite this morning. Just made a switch to a frog and didn't make but 4 casts with it and caught my best fish, a 2.5 pounder. But I know there's some big ones up here around this grass, but I just cannot make them bite this morning. Not quite sure what's going on. Noticed some current in the river this morning, which you would obviously think that would make them bite better, but That has not been the case for sure, at least not for me. So we're just going to keep grinding. That's all we can do. That's all I know what to do.
We're still grinding. Sticking it out. This was, what is it, about midday? Yeah, 12 o'clock. I'm getting bites of just pound and a half or the 2 pounders, and we desperately need a big one. Like I said earlier this morning, I know they're here. I just don't know if it's a time of day thing or what. I'm struggling with this decision right now to try to make a decision, call an audible and go to the lake, or grind it out here. Because, you know, 2 bites can change your day here, and that's what we're fighting for right now.
Dang. Well, it's still pretty slow, but we're trending up, put it that way. We got our limit now, made a move. Haven't been getting many bites though, and which is really surprising. I had quite a few bites in here yesterday in practice, but we're gonna give this a little while, and then we're not giving up on where we started. We're going, maybe the wind will turn them on, or the moon angle in the earth or something, but there's a lot of fish there and a lot of big fish there. I don't understand why it was so tough this morning, but we're going to give this some more time and then head back over there and finish out the afternoon. We still got plenty of time. I got 4.5 hours left.
Well, we're just fishing. I mean, what I mean by that is area I wanted to fish, I just didn't feel it. It got dirty. So we just bailed on it, and just in another area where I've had some bites, and just fishing. I mean, like almost like practicing, just trying to get a bite. So then we know what to do. But update is we got 3 hours to come across them. And it can, I mean, like it can happen. I've seen it happen here before where you just get in the right little zone, and you know, you start getting a lot of bites and big bites, and the water's cleared up. I've fished this area in practice, and you couldn't see the bottom at all. And I can see the bottom 2 foot deep, and it shocks me that I'm not getting more bites. So I figured that when it cleared up, it would just get really good, and it hasn't. Not yet anyway, but gonna keep the trolling motor down and see if we can come across something.
Three fish for 4, 6, 2 4-pounders. He's in our top 5 almost.
Yeah, so I start, it was a tilapia. So I'm fishing a tilapia hole now, but no, I started in a canal this morning and caught a few fish, but then I knew, like, to catch a really big fish, that's usually going to come in the lake. I'm not saying you can't catch some big ones in canals, but I figured my best chance to run into them was in the lake. So I came out here, just kind of in the community hole area. I mean, well, really everywhere out here. It's kind of community hole now because there's not that much clean water. And have not caught that many, caught 2 or 3, but caught an 8.5 pounder, which is the way it goes in Florida. You usually, back home, if you catch 20 pounds, it's going to be with, you know, 3 or 4 pounders. And out here, that's the way it works. You catch an 8 pounder, and right now I don't have anything to go with it. I think I got 14 something pounds with an 8 pounder. So I got little bitty ones other than that, but that's the way it works here, and that's what you're looking for. We're just looking for another big bite, and caught on chatterbait just like I did last time. Caught the big bag last time, and that's the best way to cover water and kind of keep moving.
Well, that's 5 of the 6 anglers that we're in the boat with all day long. A little progress report for each of the 5 there. Brandon Cobb, we saw him just not too long ago. Earlier today, we saw his rig he was working with when he was in a canal situation. As he said, he couldn't catch any size in there.
Yeah, I think that you can go out and grind in the lake for 8 hours, Peter, and be able to catch a certain amount of fish. But you can also spend an hour or two in one of these canals, catch a couple quicker ones, and like he said, spend the rest of your day targeting areas where you think a lot bigger fish are going to be. Those big fish will stay in those community holes, even with the pressure, even with the dirty water. They just hunker down and wait during their specific moments. And so I think him spending the rest of his day out in the lake, it's already proved to be fruitful with that giant he's caught. But you go catch 5. If you can catch 5 2-pounders, Tommy, somewhere, and catch a 6 to 8 pounder, that's 16 to 17 pounds a day will keep you in the mix.
You've got to be versatile, and that's the key to this fishery. If it's not on fire with the thing you're using or the area you're working, you just got to keep mixing it up, and he really mixed it up right there with the 8.5 pounder. That is a big fish. He's a big dude, you could tell, because that fish does not look 8.5 pounds in his hands, I'll tell you, but that is a beauty. And went out to the middle of the lake and he got it done with that fish. Diversity, patience, sticking with some games, moving away from other games, and then you can find your way. This is day 1, right? Day 2 is a big day. Day 3 is huge. Day 4 is the one we're all hoping to see these guys 10 fish, catch 10 guys catching big fish on the final day. And it's exciting because the weather's going to change. All the factors are going to change each day.
Or 13 ounce or whatever that one
anybody's
was.
Game.
It's number 3.
It's a lot easier to be patient, Tommy, when you're looking for 2, maybe 3 bites in a crowd of people than it is if you're going in there prepared for a crowd all day trying to catch 5 and make them decent, So you've got to manage running around too much, but being in the right areas for a long enough time.
You've kind of got to commit to a corner of the lake.
Yes.
For sure. You can't be going across this lake and fishing, that's 2 days worth of work right there. You're trying to cram into one day. Well, one of our 6 that we have not checked in with yet and not to sort of look back on his day is our tournament leader, Trey McKinney, listed officially 20 pounds and 7 ounces. We think it may be more than that.
And Tommy, that's, if you're looking at Brandon Cobb's bag, at the end of the day, Brandon Cobb could be 17 to 19 pounds, and you're like, man, he's right there behind Trey McKinney. An 8+ pounder on other fisheries, very hard to duplicate. Here at Okeechobee, you can do it, but that's something you can't count on catching, an 8+ pounder. And for Trey to have 20, maybe 21 pounds and really not have a giant,
5 is
have
his
a bunch
biggest,
of 4
probably.
to 5 pounders, that is a dangerous situation that he's gotten that weight with consistency. If he was to go out in the lake, if he could do this tomorrow in the first hour, catch 17, 18 pounds, and then you go catch an 8-pounder, he's going to have one of those mid-20 bags, 25-pound bags that you just need here.
Absolutely. He's got a feel for this place. That's really obviously. He's landed on 2 good spots already, especially that first spot, which he left. He left some fish there, obviously. And those are resident fish, as you pointed out, so there's a chance they could possibly do the same thing tomorrow morning.
And you wonder if someone else comes in this afternoon, finds that spot, and he has company in the morning, that could be the question.
Well, right now I'm trying to figure out a new little area. Oh gosh, look at that one. Just a lot of gar and trash fish and tilapia and all that. But that's how majority, other than my one canal, this is how I figured I would catch them. But we haven't hit any areas I've had bites yet. But I'm just trying to at least find me something for the next couple days. It's like here, since they spray everything, this is like all these dead cattails here. And I've caught quite a few swim jigging this type of stuff. We got one other competitor out there, but it should be good. Any kind of like points and stuff. I've just been, only way I can get bits, just hit high percentage stuff, honestly. Like, I found a few little areas, but most of them are small, so every day I think hopefully it might get better. Maybe some females move in or something like that. So I'm kind of just letting it sit where I don't, because it's so shallow, I just don't think they'll replenish, so I'm not gonna mess with it. Because if my canal fish don't work out tomorrow, I got to bank on something. So that's what I'm going to keep in my back pocket for a little bit. Not saying it's great, but it is something. But here it's just this nasty water. I mean, you can see it. It's disgusting. But, I mean, I don't even know. I've had better time catching them in a little bit muckier water because I feel like not as many people. And it's just dirt shallow. It really doesn't matter too much to me, I don't think, with it's muddy. Well,
Trey McKinney's philosophy vis-a-vis the remainder of his day and what might happen tomorrow. The search for clean water, though, he sort of indicated that's a real struggle out here because of the conditions of the past few years and the ability of the water not to get cleaned up as fast after weather. And there's been a ton of weather, hurricanes and such.
What's good is Scott, during the halftime show, mentioned the work that DeSantis and the rest of Florida is doing, not only to protect the lake, but now invest in planting more grass.
Very, very encouraging. Well, we encourage you to stick around because we're going to come back with some more fishing, the afternoon session from Okeechobee. The Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite at Lake Okeechobee is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Down past the 3-hour mark for the first flighters. Of course, we heard from some of the others. They'll be coming in an hour and a half after that today, so it's spread out pretty good. The check-in times at the ramp there in Okeechobee. Let's get out to Drew Cook. Drew said things are trending up for him. He finally caught one that had a little size on it about, I'd say about 15, 20 minutes ago.
People often ask, like, how many rod holders do you need? How many on your big boat? How many rods these guys bring? He's got like 13 or 14 rods rigged and ready with tackle galore underneath every hatch.
10 more rods rigged up and ready that haven't been pulled out yet.
Right.
In the rod box, yeah.
It's remarkable. These guys work quickly, stealthily, and just, prepared for absolutely everything.
Well, and that's one thing Drew Cook may be fishing with 3 of those rods all day, Peter, but there are 6 opportunities where something else comes to mind, or there's one situation I need to punch through. I'm not punching all day, but I need to have it rigged up for this one cast because it could be a 1-for-1. You make one punch, catch one big one, that kind of deal. That's the true essence of junk fishing, is using a bait or 2 all day, and mixed in within 10% of your cast is 5 other things.
Brandon Cobb's got a giant in the live well, but as he said, just 14 pounds. That's his dilemma.
Yeah.
He needs something bigger than 2-pounders to.
He got healthy quick, though. He was down in the 40s in 8-8.
Yeah, I mean, there's.
Well, you got 4 fish for 7 pounds and then an 8-pounder to anchor it.
Knew it.
Cal Welcher landed a 5-pounder to get up to 11.5, getting out of top 10.
We'll just go with this color. I caught a few on in practice.
Big fish of the day is still Greg DePalma's 8-11, and that remains his only fish of the day. Thus, he is not in the top 10. He's not even in the top 20.
He's dipped a little bit there. Matty Wong is our highest guy with only 4 fish. He's 3rd place with a little over 16 pounds. He's got 2 7-pounders.
Yeah, 2 7s. That'll.
Yeah. Before I came, for some reason, I didn't order my favorite color for down here. Don't know why.
And it could be one of those deals, guys, where you would want to go where maybe there's a bunch of 4-pounders for sure. Trey McKinney goes to that spot this morning and catches 5 4+ pounders, has 20 pounds, 21 pounds. Matty Wong may have had the plan to go to that spot because no one saw Trey there, so it's not like they went in there after the leader left. He goes in there maybe secondary, thinking if I go out on the lake and catch one big one, Maybe I can go fill my limit in this canal, and does the plan opposite. He happens to catch 2 big ones, stays a little longer, comes in there, never sees Trey, and now he's going to fill his limit in reverse order. That's one of those deals. Do you go get your limit and then your big one, or do you go out in the lake?
I like your way of thinking.
And it's
like writing an Agatha Christie novel for us.
Yeah,
here.
but then all of a sudden, though, tomorrow, though, we
Yeah.
we could have a camera in both boats, and they both start on the same spot in the canal, and that's just the situation. Were you here yesterday? Well, yeah, I was here in the morning. Well, I was here in the afternoon. We could see that, and that's not a big enough spot to share. It's not like a wide open community hole where you're all within 100 yards of each other. That's
which sometimes is not a big enough spot to share.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Ronnie, remind folks of what happened in Bill Lowen's Creek when Christie left. I think he left a lake and went up there and tried it, and he saw Lowen and said, "See you, and good luck."
Yeah, and I mean,
people did.
And
I think people got it wrong on social media.
And it could be boat draw. We don't know the first 15 minutes of the day. Trey could have been an early boat draw. Stopped. Matty Wong tries to come in there. Oh, he was last.
He's last angler out.
Okay, well then that's perfect. Then I don't need to.
He'll be first tomorrow.
I don't need to speculate further. Then yeah, I was gonna say if he was in there first, Matty turns around, doesn't come in there, then he knows that he was trying to come in there. Tomorrow, when the order's flipped, it's a different deal.
What's the dynamic when he sees that Trey McKinney has a 20-plus pound
your
bag?
heart sinks. Your heart sinks, no doubt. If it's the specific spot, but on the map, it was close. It was close. Just a little midday prognostication.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's what you get paid for.
But
right?
when I do check the map, and it's like this is a specific. It's not like his ping could be off. It's like you're either here or there, and it's there.
Wait, he's getting paid?
Who's getting paid?
He said that's what you get paid for.
Oh no, I don't get paid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, he gets
I didn't know.
A lot of people don't think I should be paid.
I'm not getting paid.
We feed him also.
Oh yeah.
Sure. We just fed him.
Yeah. First half of the sandwich earlier.
Yeah.
When we finish the show, I get the second half of the sandwich.
That's right.
You have to pay for the second half.
Right.
But then, the first one's free. First half is free.
Just put up there, we'll give it like an hour.
Yeah, Trey said he's happy when his ribs hurt, when he feels like he's broken ribs, and he was ripping ribs all morning.
Oh man!
Now they're tightening up on him. Got to stay warm. You got to keep ripping ribs, ripping lips and ribs.
Ronnie, Paul Marks is 6th place right now. He caught a 4-pounder to get up over 12 pounds.
Okay.
One of our rookies.
Jason Christie, we visited him early about. Oh, hold on.
Do you think he wanted that frog? I thought it was a gar for a second.
Great googly moogly.
Well, if you haven't checked it out yet, you should check out on Bassmaster.com, Bassmaster. Now, this is a program, a new initiative by the Bassmaster organization to recruit, let's say, create a space for female anglers who would like to know more about bass fishing. You can learn more about baits and how to catch them, tackle, find your way around a bass boat. And what it is, it's a series of events, workshops in conjunction with tournaments. We got one coming up at the Classic in Fort Worth on March 22nd, later at Lake Hartwell in South Carolina, April, in Texas, in May, on the Sabine River down in Orange, Texas, ICAST in Florida in July, and in La Crosse, Wisconsin, at the final Bassmaster Elite event on the Mississippi River. Bassmaster, check it out. Bassmaster Live, great to have you with us on this first day of the tournament. Here's something we want to check out. The weigh-in's coming up at 3 p.m. We'll remind you of that more than a few times this afternoon. But also, concurrent with the weigh-in, over on YouTube is the Moultrie Behind the Tanks. That takes you backstage, lets you talk to the angler, Pat Renwick and the gang back there, getting all the anglers rounded up and then sort of getting their thoughts once they get off the water, fresh with the impressions of the day. And you can probably pick up some pretty good information. It's very interesting. So check out Moultrie Behind the Tanks, again, starting at 3 p.m. over on YouTube.
I think Pat also does plenty of impressions as well. Not only the angler's impressions from the water, but Pat will do his own impressions.
Impressions of the anglers?
Probably, yeah.
Oh, all right.
Ventriloquist probably as well. You just never know.
Does some close-up magic and all that. Oh, yeah, good stuff. I like that. Pat's a talented guy. Pat gets around. He's multi-interest. He's got a lot of interests, including rock and roll.
He's a good Bears fan.
Yes, that's right.
Go Bears.
All right, there's our anglers, our 6 that we are out there with today. Here's 4 of them. Jason Christie, we visited with him a little earlier today, came to him, and he was in a canal situation. He says, at least I got him pinned up against the bank here. And what he's saying is, it's one of the few places you can find a hard edge out there. I mean, you know, where he is now, hey, the fish could turn around and swim the other direction and be gone. So that's, I think that's what a lot of anglers have to adapt to in order to prosper down here.
I remember hard edges have been around forever, obviously, but when we had the huge floods at the Sabine, and Chris Lane said, I was in this back end, the water can only go up in here, and they have to go up, they put their nose against a wall.
Yeah.
Like if in other flooded fields, if it goes up, they can get away from
disperse,
me.
yeah.
In this canal, even if the water rose suddenly like it did that day, they're gonna stay in here.
Oh, bass.
Drew Cook, we heard from first thing this morning at takeoff, saying, you know, everything's prime. Everything's ready for him to move up. And obviously, looking at Drew where he is, he's not found where they're moving up to, or else they're not moving up in great numbers yet.
We talk about the endurance of these guys, whether you're tall, short, big, small, whatever size you are, you have the endurance of a champion because you're throwing 1,000 or more casts a day, retying, moving, foot pedal, bam, bam. I mean, it's a day of bass fishing at this pro level is exhausting. I could sit there sail fishing, marlin fishing all day, and I can get back to the dock, clean the boat, and I feel pretty good. When I bass fish all day, I am beat up. It's head in the hook, back, feet, legs, ribs.
We had Rick Clunt in your chair last week, and he was talking about what these guys, we were watching somebody who's fishing in high winds all day around docks. A lot of boat control problems to solve with every second. Is the toll on his core strength and his footwork and the wind howling in his ears. I mean, that's enough to wear you completely out. And Rick was talking about that is the biggest challenge, physical challenge in the sport of fishing.
Well, and not only just physical aspect of being out on the boat in the conditions all day, the mental. There's guys that go fishing. Yeah, I can fish for 8 hours. You're not intense. You're not thinking about the next move after the next move. And these guys just are consistently thinking about what's next, what do I need to do, never settling. And they mentally are wore out more than physically at times.
And this is flat calm. So that's way less of a toll than you normally see. I mean, you've seen Zona, riding 6-footers in some of the lakes he's working.
The gates of hell, as he calls it, going through that. Drew Cook, though, it's just, such a great sight fisherman and just hasn't had the chance to use that talent a whole lot today. He did finally, doing what he's doing now, finally get into a fish with some size on it. He was a little bit down in the mouth, I think, before that because all he had was some small ones. But this one came in earlier, this afternoon.
It's funny how the body posture changes when it's a big fish. There's like a little arch in the back. There's a dip in the knees.
Come here. Got her.
Nice.
Hey. It only took us 6 hours and the hook fell out. How about that? That's more like it. Female bass.
KJ Queen's fish just popped into Bass Track. He's up in 8th place with 11.5 pounds. A trio of 3-pounders.
3 amigos.
Yeah.
One of my favorite lines in the movie. Would you like to kiss me on the veranda? And Steve Martin said, no, the lips would be fine.
Hey-o.
He didn't say that to Martin Short, did he?
Got him, Cliff? No.
My favorite was the look up here. That bit was pretty fun.
Are you catching many? Hey, I don't understand.
Cliff Pace. Back on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
That's right. First year back.
Yeah.
It's a Legends exemption, I guess.
He's one of the 40 anglers off Bass Track.
No, I know. It must have swam out of here. Yeah, there you go. Say what? Oh, yeah.
About to slam out of here if I catch 3 more.
Drew Cook fished his way into Saturday last weekend by 1 whole point, 49th place.
And I was wrong, Tommy. He didn't drop too far. He only dropped 1 spot when he only had 1 fish on day 3.
Yeah.
He fell to 50.
He actually doesn't call.
That's yeah.
So smooth.
Let's get back over to Bill Lowen, who's kind of
stayed in the Kissimmee River.
Oh, no kidding. Doing a lot of river stuff today. Where it was won last year. Not that particular spot, but in the Kissimmee River.
Yeah. Little guy.
Walking a dog?
Oh, there we go.
Nice little frogfish.
Yeah.
As long as they keep helping. You know? Come here. I don't know if he's gonna help or not. Pound and a half, right? Get a little bigger, about 1 ounce bigger. I am like scrapping for 9 pounds of bass.
It's not ideal, Tommy. But if he catches a 6-pounder today, he would have been thankful for scrapping because now he's going to be in a position. It's just that one bite in Florida. People would love to start their day with a 6-pounder. Sometimes people end their day with a 6-pounder, and it's somewhere in the middle. But if you can do your work and that other time while you wait for a big to show up, then boom, all of a sudden you go from I might make the cut, maybe I'm going to be flirting with the mid-pack to okay, we might be top 20.
The vast majority of everyone who dwelt in the top 10 last week had a big fish as part of the equation there.
Oof.
They didn't all have. Oh, he's already got an 8. Look out.
Wrapped up in there?
I don't know if he's still in there or not. I felt him shaking his head. Can't tell if he's still on there. I don't think he is.
Yeah, those cattails, they can de-hook you pretty quickly at times.
I don't think he's on there anymore. Nope. God, that was a big one. Felt him shaking his head down in there. Well, I can't get him out. I stuck it right in the reeds. Switch hooks. I like this one when it's not super thick, but if they're back in there, I don't like it.
Cody Huff just jumped in the top 10 with nothing larger than a 3-pounder. Same deal with Wes Logan. He's still in 10th.
Brandon Cobb pushes on here. Trey McKinney, 5-pounder. One of the big ones that got him where he is, the top of the leaderboard. 20 pounds and 7 ounces for last year's Rookie of the Year. Got the 4th largest 4-day total in sports history. Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River. This is part 2 of our Florida swing to start the season last weekend. We were up at the St. Johns.
I like when they barely fit.
I should say we're at Okeechobee. Last week we were up at the St. Johns, and Bill Lowen putting on a show up there. Totally solid first day. Did not have the lead after the first day, but he had the lead after day number 2, working one deep creek there.
I think that's actually
east side. That's the name of the creek.
Not only describes it, but it identifies it as well.
And we're going to call it our Humminbird Mega Moment of the year so far. Absolutely working it to perfection and knocks out a 4-ounce victory over Jay Shakurit in order to take his 2nd blue trophy, his 2nd championship on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Hats off to Bill Lowen. That was a popular victory. Bill Lowen, well liked for 20 years straight. He's labored on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
What's crazy is,
okay,
I'll let him, maybe he's going to give us some updates.
All right. It's still really, really slow. I think I got 9 pounds maybe. Getting a lot of bites, just ain't getting no size. Only thing I can contribute it to is the boat traffic. It's got the banks mudded up and all the grass is bouncing all over the place, but I don't know, getting a lot of bites. Couldn't get a bite, and I picked the frog up and started getting some bites, and just hoping I need one big bite to salvage my day. And we're just gonna keep at it. I don't feel like I got anywhere I could just run off and have a better shot at catching a 6 or 8 pounder, so we're just gonna keep on here for a little while and see what happens. Pretty frustrating day so far.
What I was going to say, Tommy, is he's been around for 20 years on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he's been getting better, obviously, from his rookie season to now, and the things he knows and how good he's done. But he has been known as the guy who gets checks and is consistent, and on those grinders, he's going to find a way to eke out one more keeper to get into the cut and make a check, all those things. When he won at Pickwick, I talked to him about this, that he just went into a I'm going to try to win more mindset. I don't want to lose my consistency, but man, winning, that is addicting, Peter. I want to go win more. And as he started to make that winning adjustment and going for it was when we started to see the electronics impact that we're now really living in. It was around that 21, 22 time period. And so you're taking a guy who is one of the best shallow fishermen ever, trying to go for more victories where now it's harder for a shallow expert to win. And so we see him not be consistent for a few years. And I've gotten some heat for saying that, like that he's not been consistent, but like it's more shocking to me than as a guy who looks at numbers at how consistent Bill's been. And so for him to now in 3.5 seasons get 2 elite victories, and the first 16 years of the elites had 0, first 16 years of his career have 0, absolutely incredible stretch for Bill, highs and lows. But man, what a way for him to win St. John's.
He told me the exact same thing, Ronnie, that after his win, that he had a really rough stretch. It was for that reason of going for it.
You just want to win. You just want to put your stamp on the sport, you know?
I think it was his 157th B.A.S.S entry when he won, and then he won last weekend his 197th entry, according to his bio, 197th entry.
Oh.
First ran into Bill actually 24 or 25 years ago at a Bass Nation championship in the Harris Chain down here in the state of Florida.
Wow.
And I think he had the lead going into the final day, or it's dark the morning the next, launching the final day, and he professed to being as nervous as he's ever been in his life. He was a young kid then, a young kid from Ohio back then. But man, he has certainly built a successful career. Very much a fan favorite.
Brookville, Indiana, right? His hometown.
Brookville, yeah.
Now.
And I'll say this, we didn't get to talk about this on Bass Live at all. This is the first day we've been live since the weigh-in at St. John's. What he did at the weigh-in, in his winning moment, to be able to say, hey, I normally give a Bassmaster membership to a kid in the crowd. Every single kid in this packed crowd gets a Bassmaster membership today because I'm on the stage and I want you to be on the stage one day. Bill is just, I mean,
yeah, that's
not one of the good guys. He is like the
win.
greatest guy.
Yeah.
He is the greatest guy.
That's a good man right there.
Bassmaster Kayak, big growing segment of the sport. You might want to check it out. Go to Bassmaster.com. Check out the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series. Just finished a big tournament down in Kissimmee. We got them coming up at Dale Hollow, 10 Killer, Lake Champlain, and Toledo Bend. All of that on the way.
And their classic coming up.
Their classic is be coming up. Yes, Lake Fork. That will be fantastic. Hit the QR code there. Get involved in it. A great gateway to top-level competitive bass fishing. 2025 Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite at Lake Okeechobee. Getting well into the afternoon session here. And Trey McKinney, your Rookie of the Year from last year, 2024. And that fantastic tournament, almost a record-breaking tournament down at Lake Fork in Texas. He's holding the lead right now and has had it for a good 3 or 4 hours now. Well over 20 pounds. We may be at close to 21. Scott Canterbury in second place. Matty Wong, Julia Fujita, Brandon Cobb, Paul Marks, and all the rest. So great to have you with us here on Bassmaster Live as we head into the afternoon. Got Peter Miller with us today. If you probably recognize that voice. Well, he's from Bass to Billfish, Uncharted Waters, the Sport Fishing Championship. Peter's sitting in with us, South Florida guy. Perfect fit for Lake Okeechobee here. We're enjoying all of it with you, Peter. It's a lot of fun. I hope you're enjoying it.
I am enjoying the heck out of it because normally I sit across the studio doing the Sport Fishing Championship, then we did the Redfish Cup, and now we're here doing Bassmaster Elite. And it's amazing to see these guys doing what I love to do, which I've been doing for 53 years, sitting on a tackle box in the reeds catching bass. Didn't know what I was doing, and yet I'm 56 years old. I'm still doing it. I love it. I bass fish every single night with the family, and we catch bass. We go have dinner, and it's a beautiful thing. This Lake Okeechobee is special. It is the lifeblood of Florida. These guys know how to catch big fish. It's just a question of when and where, if, what to use. And we have one leader right now. He's got a 20-pound plus bag, doing very well, using a little bit of everything in a back. We call it a bayou. I call it a little gully back there. It's kind of closed off and doing very well. There's some big fish caught. There's an 8.5 pounder. A lot of good things happening. I'm excited to see what's going to transition for these next few days with the weather and the currents and the water clarity. It's going to be very exciting to watch.
Hey, normally when Peter's in here, Tommy, he has to sit beside Robbie Floyd. So he traded in Robbie for Tommy Sanders. I think Peter's sitting pretty this week. He is upgraded most definitely.
This is the upgrade to the king. The king.
Robbie is fantastic. There's no question about that. Hey, let's get back on location down at Okeechobee. Kyle Jesse is standing by. There's Kyle right there. And Kyle, great job today on the halftime show. We sure enjoyed that. And you know, coming into this thing was everybody's talking about, well, is it going to be one in one of these offshore, not offshore, but near the shore community holes, or is someone going to find something different? Right now, as it stands, someone who found something a little different is on top. Is that kind of what you had in mind as a prediction for day number one?
I would say so, Tommy. You know, the community holes are always going to be a big deal here in Lake Okeechobee, and every time we've come down here, whether it be for a college tournament, the Open last year, the Elite 2 years ago, you look at how massive the lake is, and it's hard to believe that only certain areas produce, you know, throughout the year, and it seems to change every year. But Trey McKinney obviously got out to a great start this morning. Couldn't ask for much better of a start. Seemed like he kind of laid off that deal a little bit. Be interesting to see if that quality is maintained throughout the rest of the event for Trey McKinney.
Kyle, we talked about it, the big storyline of the week, other than that Scott Martin is not in our field because of the disqualification, the actual fishing condition situation that's been the big topic is how dirty Lake Okeechobee has been. I guess that storm that blew through while we were at the St. Johns River has really dirtied up a lot of the places. Have you heard from anglers whether it's the south end of the lake that's the dirtiest, whether it's the west end of the lake, so that when we look at the future winds this weekend, we know which areas may clean up quicker than others? Have you heard which part of the lake is the dirtiest and worst right now?
So I haven't heard specifically. Obviously you're exactly right. We did dock talk yesterday right after the guys got off the water from practice, and that was the consistent theme, right, was that there's only so many places with clean water, and that was going to congregate a lot of anglers to those areas. And, if you look at the map and where guys are at, it seems like the west end of the lake obviously has, been one of the more popular areas. A lot of boats there. That's not super uncommon for what we see here. Or actually, now that I think about it, maybe the east side of the lake. But I haven't heard the specific areas, but when you look at the map, you can definitely tell the same areas that we've seen, a couple of years ago, even in the open, getting to cover it last year, certainly playing here again. So I'm guessing that's where the majority of the clean water is on the main lake.
Big fish, always a big part of the equation anytime we're in the state of Florida, Kyle. And we heard from Drew Cook this morning. He said, guys, here's my take on this place. It's always spring here. Do you know what I mean? He says it's the longest spawn that goes on anywhere in the world. And I'm wondering if that being spread out like that, can we reasonably expect some big push event to happen during the course of these next 3.5 days coming up here? What's your thoughts, Kyle?
I certainly think that's the question, Tommy. You look at all these areas, you look at the weather that we've had the last handful of days. Obviously, on a major warming trend came from the St. Johns River, where it's super, super cold for the first 3 days of the tournament. You looked at the weather here. It's been warm throughout practice. A warmer night last night. So a lot of the predictions I heard, Mike Iaconelli yesterday when he came off the water was really predicting big things for another wave of fish pulling up. But it seems like, Scott Martin talked about it on the halftime show, that water level is kind of one of those things that's kind of maybe keeping some of those fish from pulling up all the way and kind of hanging back, as he said to us during the halftime show. So it's going to be interesting to see. I sure hope they pull up. The weather certainly is giving us reason to believe that will happen, but we will see as the event goes on.
I'm with you. I got my fingers crossed as well. Kyle, thank you so much. Great job down there in Florida. It's been great having Kyle corresponding with us regularly on locations. Good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll learn more and more each day. But talking to some of the guys that I know at Okeechobee, they kind of clued us in on what those changes were going to be. They said, oftentimes we think about the push of the spawn is the moon cycle, but we also think in Florida we need a cold front to cool it down to then get a big push to kind of back up these fish trickling in and kind of get them to all go at the same time. So they say
spot with 1 million bass. Problem is most of them's little bitty.
So they say you always want a warming trend when a moon is showing up after a cold front would be the ideal to get a push, and that happened 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Kyle Patrick, 15 pounds. He's up to 5th place.
Wow.
After having a 90-something finish last week.
It'd be crazy if someone in our Bass Live crew put Kyle Patrick as his bucket E-pick,
Some shots earlier from Jason Christie's day out there today. Sure hasn't run across the size he would like to have at this point in the proceedings.
Yeah, Florida is always hit or miss for some of our biggest names in the sport. Guys like Brandon Polinick, Jason Christie. It can be tough to be consistent in a place like this. Even locals, not locals, but local to the state of Florida, guys like Bernie Schultz can be in the right area for one day, but your history in wanting to stay in that high percentage area prevents you from thinking outside the box. For guys like Jason Christie that maybe have struggled here in the past, kind of getting in a little bit of a zone, getting bites on a certain type of bait, Bill Lowen catching them on a frog, Christie catching them on a frog, you might start to find a little patch, especially if this reed heavy cover flipping comes into play for Christie this afternoon, where I survived day one and it gets better for me each day. That's the hope, especially if you come out of the gate slow on day one.
Fish number 5 for Matty Wong. He's up to 18.5, 2nd place.
Yeah, how about Wong, Fujita, and Patrick? 3 guys who finished down in the 90s last week find themselves in the top 5 here. Or that's a turnaround. That's a mass turnaround.
He's got 2 sevens.
Yeah, Wow, difference a week makes.
And I will say, he's right there on where we saw Trey McKinney earlier this morning.
Wow.
Let me refresh the private version of our map just to get a peek. Yeah. He's a little bit more out of that canal, not all the way towards the back like he was earlier. So.
Ronnie, you're looking at the map, and you know the colored boats are the ones who are among our top 10. Look how it's kind of spread out about the lake. I think you should comment on that. I was kind of surprised that it'd be that.
Well, and
there's guys down south and north, east, west.
You've got guys, yes, there's 2 or 3 boats, just like we saw in last year's Open. We saw 2 guys in South Bay, couple guys up, Monkey Box, couple on the North Shore, couple in J&S to the east. Same type of deal. We're seeing 2 or 3 in the.
Now let's share that with everybody.
At Open, there were 70, 80 guys in the bay.
You can see how big South Bay is, though, and this is the deal. The fish have not left Lake Okeechobee. There are still giants here. But these general areas that used to be acres and acres and acres of fishable water are now a couple backyards worth of fishable water. You see South Bay, how big South Bay is and how clustered this group of 4, 5, 6 anglers are together. Then you go to the east and you have people who actually lock out of Okeechobee into the J&S Canal. There where we saw some of those guys, forward-facing, deeper canal fishing. Over here on the west, you're going to have Moonshine Bay, Harney Pond, Monkey Box region, and the canals that live off of there. That's the big deal. North Shore, Kings Bar now, this region of it, Tin House. They're large areas, but with how dirty this place is, Tommy, those large areas of productive water have now gotten smaller. It's almost like a bedding bass, Peter. You've got the circle where they're gonna bed, but there's always the spot on the spot of the bed that fires those fish up. Here, it seems like these large community hole areas are now narrowed down to, you've got to be in this 10 boat length area in the good spot. And so we're starting to see a little bit of that. Obviously the Kissimmee River gonna occupy a few boats as well based on the recent success we've seen there.
Yeah, it's amazing how they'll react to a bait that lands in a certain area when they're in a bed, right? It could be 3 feet over that way. It's still on the edge of the bed, but maybe on the cusp of going into the, and they're like, yeah,
it's the same
I'm not so
thing.
sure.
It's the same thing. If you are in a tin house or a Harney Pond, you could catch a 6 or 7 pounder anywhere in there. But you might catch one over here on the edge, Tommy. But then there's a spot where there's going to be like 10 6-pounders, and you're like, this is incredible. I fished all day in here and I finally found them. That's where a lot of the big ones. Yeah. You can still catch big fish all over those areas, but where the biggest and most concentrated, it's gotten much smaller as of lately. You see the Pahokee region, it's really, it's such a smaller depth zone from the bank to where it starts to get a little deeper, doesn't have a ton of cover compared to the West Shore, so it's not gonna occupy as many boats for sure.
Didn't look like there were any in there, right?
And I'll say, when you have a northwest wind, a bunch leading up to it, that southeast bank, aka Pahokee region, that's been beat.
Sure.
It's going to be dirtier. It's going to be a lot harder. It takes a while to settle out.
What's our wind direction tomorrow? Was east, you said, right?
It really does spin and rotate. Let me pull up the app real quick. We'll look at today, and then I'll go to tomorrow at 1 p.m. It's coming straight from the north.
Straight north, yeah.
It's
Maybe
north,
the next day it's east.
Yeah, northwest and north, and I think in the evenings it starts to get more sideways, whether it's west or east. So yeah, around 8 o'clock Friday evening, it should come from the east. At a decent clip too, which makes Saturday morning interesting for those fishing the west bank that we end up seeing. If they get in there and notice that, hey, man, last night it must have been ripping because it could come from the east. Yeah.
So with that push of dirty water, with that tidal push that's going to go to that far side, is the bait going to congregate up in those banks? So the fish going to go towards that area, but it's going to be so dirty that's going to be hard to fish? Or are they going to kind of stay out of there? Is the fish going to stay out of there even though the bait's getting pushed up in there?
I mean,
McKinney just missed one here.
Oh, golly.
Oof.
They're just in so much thick stuff.
Yeah, if you could hear the water it through.
Yep. I didn't even check it. It's on my line jump. Like a 3.5 pounder. I had not even a standing chance. I cut half the reeds down, and of course the one reed that was still there.
$3.5 pounder. He doesn't need a 3.5 pounder.
No, he's a 4.5 pounder.
Yeah, to cull. Yeah.
But Peter, I think with it just being maybe a 6 or 7 hour wind trend in the evening, I would just expect like where they're positioned on the reed heads or the cover to be different. You know, like they're going to go on the other side because it's just like a gnat. That silt that gets stirred up in their face, they don't want to sit there. You don't want to open your mouth, worry about a gnat flying in your mouth. They don't want all that sediment in their face, so they're going to be much more selective when they are feisty and active. But I would say they're just going to get on the opposite side of the cover, the most protected that you can get. You can see right here the ripples from the wind in Jason Christie's bottom left, and then all of a sudden it's slick calm. Even if just slight, it can make a true difference. But if you're fishing in an area like dollar pads, like Brandon Cobb was in the picture, it's going to just all get kind of affected.
You know, these guys enjoy their privacy. They like being left alone when they're out there fishing, trying to win a tournament. But Jason Christie will be the first one to tell you, it's not like it used to be. It's way harder to hide stuff in this day and age.
You know, I'm glued to, if I'm not fishing, I'm glued to my phone watching. I'm watching as a fan, I'm watching as a fisherman trying to learn more. I want to know how I messed up. There's just so many different ways to learn. If you're watching live, and you're in a guy's boat and you're watching him break down the lake, you're watching him fish the tournament day, he can't hide anything.
Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite on Lake Okeechobee. This is it, the second stop of the year, second stop in Florida in 2 weeks. Live coverage sponsored by Yamaha. Getting closer and closer to weigh-in time. That's coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern Time today. We're going to take a look at what we have seen so far today, the fish catches we have on record with our Toyota Midday Report. And let's start it out with an 8-time winner with the Bassmasters, Jason Christie.
Yeah, Tommy, he was very excited about this early catch. He was wanting to see if he'd be able to get a fish.
Damn it, I got that.
A fish in an area, checking that's your biggest concern as an angler. Are they still here, or where can I get a bite? Started off strong, really quiet for a while though, picked up a frog midday and has started to catch some fish. Now he has transitioned, Tommy, and this is kind of his third prong of his tournament day, is punching or flipping the thick cover of the reeds. You can get 1 or 2 bites doing that. You now know, as Jason, I can catch fish moving baits, subsurface, top water, and flipping. I can piece together and salvage this tournament.
3 different approaches. The fish are all the same size.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the one problem with that. Needs a big one. Everyone needs a big one here. At some point during the proceedings on Okeechobee, Drew Cook had high hopes for this day.
Yes, Drew Cook being, I believe he was in the top 10 in our last event here for the Elite Series in 2023. Yep. Loves flipping, pitching, top water, all the Florida staples that we know. Sight fishing for sure. If a wave of fish starts to come in some of these community holes, it might be Drew Cook's time to make that move. But for most of today, spent time in one of those canals, kind of splitting his time. We see him now obviously later in the afternoon making a switch, but if his canal bite dies and he has to live in these community hole areas, Tommy, he could start to find the sweet spots for sure in those regions.
Yeah, absolutely. And if a bunch of big spawners show up, he's the guy to exploit the situation. He can get the work done in a very efficient way.
you really don't want to bomb. You don't want 5 fish for 6.5 pounds. If you can catch a 3.5 pounder, even if you don't get big ones, Tommy, it keeps you in the game for a big bag tomorrow, and that's what Caleb Summerall's hoping for. Really, no big ones for him, middling limit, but 8 to 10 pounds will keep you below that cut line. If he could catch one decent fish, a 3.5 to 4 pounder, he's like, okay, today is done. Now I need to figure out how to get a bigger bite tomorrow.
Caleb doing what a lot of people doing last week, looking at those residential canals for more of a stable water situation. Maybe not the best water, but certainly better than some he might encounter out there away from all of that. Bill Lowen coming off a big win, second Bassmaster Elite Series victory in his career last week on the St. Johns River.
You look at that 29th with 8.5 pounds right now, Tommy. We have to keep into account that we probably have about 60 anglers on Bass Track, so there's going to be about 40 that may pop in. I would not expect 8.6 to be at the cut line, somewhere probably around the 10 to 11. I don't expect it to be insurmountably bigger, but somewhere in that 11-pound range is probably going to be cut line material. And for Bill Lowen, he's kind of thinking about his final day at the St. John's right now. I've got a bunch of small ones. I would love that one bite to get me to tomorrow, and that's going to be the story for everyone at the weigh-in. Not to give away what they're going to say to Dave Mercer, but most likely Dave catching a big one is the name of the game down here, and I just did not get it done today.
Well, a man who did catch a big one, and we thought he maybe had another one on momentarily there just a few minutes ago, is Brandon Cobb, an 8-pounder coming into the boat about an hour and a half ago.
Peter, we've seen him do 3 different things as well right now. We saw him start out in a canal, catch a bunch of 2-pounders, 1.5, 2-pounders, made the move to the lake, picked up the chatterbait, which helped him catch a giant stringer the last time we were here in 2023, catches an 8+ pounder, and now we've seen him go to the reed pitching and flipping with a bigger weight and thicker cover.
Yeah, you know, he's employed a bunch of different techniques, and that's the key. And like you said, chatterbaits, frogs, you know, jerkbaits, Texas rig. I mean, he's doing it all, and it pays off. And that's the key, getting that big bite. One way or another, you got to get that one big fish for the day to give you confidence, to give you a standing, to get you to the next days ahead. And this is the fish that could do it for anybody. 8.5 pounds right there.
If Brandon Cobb continues on through today, Tommy, and fishes well tomorrow, makes Saturday, he'll be continuously thinking about this one bite, because it's one of those deals. You could have 9 pounds or you could have 16 pounds and have the same level of confidence. You're just like, hey, today I got a big bite. I don't know how I did it. I don't know if I'll do it tomorrow, but at least I got it.
Well, we've been on Trey McKinney all day, and Trey McKinney has caught him for us all day. You know, in a place where big numbers are not a very common thing, Trey McKinney has put big numbers in the boat. I mean, he's caught 10, 12 keepers during the course of today. Probably more than that.
His fishing day has been flawless, Tommy. Caught a lot of big, other than losing that fish just a couple minutes ago, which might not even helped him. He's fished it very well. Left his starting area with 20 pounds, has gone to the lake to at least explore. The only problem with this region right now is if all the people who put their eggs in the lake's basket, you know, out there on the main lake, if it does not come to fruition the first part of today, they start poking around and looking, and if they start to see, hey, canals are the deal, might be a whole lot more company tomorrow. And that's naturally how it goes. When you're trying to figure out something, Peter, you may go to the ends of the earth to get it done, and they may go out of the main lake into some of these canals to look for cleaner water, and he may have company tomorrow. Luckily, I think he's boat one, though. So.
Yeah, you've got to make big moves when you're behind. When someone's got a 20-pound bag, you know, you've got to make big moves the following day to kind of catch up, to get back in there. So you can't fish your same plan if you're sitting at 10 pounds, you know, for an entire day, or 11 pounds on day one. So there's going to be a lot of big moves made tomorrow, and your pontification and your predictions are probably going to be right, you know, where they're going to go into those spots from the big lake.
What am I doing?
You're pontificating.
Okay.
Drew Cook live.
You got him, Matt? Nope. 8 pounds. 8 pounds with a 4.5 pounder out of that. Yeah. He's got about the same. That's where I've been all day.
What area were you in?
Yeah. Around 10 house, wherever the clean water Neilgrass is.
Yeah, I mean, you were between 10 House and Indian Prairie.
Yeah. Me and 63 other people to begin the day.
Anybody catch them?
No.
So I caught a 9-pounder in there in practice, dude.
Oh gosh. That's a hammer. I mean, a big one.
The last thing you want to do is stop fishing to talk to
You
someone
already casted
and then
there.
catch one
See,
right
it
where
was-
you would have
it-
just
it-
casted.
It was only going to bite on the 15th time it saw the worm. And I just happened to be the 15th time.
Maybe they'll turn on. That'd be a kicker for me.
It's gonna,
Uh-oh.
There's a lot of this going to go to the bottom line, I promise you.
It's Matt Airy he's talking to there. So that'd be a kicker for him. That's Matt's struggling, obviously, a little bit today.
It does appear to be a rougher day. Greg DePalma's 811 is now in 30th place, 2 ounces ahead of 31st. And at 50th place, the cut after 2 days, Alex Weatherall got 4 for 415. I think we're going to have the couple top anglers have really good weights, and then it'll drop off pretty quick. We
got
have
30,
40
right?
people off Bass Track.
Yeah, including the likes of Tucker Smith, who was second place here last year at the Open event. And
Have you
I
put
think
in
there's
your
some
weight
more.
suit for Bass Track, or are you one of the 40 that's missing?
I'm not letting you know what I got.
Just like Drew Cook with Matt Airy. Where were you at in the lake? You know, I don't know.
I was up there.
I didn't fully lie. I didn't say 10 house. I just said 10. You know, I let you assume the rest.
Yeah.
And then up there, up north, you know, we're over here south, I think.
B-52s, I thought Tin
Somewhere.
Roof rusted.
I was somewhere on Okeechobee. They were.
Yeah, you can't.
Wes Logan back in the top 10 with a 3-pounder, up to 13 and a
There
half.
hasn't been anything in a while. Probably about due.
Not bad. That'd be a nice kicker for the other guys we just saw in the canal. I'm looking at that barometric pressure over there at the lake, and there's not much going on. Not a lot of changes. Little temperature drops, but I mean it's
But
like
I think he's a lot bigger
very
than one.
mild changes. Friday there's one, 4 p.m. It drops a little bit, but maybe that could turn something on.
All right.
I think that one can help him. Possibly.
But he's a lot bigger, so he's got a, even if he didn't make it, he's a lot bigger than a 104.
Well, if he's got a 104, then that is just a 1-pounder, Tommy, not a 1.3 or 1.4. Said his smallest was a 1.4.
Yeah. Well, it's 3/4 of a pound upgrade, so.
That's just a 1-pounder,
That's a 1-pounder.
and that's a 3/4 of a pound upgrade right there for Brandon Cobb.
Yeah, meaningful.
Huge.
Absolutely meaningful. Well, we're pushing closer and closer to weigh-in time. It's still a ways away for some of our anglers among our 104 that are out there right now.
Look at we could have Trey McKinney, Matty Wong, Scott Canterbury, Brandon Cobb, Kyoya Fujita, and Kyle Patrick on Bass Live, Tommy. I think Kyle Patrick's going to get plenty of words in edgewise.
Oh, yeah. I think that's a good bet. Yeah, he might make it. He might make it. Hard to tell at this point. A lot of unknowns. All will be known when we get to the weigh-in time. So mark down 3 o'clock right here on Bassmaster.com. Okeechobee, the weigh-in starts at 3 p.m. I told you I'd remind you about that. It's right here on Bassmaster.com. In the Yeti hot seat as it stands right now is our leader, Trey McKinney. Nobody's put much heat on him, though. He's not feeling too much heat there in the hot seat. Matty Wong right now is 2 pounds back, and that's as close as anyone has been to him since he assumed that lead many hours ago. So Trey McKinney looking to be in good shape. Done a lot of the important work and certainly laid the groundwork for making it through tomorrow in the top 50. You got to think that's going to happen, but again, you never know. You never know. Things are shifting and changing. People are going to be scrapping the old plan, putting the new plan to work tomorrow, and that could certainly change the complexion of a lot of the facets of this event here.
I don't think anyone's going to get any sleep tonight. They're going to be thinking about slow, fast, move this,
Slow,
do this,
what should I
fish here,
do?
go there.
Catch, loss.
Yeah.
Well, we found the right type of stuff now. This is what I've been getting bit in. We've had a few bites. I lost one good one, probably 3.5, maybe. I don't know if he's any, I wouldn't give him any bigger than 3.5. Still a really nice fish. But yeah, it's been pretty tough right now. Got a lot of bites, a lot of short strikes, a lot of trailers going. Like that right there. I mean, they'll just thump it. I think most of them are gar. But hook sets are free. You got to try it. Like, usually you tell the difference, but I mean, it's just a solid thump and just swim sideways. Just like an big old bass. But right here is like, oh gosh, come on. Same thing. Just short striking it. I was hoping this little area here was good, really good. I got quite a few bites. Actually, we're gonna see if they're still there. We're gonna go over there and hit a little patch, but right now it's tough. Got perfect amount of wind for what I'm doing. I feel like to get them to bite, but I just figured if I can get the most bites I can get is the only way I feel like I can upgrade. I just gotta get as many bites as I possibly can, and then I might run into a big one. Cause it's been so tough. Well, oh, they're just biting it for me. Not a bad one, 2.5 pounder. Something like that. But yeah, they're just biting real funny. They'll hit it and let it go, and then you'll pitch back in there and they'll boom, and then they'll let it go. I don't know what they're doing. Let's see. Right there. Money. I told you. Come on. Money. Too bad he ain't 6 pounds heavier. But like that, you can kind of call your shots on some of it, but a lot of it's just hoping. Just gotta get a lot more bites, that's all I know. And they say females move in like overnight or whatever. I mean, I've never fished here, so I don't know. But it doesn't look like they're making too big of a move yet. I thought it was as hot as it is. And a new moon, they might. But it's not looking good right now for me. Other areas, 100%. Guys are probably smashing them, but where I'm at, don't see a lot of new fish right now. But we can hope. About the funnest way you can catch one bass. I just gotta set the hook a little gentler. That's why I'm losing them. I get fired up when I get a bite, and I cleared about 4 foot out of the water.
Well, Trey says he wants to catch more, get more bites. He's got, we look at his keepers count here, and he's got more than anyone else on the leaderboard except for Bill Lowen and Mark Menendez and Luke Palmer.
I'm trying to let it load
that
up,
have
which
one
I
more
never
than
do,
he
but
does.
I got a swing, it's a bite. Like I said, hook sets.
I'm not saying bass fishermen are greedy, Tommy, but they're never happy with even their best day. They always want more bites, bigger fish.
You know, they're not happy.
As
He
you
just
can see from
showed us why. They assume everyone else is killing them out there. So that's why they're not happy.
Which goes to Peter's point earlier about them being exhausted at the end of the day is literally they never stop trying. If you stop trying for an hour, you've lost ground.
You're pedaling hard to try to catch the field in your mind.
You know, with like the billfish tournaments, which I did for about 20 years, we would turn the radio off. Because if we could hear all the chatter on the radio, it would drive you berserk. And you would think that you're losing the whole tournament. Turn it off, have the captain call in our catches, and by the end of the day, we'd be very happily surprised at the dock, you know, flying 16 sailfish flags, and, you know, the other guys had 8, but we were sure that we had lost.
And that's why
you lose count of the fish on days like that because it's so good.
And even though people will point to last week's tournament and say, well, if Jay Shakir and Shane Hugh knew it was that close, they would have did something different. That's why I love them not knowing. Because instinctually, Bill Lowen might have scrapped his area, Tommy, and tried to go do something else and catch another, and he only maybe comes in with 3 and loses. But he sticks to his guns and catches a 1 pounder and wins. And those guys did their pattern. They did their pattern, and they said, you know, I'm going to need 25. I didn't win today.
Or maybe John Garrett abandons his spot earlier and goes and catches his 2 2-pounders or 1 2-pounder he needed.
Yeah. So I like them. making the decisions on their own.
I like when they give us their thoughts out loud of what they think everybody else is doing. 'Cause
Well, we saw Jay
sometimes
Shakir.
they're so off.
Jay Shakir checks in at the St. John's, pulls his phone out, looks at Bass Track, and starts smiling like, "Oh my God, I'm close."
You got to think Bill's going to come across a big fish with all the fish that he's hitting, and he's getting bites on almost every other cast. It seems like there's got to be one chunky monkey just sitting down there ready to chomp.
Yeah. And you would love that. But like, remember, Tommy, how many fish, even when Tyler Rivette started swimming a jig in that river, how many fish he would see on his forward facing out in front of the boat off the edge, and he'd throw a jerkbait and catch. They're two different. Your boat's in the same spot, and you're catching fish on the bank, or you're catching fish out in front of the trolling motor off the drop.
Gosh.
And that might be where the big ones are sitting because there's so much boat traffic. You know?
That's a good point. I forgot about that.
Nice catch from Canadian Evan Kung, a 5-pounder. He's in our teens now. Looking at last week's finish included on our Bass Track in the AOI. Wes Logan is leading the AOI with John Garrett right behind him and Carl Jacobson third. Kung is fourth. Bill Lowen's fifth. Unofficial, totally unofficial.
Old guy.
You know, Such, when you say that unofficial, I like that because I went to the grocery store the other day, and you know, I weighed in. You know those nice scales at the grocery stores, and they look very official. And it's that big giant thing. It tells you how much you weigh. And I know what I weighed for a long time. I got to the doctor's office the other day, and they had like 9 pounds shy of that one. I'm like, I will take it. But that was official. That was an official weight at the doctor. I'm sticking with it.
Well, you've heard of guys going
to shop around for a lesser weight.
Record fish at grocery stores.
Makes me feel better. I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
We got more to come. The weigh-in is looming, but lots of fishing in between now and then. We'll be right back to Lake Okeechobee. Oh. Now that's what is that? A fancy collar he's got on there?
Is that a rubber ducky on top of a
rubber duck?
Oh, I think it's a bachelorette party, and everyone had to wear the yellow
air
crowns.
tag.
Yeah.
Oh, the flower.
They even have stylish
You don't
gators
lose your
down
friend,
here in
Peter.
South Florida. Good stuff.
Looks
Wow.
asleep.
Wonderful place down here.
Swimming in cruise control.
Yeah, he is absolutely at peace right there. Meanwhile, on the water, anglers are striving. They're sweating. They're going through anxiety, trying to make it something that will carry them through 2 days and deliver them safely into semifinal Saturday. Trey McKinney has put in the work. In fact, he's finished his work. What you see right there, a good 3 hours plus ago. So he is not sweating it at all. Just kind of casting around, trying to find something else that might be handy for the remainder of this tournament here. Matty Wong and Scott Canterbury in the 2 spots right behind him. Brandon Cobb's got a big one in the boat. Pretty much everybody who wants to make it to the final 10 is going to have to encounter a big one and put it in the boat at some point here.
Australian Carl Jacobson with 2 4-pounders and now 2 2-pounders. He's in the 11th place with 12 pounds even.
He made the top 10 last time we were here, Such.
And Matty Wong's fishing those extremes, huh? With a couple 7-pounders and then 3 1-pounders.
Yeah.
1.5-pounders.
Man.
I'll give you mixed emotions. That'll make you the highs and lows of
Jamie
fishing.
said that better than I would have.
Only 6 anglers over 15 pounds on Bass Track.
Some key turnarounds, Kyle Welcher, Stetson Blaylock. Currently in the top 20 after having bottom 10 finishes at St. John's River.
Probably need to go back up to that other area, but I've had some few bites in here. I think that one was a big one.
Steve Kennedy in the top 20.
Judging from everybody in here,
just gotta
they
make
had
it
caught
back, Tommy.
nothing. I've heard talking,
Yeah,
but
make
they
it
also
back day
lie.
one.
So
Trouble with that
it's
last week. Steve's got a good record here.
Be an interesting matchup to watch in the TH Marine Pick'em game. Chris Zaldane, Steve Kennedy pitted against each other.
Oh, really?
And they are 22nd, 23rd on
I
Bass
don't
Track.
remember who I picked in that one. That's probably Kennedy based on his record down here.
I have a strong rule of fantasy where I no longer pick Steve Kennedy because I never pick him on a good week. I pick him on his worst week. Matty Wong's now on the list. Carl, Matty, and Steve I just can't pick because I have no idea when they're going to catch him.
That first one,
and if I'm super confident, I shouldn't be for some reason. I don't.
They have
It's a me thing. It's not a them thing. It's a me thing.
It's your no-fly list.
I'm sorry. I picked you the wrong week. I messed that up.
Ronnie, anglers have asked you not to.
It's me.
You not to pick them too.
Well,
you know that.
You know, it's Pete Robbins. And then Pete's like, no, I got to pick him next week again because I got him on a bad week. That means next week's a good week, so I got to stay with him. And I'm like, I just got to stay away.
Rationalizations.
We'll put a rooster tail on and see what all these fish blowing up on the reed bar. Catch one of them. They're everywhere.
7 years for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Boy, it's been hard. I mean, who could live up to what he did in his first season? His rookie season was incredible. His home state of South Carolina, Lake Hartwell. Earlier in the spring, Brandon Cobb going to town on him.
This year should be interesting. Late April, if the Carolinas warm up, it's pretty cold right now, Tommy. If they warm up, it could be a spawn deal. Could also have some topwater fish and some herring spawn. There should be everything. Same goes for Lake Fork, except it's going to be more on the post-spawn, early summer transition rather than, there will probably be a transition there.
Well, this is Brandon Cobb on Lake Fork, an absolute killer tournament he had down there, over 110 pounds, 114 as a matter of fact, to win that one. That is strong stuff for a rookie in his first season out here. Most rookies are in their first season out here. I've noticed that through the years.
What was crazy was that because Cobb won those two events, Tommy, he tried to win every event after the Lake Fork event and had probably the worst northern swing you could have, and he was the last man to make the Classic with 2 wins.
That's right. I'd forgotten about that. Wow.
Like, I just need to go catch 5 fish. This is ridiculous. I'm not doing well at all at the St. Lawrence.
Think Hartwell will be good in April, though?
I think it will be. I think
that
lake
laying
is
up in the dog fennel over there, huh?
That, you should be able to catch them shallow. Any of the creeks could factor. You could catch them spawning. You could catch them just up there fishing. And then you'll have all the offshore stuff, a herring spawn possibly in the morning, good topwater bite. It just depends. I mean, you're always in that late April. You're hoping it's not the post-spawn funk week. But, man, I just think with how cold we've been, even a quick warm-up, there'll be plenty of fish still. They're not going to all pull up even if we go to a straight warm-up trend. I feel like the April could fish really good for Hartwell this year.
Is it the first time we've been there since the Classic of 22? I guess it is.
Yes, but that's a February deal.
Yeah.
So the last time we were there in April was Brandon Cobb's win in 2019. So over 5 seasons ago.
Looking forward to it.
Ronnie, where'd you spend most of your time bass fishing?
Carolinas.
Okay.
And Alabama.
Sounds like
because there's so many tournaments. But
how far did you take it? Your bass fishing. Did you ever get to that upper echelon, or did you kind of keep it low key? Or?
I actually fished against. I just missed Cobb in the college series. I fished against Cook when he was at Florida State, and we got to my junior year, and I started working with B.A.S.S. And so I knew when I graduated, I probably had no chance to pursue it.
Leave here in just a few minutes.
And we started just exclusively working with the elites.
Nice.
Drew Cook, we say look out if the big ones do pull up. He is a guy who could certainly take advantage of that. One of the most highly regarded sight fishermen on the face of the planet. No question about that. Back in the back of this area, the Santee Cooper Lakes. Back in, I guess it was 2020.
Yes.
2022. Again, 2022 comes up. Yeah. Look at that. 4 days of absolute knocking them dead.
Something nice about putting your whole hand in the fish's mouth as opposed to lipping it with your thumb, where you can just reach in and just grab it like a weight.
You could see how many waves of fish came in, Tommy. He had a huge day one, 31 pounds, and then 24 each of the next 3 days. The consistency there is hard during the spawn, other than when these waves continue to push up, and that was just a magical week.
He was camped out in the right place, 105 pounds that week.
It was actually extended to Monday, and it would have been a 3-day event because we had canceled a day with weather. But Cook was like, I know we can break 100 pounds. Can we please go to Monday? And Bass officials had enough time to get with the local host, have the permits, and do it, and it was still a 4-day event, and he was able to break the century. Him and Caleb Kufal did.
He wasn't the only one asking, though, if he played a 4-day, but he was among them.
Yes. That was actually the only other elite I've missed. That was the week
That's
before.
right, yeah, that's right.
I got to watch that one as a fan.
Well, all fans
You're a
keeping their
fanboy all
eyes
the
glued
time,
on
Ronnie.
Lake
Nah,
Okeechobee scene
less and less
this time
lately.
around. Trey McKinney hanging in there in the top spot. Matty Wong, Scott Canterbury, Brandon Cobb, and Kyoya Fujita in our top 5 as it stands right now. Going to all change, though, when we get to weigh-in time. Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite at Lake Okeechobee is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Glad you're with us on this Thursday. It's a big treat to be able to come down here to one of the truly iconic bass fishing destinations in the world. Fabulous Lake Okeechobee. For 100 years, it's been bringing down sport fishermen to fish for bass, back when that was not nearly as popular as it is now. Back out to our leader, Trey McKinney.
Tommy got an iconic haircut in our just moved into the top 10. Oh,
Oh boy. There we go.
Wow.
Well, 3-ish.
Yeah. Still don't think it'll help. Let's look. No,
I
yeah,
don't know.
yeah, bigger than
All
that.
right,
Wasn't it?
good.
Wow, it came in
was
so
pretty.
fast.
That was pretty. That's what I like to do right there. That's a good Florida bass. Let's see if it coals.
If it does, that fish that's going to get released is like, where am
Yes,
I at?
sir.
Yeah.
People are going to come by and like, fish for the pulpa?
Yellow. Well, a little late in the day, but we cold.
Randy Howell had caught a 5-pounder, get up to 8th place with a little over 13 pounds.
Excuse
All
me,
right.
sorry.
Randy Howell back in the mix there. Yeah, that fish is going to go. All right, back to my canal. What the?
Yeah, where am I
What?
at?
Back to Drew
Such,
Cook.
was that ounces he jumped up? Some good ounces he jumped up on that one for Trey?
More than just a couple, but he did maybe 10.
Oh.
Got her.
Oh, that looks good.
Cook.
Oh, my.
Something better.
Boy, it had a mouth on her.
That will help.
It finally worked. Catch a little one, catch a bigger one. Finally worked. Number 2. 30.5.
Gonna help Drew Cook there for sure.
He just moved into 10th place.
Such, you're about to tell us something, and I think you got cut off there. What was that?
Well, the Randy Howell caught a
Oh, the Randy Howell,
5-pounder.
okay,
The
all
iconic
right.
haircut. You would
Oh, the
call a flat
iconic
top
haircut,
iconic
okay.
haircut, don't you?
That's right.
I was trying to think of an angler that had bowl in his name, but I didn't find it. Cook's in a great region. On the map, not every canal on Okeechobee is made the same way. It's not, they're
Right,
not
yeah.
all quality, but just from what I've been talking to friends in the area, like that tournament fish regularly, some of our guys are in some great areas. They just need that window of biting to open up.
I find myself holding my breath with these guys
Oh,
as,
yeah.
as they're pitching.
I feel like everybody's flipping the pass. Figure I would make my own pass.
Well, I'm with you, Peter. I'm surprised Bill Lewin hasn't put at least a 4 or a 5 in the boat today. That's
Yeah, I mean,
caught a bunch.
The shoreline is so productive. You know, there's got to be some big ones in there. I mean, it's just they are mixed in, whether they're cruising through and they're not feeding, or they're just laid up tight because they're just waiting for something to change. You know, a little sun, a little more heat, a little barometric pressure, something.
It's either they're going to go from the shoreline, they're either going to go out and down to deeper water off the drop, or they're going to get into the tightest cover like he's punching right now,
Right.
compared to being on the loose stuff. And so, yeah.
And we know what he likes best.
Yes.
And then there's those days where you just slow everything down to like a snail's pace and you start getting those bites. That's hard to do though when you're panicked and you're a little frustrated and you're trying to get that fish. You start, okay, calm down, but obviously they all know what they're doing, but I find myself doing that where I'm working it too fast. I'm like, take it easy, and then all of a sudden you start catching.
Suture, we set for sunshine every day?
Well, Friday says mostly sunny, and then the Saturday says partly cloudy. And
Oh, it's the same thing,
Yes,
Such.
I know. They are pretty much the same, but there's the weatherman speak there. We'll see sun every day, yes.
No, I did get texted by somebody in between our two events that said the definitions of mostly cloudy and partly sunny, or vice versa, and how they differ, and I still think it's the same thing. You're just looking at the glass half full or glass
Percentage
half
of
empty.
cloud
Yes,
cover.
Absolutely.
Well, if we take it to the music side of things, we've got a song by Roy Ayers, which is "Everybody Loves the Sunshine." So, yeah, I think the sunshine's going to make a difference, and they're going to have sun, and it's going to be great.
Well, there you go.
Simple.
Yeah, easy.
Tommy, people ask maybe why do you have Caleb Summerall from Louisiana on Bassmaster Live at Okeechobee? But this, for a South Louisiana angler, stylistically,
oh gosh, yeah,
where he's carved. If he was in a canal jerk baiting out in the middle, I wouldn't say so. But this style of fishing is, I think they come out of the womb knowing how to do this.
Sure.
And this fits perfectly with a lot of successes he's had on the elites.
Just down the road from just down the road from our champion in 2023.
Yeah.
Tyler Bett.
And we saw this exactly when we got to fish the Lake Gunnersville event in 2019. I believe this was a May event, late May, and it was maybe an early June event. A lot of the vegetation had grown up. Caleb Kufal was this 2019 Caleb Kufal?
Yeah, that's what
I think 21 was when Kufal won.
Yeah,
but in
that's
this
right.
event, punching, flipping was the name of the game for Caleb Summerall. This was the one that Jamie Hartman won.
Right, one of the two that Jamie Hartman won that year. Yes.
Sorry.
Exactly right.
2021 looked so similar with the vegetation, but I botched that read there.
Looking for that one big Okeechobee bite.
Tommy.
Still grinding for it. We moved areas.
We got there.
Oh.
Bill Lowen and Caleb are sitting around the same with 5 fish apiece.
We
And
got some activity around here.
About 8.5 pounds
Bunch of
each.
people here. She's got all the ingredients.
Yeah,
She's got
big
eel
bites.
grass, dollar pads, reed heads, everything. So I'm just gonna grind it out till the time it takes to go in. Hopefully we get that, like I said, that one magical bite. We really need 2 of them, 2 or 3, but we got a little time left. So we'll stay shallow and hope we get that bite.
Nothing big, 8 pounds, 4 ounces.
Smaller than our 2 biggest fish caught today. Greg DePalma, 8.11 at 8:30 this morning. Brandon Cobb, an 8.5, a little after 11 o'clock. DePalma has fallen to 33rd or so. He still is only on the 1 big fish.
The gator's got a palm front on his back or cattail.
Yeah.
Just need to drop it on one's head.
They're transporting
Also
illegal
perfectly.
foliage.
That's right.
Drug mules, submarines, transporting drugs. Now you get gators. I'm gonna write a book.
Yeah. He's probably working on his nest.
Yeah, that's true.
Some guys are out there saving their day right now, like Logan Latusa just landed a 4-pound, 4-ounce fish. Got him in a tie with John Garrett at 27th with 9 1/4. 5th fish would go a long way for Logan Latusa.
45 minutes till flight number 1, due to check in. Way and going. Dave Mercer be in charge, as always.
How many 20-pound bags, Tommy?
Wow.
That's a hard one.
That is a hard one.
Because we got about 40 guys.
Yep, off Bass Track.
That aren't on Bass Track.
Oh.
We might have 2 right now, so maybe add 4. 4. How about 4?
I was going to say 4, Such.
That's my over-under.
Over under 4? Why can't you do like 3.5? Okay, over under 4. I'll do 5, Tommy.
5.
You got the over.
I'll go 6.
Ooh.
I'll go 6.
Peter?
Go over.
Well,
I'll let you. I'll give you the commercial.
I'm the
break.
new guy. You know, I got to take an
Commercial break.
educated guess. Well, we know 1 already. So you're saying on top of the one we know.
Yeah, total. Yes.
Okay, so I would say, has 7 been taken?
No, 7 hasn't been taken.
It's wide open. 7 is available.
I'm going to take
sir.
7.
I thought when I said 5, I'd be the high man, and I was the low man.
No, man, I'm trying to keep positive on a Thursday afternoon.
Hey, last flight's 4:30.
I bet you. My bold thing. This is going to be the worst day of the tournament. It's going to get better every day.
Right. What's the cut weight, though? That's the big
We'll
question
see what it
for
is
me.
after today. Look at that
Wow. The
flotilla.
Kissimmee River there.
Parade.
Coming down from Toho and the rest of the Kissimmee chain through the orange groves and down into Lake Okeechobee country, where it was won back in 2023, the Bassmaster Elite Series event. Let's see how it plays out during the course of the next 3 days. Day number 1's getting close to its conclusion. We remind you, got a weigh-in coming up right here, 3 p.m. Eastern time. But we got some more fishing before then. We're going to take a quick break. Stop back in and make the rounds one more time, or maybe 2 or 3 more times. Back on Lake Okeechobee, massive Lake Okeechobee, 750-something square miles, maybe just under that as it stands right now. And Trey McKinney, looks like he's upgraded a little bit. May have caught his first keeper since, about 4.5 hours ago. He's gotten his work done early today. Sitting in a good position right there. Matty Wong had a giant early on, and he has added to that to tuck into second place. Scott Canterbury having a good start. Yoyo Fujita, Brandon Cobb, Kyle Patrick has been hanging in the top 10 for a little while now. Wes Logan may be our leader in the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. That will not be settled until the weigh-in is complete today. Randy Howell back in the fold on his Legends exemption.
I think that Trey McKinney Cole on the lake is huge, not only for the tournament, Tommy, as he has another spot to fish, but confidence that it's not a waste of time to go out on the lake. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. Wanted to break down when we talk about Lake Okeechobee and the water levels that we've experienced. You may hear you've never been to Okeechobee. What's the water level difference in 16 feet and 13 feet? That's 3 feet. My lake swings a bunch in my hometown. It's a different deal at Lake Okeechobee, and I wanted to show the water readouts over the last year and a half or so. When we think about the 16-foot elevation here, I'm going to circle it. Top left, 16 feet. That's the highest that you really probably ever would want to see it at Lake Okeechobee, but it's been consistently there for a lot of months of the year. This mark right around here, this region, I would say around, let me do that again, around 13 to that 12, 11.5 to 13 pound or 13 feet is where you want the Okeechobee elevation to be. When we look at last year's Open around February, it was around that 16 and a quarter depth range. We obviously see the lake come down and it ebbs and flows, but right now the lake is in a good spot. 1 year after the Open, we are now at 13 and a half, 13 and 3/4, just below that 14-foot mark, and it's been the first time since August that it has been to this level, which is great for the spring, the emergent grass that can grow, obviously the fish concentrations, and then hopefully some of the sediment that is washed into these areas through hurricanes and high water overall can be alleviated, and some of these fishable areas become much bigger in the future. When you think about all summer that it was down below 14 for just about a month, maybe a month and a half before it went back up. It's been up around 16 for about a 3-month stretch there. Now that it's came down, if it can stay down for the rest of the year, a lot of good things at Lake Okeechobee can obviously happen for future years. So that's the water elevation over about the last 13, 14 months, Tommy, and I think it's a really good thing that the water is now down in the 13s. We may not see it this week, as it seems a little tougher, but future tournaments, future months of tournaments, it could be a great thing for Okeechobee's revival.
It's a hopeful thing. Very, very good. Great to be here with you on Bassmaster Live today. Remember, we got 3 more days coming up here from Lake Okeechobee, and anything could happen. This is the Bassmaster Studio sponsored by Marathon, where we welcome in this week Peter Miller. Peter, great to have you with us here, South Florida guy. And
Hollywood.
Okay. Peter, your bass adventures in the state of Florida. What's your favorite place in the state of Florida to go fishing?
You know, right now, I've been over in Fort Myers. I spent a few times over there in Fort Myers, Naples area, and I stayed at a couple little tiny places, and I looked out at this water, and I saw these shad getting blown up on, and I thought, wow, if I just get a little top water on there, I'm going to catch them. And I wound up catching 10 fish in a row, and I was on my way to a shoot, and I came in there all smelly and stinky, and you know, it was one of those great days. But currently, I live in Miami. I live on a lake, and I'm bass fishing every night. It's about a 40-foot depth, and you know, they go off the edges, they go deep. We get them up in the shallow, so it's always a diverse fishery. I love Okeechobee, though, punching through those mats and go for those big fish with the football jigs. When that jig stops and you know it shouldn't, and you rip back and you feel that weight, it's a great feeling, and the fish comes swinging in the boat and everyone hits the deck. That's a special moment.
We just had a telling shot here just a few minutes ago of the river. The Kissimmee River had that big wide shot of the number of boats in the river there. Things have changed. The way these people, not everybody wants to get out there on the mats and on the reed lines.
Absolutely, but Tommy, this is one of the best lakes in the world for crappie or crappie. I like to say crappie, but not to allude to the skill of the angler, but rather the species they're targeting. This Kissimmee River has been a really hot button place for crappie fishermen, and now obviously with Tyler Rivette's win 2 years ago, bass fishermen now see the value in the Kissimmee River. And when you do have a bunch of wind that affects this giant bowl that doesn't have a lot of protection, Tommy, a lot of water quality and clarity issues there, the river that constantly has water flowing through it will normally be more consistent water clarity wise. It's going to have that flow. If it's bad, it's not going to be bad tomorrow. I think it's going to be a big attractant for a lot of people, and that's why the rim ditch, the JNS, you know, all those different canals that you can go in, those places seem a lot more stable. They may have a lower floor or a higher floor, Tommy, of keepers, but those big ones, they still live in all those community holes, whether it's dirty or not.
It may just be the 6 that we picked for today, but we've seen as many shots from that canal river and sort of environment than we have.
We've probably seen at any given time, we've seen 3 of our 6 anglers in a canal and 3 of them out on a lake. Right now, we've got 3 guys fishing the lake portion of it. Drew Cook fishing in a canal type portion. Christie's obviously been in the lake. Lowen's been in the river, and then obviously Trey started his day
and did his damage
in the canals, you know, and that type of fishing. So we're seeing a different Okeechobee, and I think in a few months, few years, hopefully, we start to see some of that vegetation and that cover come back, and we can get Okeechobee back to the 2012 Century Club, Ishman Rowe, you know, that type of tournament in the future.
Oh man, wouldn't that be great? Well, it's a hopeful outlook for the future. It's like they say, what's the best time to plant a tree? 20 years ago. Well, we're at the 20 years ago point right now, and hopefully things will be good. We'll have a full, healthy vegetation maybe one of these days.
There's a lot of cyclical lakes. You know, Toledo Bend was Bassmaster #1, got a bunch of pressure, a downturn, other things happen. Sam Rayburn, who's not far from Toledo, is on the upswing at that time. People pressure that. Now Toledo's back, and there's very few times they're both on the rise. And Okeechobee is very similar with the swings that it takes.
Yeah. One more connection to point out, you mentioned the crappie or crappie fishing that goes on there. It was actually the winner in 2023 going to try and catch a crappie to feed him and his roommates.
Yes.
Went to the river to do that, found the bass, and that's where he won the tournament. So it all stemmed from a crappie fishing mission there.
Yeah, a crappie practice turned into a crappie practice.
Crappie practice, right.
It is the crappie capital of the world, after all.
Is
It's
that what
easier
they build
for
themselves as?
Dubbed that, yes.
It's easier for Tyler Rivette to say he's having a bad practice because he calls crappie sockeye. So he's saying, I have a crappie practice. He's not fishing for the fish.
That's right.
But a sockeye practice means he's on the white perch,
He's on the
or whatever you
specs.
want to call it.
Yeah.
What were you calling it?
Practicing soccer,
White perch,
boy.
sockeye,
sockeye.
speck. What else?
I think
the
all
only
of it.
fish that has more nicknames is the shoe pick and the mudfish.
Yeah, the grinnell.
Yeah. There's about 7 names for that fish. Worthless is another one, I think.
A little rookie watch. Paul Marks is in our top 10. Emil Wagner caught 8.5 of his 9 pounds in like the last hour. He was way down there. Now he's knocking at about 30th place. And Evan Kung, another rookie, is above him in 20th. And our nation angler, Blake Capps, is above them in about 18th right now.
Right now, the
Come on, jokers.
50th place number is 6 pounds and 2 ounces. It'll be more than that. We'll double
jumping
that
up.
to sort of start speculating about the 2-day total that's going to make the cut tomorrow at the end of the day.
And Easton Fothergill, another rookie, or Opens Angler of the Year, just jumped inside the top 50 with a 2-pounder. His second of the day. He's only got 712 total, but he's inside right now at 42nd.
Well, St. Croix Bassmaster Open season pushes on here. 2 events in the books already. Third stop is going to be Kentucky Lake, Paris, Tennessee in March. Another gigantic place. They can fish small at times. Hopefully it's fishing a little better these days, a little bigger. All the Opens hopefuls and the Michael Warehouse EQ competitors have their work cut out for them at Kentucky Lake. Going to be good stuff.
Going to be the first one we've had there since like 2018 on the big bass level.
Been a while. Here we go, getting closer and closer to weigh-in time. In the next 30 minutes, that weigh-in will get underway in the city of Okeechobee. Lake Okeechobee is our site here for the second stop of the year, second leg of our Florida swing to start the year of 2025. Trey McKinney, the man on top still, recently upgraded a little bit. Now we figure he's a little bit higher than that. He might be close to 22 pounds as it stands right there. Matty Wong strengthened a couple big fish. They're in second place. Scott Canterbury, Koya Fujita, Brandon Cobb rounding out our top 5. Randy Howell, the veteran, former Classic champ from 2014, has moved in as well into the top 10. Paul Marks, Georgia angler, and Drew Cook, whom we've been in the boat with all day, has made it into the top 10.
I still think we have 5 20-pound bags, and I think maybe you gotta have 17 to make the top 10, 17, 18. It might drop off quick, Tommy.
Could be, very much so. Well, let's talk about marathon peak performance. That's one of the superlatives we hang out during the course of, we give out, I should say, in the course of every fishing day here on Bassmaster Live. And there's your marathon peak performance of the day. No, you don't have to do a lot of head scratching to figure that one out. Trey McKinney started early, catching numbers all day long, and that's his plan. The more numbers he thinks he can catch, the better he will do in this tournament.
It helps when your numbers, Tommy, are also quality keepers weight-wise as well. 4 or 5 fish early this morning in that 4 to 5 pound range. Caught a couple others that he culled out. After about 8 or 9 fish here, Tommy, he finally decided to get out of there, just try to save a few for the later in the week, which he may use. I still don't know if this holds up for 4 days, but the less and less fish he has to use from the lake, he could have a good lead going into, day 3, day 4 if he hangs around.
Yeah, it could be an advantage to not have to, say, well, I made it here yesterday on my 7 and my 8. Doing it without those giants in the bag shows that he's got something maybe a little more substantial as far as that mid-range goes, and that could be more dependable.
He was really dialed in that spot where he locked it down and caught those 8 or 9 fish with a few different techniques, but it was like he was reading their minds, using this, slowing it down, trying this with a spray. Everything was working just perfectly for him. So, I have a feeling he's gonna race there tomorrow morning.
Oh, yeah. Pretty much have to be. There's a look at the strong day, the strong start on day 1 for Trey McKinney. Started with a 4.4. Yeah, they're all just right there in the high mid-range.
I think that 5.0, his cameraman said, that's got to be a 5, and he made like I don't know if he bit his lip or if he made something like a face.
You think it might have been more?
He's like, oh yeah, it is.
Okay.
It could be, he could maybe have a 5.5 in there, and that 3.5 be a 4. Like, I think that you could see him at 22.
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
For sure, easy.
Will someone come in, someone we're not aware of, who was not on Bass Track today, come in with more than that? That's a big question.
Will we see a 10-pounder this week? We've never seen a 10-pounder in an elite event.
I'm saying we will.
Here, and I think 9.5 is the biggest of an elite event we've had with Tyler Carrier day 1 of 2017. But I think we could see a 10 this week, Tommy.
I think we could too. I
could see a guy have 20 pounds with a 10-pounder. That's the scary thing. You want your 10-pounder to come, Peter.
Yeah.
You love when it saves your day, but you would love to pair it with a bunch of other big ones. Like Matty Wong has 2 7s.
Right.
You don't want to have 3 1s with that. You'd like to have 7 with a 10,
Yeah, those are good numbers. When I shot a Bass to Billfish episode up there, we caught a bunch of 1-pounders, 1.5-pounders, and then we got into a couple 7 and 7.5-pounders. We got 2 of them, so 14.5 pounds within minutes.
Well, I was going to say, you couldn't have done a show if you only had 1, so you had to have.
I would have made it work. I would have made it work. Hey, it's the experience, guys. We're in Lake Okeechobee having a great time. Had a couple guests out there.
The Open, Randall Tharp had a 10.3. Remember that on day 1?
Yep.
Scotty Martin had a 9.12, and on day 3,
Gotta go make a big
couple
pull.
9-pounders.
You got time? 2:30.
He was the second to last boat to go out this morning to Trey McKinney. Drew Cook was, so
It can be done.
they have a late afternoon.
He's sitting at 8:13, and I bet he has no idea he is as high as 11th place, but that's where he stands right now.
Yeah, I could honestly see the weights go up obviously every day, but I could see honestly 9 something, maybe 10 tops.
12-2, Tommy. That's how far he is back of the lead.
For 50 today, for the 50 position today. Wow. That would be lower than expected.
I could still see us get up to the correct average.
Guys are still leapfrogging. Stetson Blaylock with a 4-pounder up to 8th place. He's got almost 14. He's got 14 and change.
Not ideal, because I would rather have a couple 3 and 4 pounders to go with that 8, but the 8.
I got to Jason Christie.
Well, we did cull one, which is good. I just despise doing what I'm doing, but I mean, I've been here 10 minutes and caught the biggest fish of the day. I can look that way and see 5 boats. I can look that way and see 10. The good thing about it is catch a big old bag tomorrow, or just a big one right now would help a bunch. Man, as soon as I said big one started playing with my stuff and
So even though we know Christie as a great shallow water and especially flipping, this is not what he wanted to do. So this is either plan B, C, D, E.
Right, yeah.
He says he's hating what he's doing
yet
because his other stuff probably hadn't worked out like he had hoped it would.
Yeah.
Yet he got his biggest one in the middle of the 2 packs in an area he didn't really care to fish. Interesting how it works out.
Here's what's going on for Brian Schmidt. 5 fish for 3 pounds, 3 ounces.
Oh my gosh. Caleb Summerall hooked up.
His biggest is a 1-pounder.
Oh.
So they're 12 inches and they're
I don't believe
under
that.
16 ounces.
I just don't believe
Except
it.
1. 2 8-ouncers, a 9 and a 10-ouncer, and 3 for 5 fish.
I bet he's not big eyeing him.
Oh, what if he were?
He certainly is poor mouthing.
Yeah, he's poor mouthing.
Yes.
Tough start to the season for Andrew Lober. He's got 1 on Bass Track, and after finishing basically 3rd from the bottom, wasn't the start he wanted at St. John's either, and so perplexing to me knowing how good he is, but I also know how bad Florida can be. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he still made the Classic.
Tractor too.
You know, with 2 terrible finishes in Florida, because Florida just does that to people.
He's a California guy, right?
Yeah.
Now look at Matty Wong. He was
Trust
last.
me. Couldn't turn it
Second to
around.
last. Now he's second to first.
Thanks,
the bite we've been waiting for
Such.
all
Once
day.
again, you're reminding me of what we know.
I don't even worry about your fantasy anymore, Ronnie.
I mean, come on.
But you should have picked him this week.
Thanks.
Appreciate that, don't you?
Got a little more fishing to bring your way here before we turn it over to the weigh-in, which cranks up at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I remind you here, Dave Mercer getting all set to start walking them across the stage there in Okeechobee City. We much anticipate looking at that. Day number 1 of this action at the Champion Power Equipment Bassmaster Elite at Okeechobee, Florida, and Lake Okeechobee. Our live coverage sponsored by Yamaha. Some big shots we have seen, wide shots that show the vastness of this place, the 700, almost 750 square miles, 450 acres, 450,000 acres in this lake here, but fishing very, very small, very small. Of course, we started it out here in the state of Florida. Last week, we had a very interesting tournament down on the St. Johns River in Florida. Bill Lowen, the man triumphant there with 73 pounds and 14 ounces. Of course, we're here at Lake Okeechobee. That wraps up our Florida swing. We'll have the Bassmaster Classic coming up here in less than 3 weeks.
What's that?
Oh, that's going to be the championship of bass fishing, Ronnie.
Absolutely.
Maybe you've heard of it. Coming to you from Fort Worth is the host city and Lake Ray Roberts. And then back on the Pasquotank River and Lake Hartwell. Both the Carolinas, North and South Carolina.
That first event in April should be absolutely phenomenal.
It's going to be very different. Place we've never been before with the Elite Series. It's been visited by Bassmasters before, but it's been a good long while. All right, the Carolinas in May. It's Texas, Lake Fork, fabulous Lake Fork, always tremendous. And the Sabine River, a completely different type of challenge in May. In June, we'll go to Lake Tenkiller in Oklahoma. We'll wrap it up with our northern swing, going up to St. Clair in Michigan, and also wrapping it up on the upper Mississippi River. But the Classic is coming up here. Wow, just a matter of days away. The 21st, 22nd, 23rd of March. Lake Ray Roberts in Texas should be in fine shape. Last time we were there, it was right in the dead of summer. That was the Classic in 2021. This time it's going to be perhaps a lot more bountiful.
Man.
All the qualifiers, all the hopefuls, all the pageantry. The crowds, it's like old home week for the entire sport of bass fishing. The culture of bass fishing will assemble in that great sports town, Fort Worth, and the Dickies Arena. Fantastic venue. Going to be rocking for 3 straight days.
Fishing-wise, Tommy, Texas has been colder this year for longer than it normally ever is.
Yes.
We could have that warm. It's finally warm. I washed my truck yesterday in the front yard, Tommy. That's literally a good sign that spring is on the way.
Newsflash.
It could collide in Texas at the right week, and Ray Roberts could be one of the biggest weight classics we've had.
Could be perfect. Could be the magic week in Texas there. We shall see. It's going to be a lot of fun, and it's big time bass fishing for sure. The World Championship is something that every tournament angler ever has dreamed of winning.
See, I had to do it because Such said he wouldn't wash my truck, so I had to do it.
You had to wash. Such would not wash your truck.
That's ridiculous.
Kind of a friend is that? That's a live shot of the Kissimmee River there.
Hey, we just had Paul Mueller's fish pop into Bass Track, and he's in 3rd place with 18 pounds and 4 ounces, right behind Matty Wong. He's got a 7-pounder and a 5-pounder. He's got an under 2-pounder in there, so.
There it is. There's our second 20-pound bag.
Maybe.
I'm calling it right now.
Maybe.
Paul Mueller can come up at some.
I don't know when he's going to win.
When is he going to come up and win again? And he has done it before. And it's never when you expect it to be.
Ooh, nice fish. That's a tough one.
Get it.
Get your butt up in here.
That's a day saver.
Oh, boy. Kept it from getting wrapped up, too.
Good Okeechobee just run around.
Yeah, he's got to be feeling great about. That's the fish that lets you sleep at night.
I put him in the wrong side.
Right there in the middle of the reeds in there. I mean, you got to get deep in there to get it done sometimes.
Yeah, just skate that thing right over top of those, right?
Yeah.
I was worried when it made right here, when it got a bunch around there. That is right at the snout.
Yeah.
Right where the hook is. You don't want to lose them. So Christy kept them coming.
He caught a 3-pounder about 20 minutes ago, and he's still got a 1-pound, 2 ounce on his Bass Track. 90.5 pounds, so he's culling maybe close to 2 pounds at least.
We hadn't caught jack all day. And literally just pull in. And I just did a little boat ride through here, and there was a lot of dudes fishing. The water looked good. I fished a little bit, had 1 bite. I knew there'd be a lot of people here. Came back in, we fished 30 minutes and caught 2 good ones. Like, I love it when there's big old jaws come out of there.
Jason Christie, decent tournament last week, made the cut, 36th place.
Did he?
A little comeback, trying to do a little comeback this year. Last year was not his best. He's got a tremendous record, 8 victories with Bass.
God, I guarantee they freaking caught him today. I guarantee you. We need 1 more big one, then we can make up for it tomorrow.
No, Jason's going to be surprised when he gets the weigh-in.
Alabama's David Gasson just moved into 9th place. I think he caught a 4+. He culled 4 pounds. He's up to almost 14 pounds.
Kyoya Fujita, Kyle Patrick, and Matty Wong still hanging all there in the top 10. All of them with very disappointing finishes to start this season down up at the St. Johns River.
Question, Tommy. If we have Fujita on camera tomorrow, is it a shoo-in that he is in a canal using electronics, or could he possibly be doing something we see Jason Christie do.
Punching?
I'm just going to say, wouldn't that be crazy if he wasn't in a canal? Everyone's going to be like, I know where I'm going tomorrow, and he's actually like, sweet, I'm over here flipping reed heads. Like, wouldn't that be crazy?
That would be crazy. That would be improbable, but possible. I don't put anything out of the realm of possibility.
So you're saying there's a chance?
You're saying, yes.
What'd you put the first one in? Is all right. Okay.
It's just a weird collision course, Tommy. We're as in the world of electronics getting better. One of the best shallow water fisheries has lost most of its surface area vegetation and cover. And people are gonna be like, I hate that Okeechobee's being won or led or competition strong for the guys fishing out in the open, you know, with electronics. But that's, I mean, you just got nowhere else to fish.
Yeah.
And that's not an angler problem. That is a lake management and state problem.
More live shots and boats headed for the weigh-in. Yeah, that first flight due to check in, well, you've got to be checked in about 3 minutes or you're late. So that first group, and then there will be intervals of 30 minutes between all of our 4 flights. Kind of flat around this part of the world. That's how I look at it.
It's not mountainous.
It's not as mountainous as you might think, no.
I'm not putting anything past anybody these days.
I think the first prominent mountain is Space Mountain, probably.
Yeah.
as you head north.
That's still about an hour and a half north of here.
Yeah, but Jupiter, there's a big landfill. That's a pretty big mountain.
Harris Chain's got like, there's a place there's got like 300-foot elevation.
Mount Leesburg, or what is it called?
Yeah, something over there.
Oh, there actually is. Sorry,
community.
My mom grew up there, Mount Dora. So I guess there must be.
There is a Mount Dora.
Mount Dora. Yeah, maybe there's a Dora Mountain.
4.5 pounder for Christie moves him up to 12th place with almost 13 pounds.
There's our 5th 20-pound bass.
Weigh-in is on the way, just seconds away, really. We have quite the day out here today. Very challenging here, more so than we probably expected. But of course, there's a lot of anglers that we have not had contact with via Bass Track, so there may be some fireworks, some surprises.
Yep.
Good bit of shifting around at the top of the leaderboard. We'll be with the top 6 again tomorrow as they finish today. Trey McKinney, hats off to him, got his work done by about 9:30 in the morning.
Flower child.
Yeah. It's been a grind for some of our anglers here. There's no doubt about that, but hey, they don't quit and you get results at the end. Can't beat that.
Conventional wisdom says go with the guys who have great Florida experience, but Tommy, it's a different animal than we remember from 2017, from 2012.
Absolutely. Be coming your way tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Right here on Bassmaster.com and Roku. Looking forward to that. Getting day 2 underway tomorrow first thing, but first things first, that's the weigh-in starting in seconds here. Like about 2 of them. Great to have had you with us today on Bassmaster Live, and we look forward to more of the same. Maybe some big fish coming in tomorrow. Join us then, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, right here.
Come on. No! Oh my gosh. There she is. Ah! Yes!